Chapter 1. Well, I didn't expect it to be the fairy tale world. Yisheng, who was fishing on the sea cliffs, was looking at the endless sea and sighed. He is a traverser, and unlike other traversers, he is unsystematic and only dies because of an accident. But even so, he won't have too many requirements, it's all already crossed, and those indifferent things will be put aside. However, there is no system, but he has a more powerful identity, origin and end. The so-called origin is the origin of all things, the source of everything, and nothing that is born from the origin can harm the original beginning. The so-called ultimatum is not comparable to Akulokia's ultimate, it is the culprit dragon recognized by the world, and Yisheng's ultimate, the world does not have the qualifications to recognize, his power is above the world, with the ultimaginary particle that can reset everything to zero. These two layers of identity are enough for him to do what he wants, but he does what he wants, he has a loose personality and does not like to fight, in short. Salted fish. Standing in front of Akulokia, the reptile did not dare to disobey him, standing in front of Jelf, the god Anxilam was afraid of him, did not dare to gasp for breath, etc. Well, the fishing is almost done, and tonight's dinner has fallen. Yisheng weighed the basket in his hand and filled a basket. A large number of fish gather under the sea cliffs, praying to be fished away. I'm sorry, I can't fit it, I'll come back tomorrow. Yisheng beckoned to the fish below, and one by one the fish left lost. There is no way to do this, to be caught by the origin means that you can return to the arms of the origin. This is an extremely honorable thing for them. Of course, Yisheng didn't know much about their thoughts. He patted the dust on his buttocks, and just as he was about to turn away, a large number of fish on the sea rushed towards him again. No, I said I'd come back tomorrow, wait, that's... Yisheng saw that there seemed to be a little girl in the middle of the fish, and it looked like she was drowning in a coma. Putting down the basket in his hand, Yisheng jumped off the cliff and stepped on the sea, and the fish sent the little girl to Yisheng. The little girl with burgundy hair, her tattered clothes, looked like a prisoner, and her thin body seemed to have not eaten a full meal for a long time. It's a cute little girl, but it's too pitiful, forget it, who told you to meet me? Yisheng picked up the little girl, jumped off the sea cliff, waved to the fish, and walked into the forest with the basket. One of the powers of Yisheng's origin is creation, and he also used this power to build a wooden house deep in the forest. After all, salted fish, there must be a place to live, and it has to be away from the hustle and bustle. Gently placing the little girl on the bed, Yisheng walked out of the wooden house and began to make a fire, and the method he used was to drill wood to make a fire. That's right. The flame represents destruction, and it is also one of his powers of end, because it is too powerful to be used to make fire, and the flame of origin represents life, which is even worse. There was no way, he had only one way to drill wood for fire. After a long time of tinkering, it was almost dusk, and finally the fire was raised, and I just wanted to get the fish from the basket. Even more interesting is that the fish jump out of the basket and consciously roast themselves on the fire. The corners of Yisheng's mouth twitched. It was the first time he had seen such a conscious fish. As the smell of grilled fish wafted away, the little girl in the room slowly opened her eyes after smelling the smell. I'm so hungry. When she saw that she was in an unfamiliar environment, she was sleepy, vigilant, and kept curling up her body. Smack! Only the sound of broken porcelain was heard, and Yisheng walked into the house. The debris on the ground, the little girl huddled in the corner. It is not difficult to imagine what stimulation she received. Who are you, and why am I here? The little girl was wary of Yisheng. You drowned in the sea, look at you pitiful, saved you. Yisheng picked up the debris on the ground and threw it into the trash can on the side. The grilled fish is ready, let's come out and eat it. Yisheng walked out of the cabin. The little girl swallowed as she smelled the smell, her stomach growled, and at last, she walked out of the hut with some palpitations. Let's eat. Yisheng handed a grilled fish to the little girl. The little girl took it and took a big gulp. Eat slowly, no one will rob you, and there are many more. Yasheng looked at the little girl with pity. It was indeed so pitiful that she didn't vomit the fish bones. Wait, fish bones. Yasheng picked up the grilled fish in his hand, and after peeling it off, there was not a single thorn. Then he looked inside the fire, and the fish bones were burning in the darkness of the fire. He was speechless. The fish not only consciously put it on the shelf, but also thoughtfully removed the thorns on his body. Awesome, amazing. Chapter 2. Night. The grilled fish had been swept away, and the little girl's stomach was slightly bulging and she was burping. Thank you for saving me, my name is Elisa Chocolito. The little girl also let down her guard. She was able to grill such a delicious grilled fish, and she also saved her. She couldn't be more vigilant. After hearing this, Yasheng looked at Elisa with some surprise. The fairy queen Elisa, she had saved such a character. Have you seen anyone else? Just about my age? Elisa asked. This time she wasn't the only one who had escaped, but several of her companions. No, it's you. Yasheng shook his head. That's right. Elisa looked at the fire in disbelievable terms. I don't know what your name is. As soon as Elisa wanted to ask, she saw that Yasheng had fallen asleep. Baige's skin, handsome face, white hair that is not long, and he looks young on the outside. At least it is no problem to call his brother. With a slightly slender figure, he looks like a weak nerd, with a white short shirt and an ordinary black shorts on the lower body. It's the first time I've seen such a handsome man. Even if she's still a little girl, she still thinks Yasheng is extremely handsome. Elisa leaned towards Yasheng little by little, and came to the side, feeling Yasheng's slow exhalation, which made her full of security. One of the origin powers, perfect body. One of the powers of the end, peerless charm. These two powers, Yasheng doesn't want to use them. Just kidding, he can use them as a big man. Although he said so, he still let go a little. Although Yasheng is asleep now, he is somewhere on the mainland. In the darkness of the woods, a man in black roamed, and with each step, life began to pass until it withered. He stopped and looked at the familiar figure in front of him. At the same time, the withered life around it began to revive. Yo! Can you kill me? The man in black said with some whims. Don't I do such boring things, eat. Standing in front of the man in black was Yasheng, who handed the grilled fish to the man in black. Well, when is this ahead? The man in black took the grilled fish and nibbled on it little by little. Jelf, life is not easy to come by, just look at the point. Yasheng patted Jelf on the shoulder. That's right, the man in black in front of him is Jelf, who bears the curse of the god Axelam, the curse that makes the lives around him begin to wither, and Jelf is immortal because of this curse. However, in front of Yasheng, Axelam's curse can only be hidden. When Yasheng and Jelf met for the first time, the curse on Jelf's body was actually afraid of Yasheng, so Yasheng also went to the god Axelam and had a friendly conversation with him. The result was still a little unsatisfactory, and the god Axelam was very resolute, and Jelf's curse would not be lifted. After another friendly exchange, Axelam flinched. There was only one way to lift the curse, and that was to kill Jelf. If there was no Yasheng, then there was only this way, but now it was different, and the other solution was for Yasheng to use the power of origin to interfere. But then there will be a problem, Jelf will still die. According to the god Axelam, Jelf had long since died, and he was able to live until now because of the curse, but once the curse was lifted, then Jelf's life was exhausted. The end result is that Jelf desperately wants to be killed and get out of the curse, but Yasheng is unwilling. He will not meddle in this matter at all just because he sees Jelf's size, and it is not his business to kill Jelf. After eating a grilled fish, Jelf sat down on a rock. Don't be so discouraged, although it's not my business to kill you. Haven't you already planned it? Yes, but I need to wait. Can I feel life? Of course. Yasheng beckoned, and a flying bird landed in his hand. With some trembling eyes, Jelf held the bird in the palm of his hand, looked at it with vitality, and shook his head at him. Once upon a time, he wanted to have it all, too. Hawkers, seeing that you like it so much, I'll give it to you. I'll bring you a different flavor next time. Wait, if you're gone, little bird. Jelf was afraid that the life in his hands would pass by because of him, and the presence of Yasheng would allow him to hold on to his life. Rest assured, that bird has traces of me. You are too lonely, wouldn't it be better to let it travel with you? As soon as the words fell, Yasheng's figure disappeared. Only Jelf and the bird in his hand were left. The little bird looked at Jelf with some confusion, and without thinking much about it, he actually jumped on his shoulder and stood. Jelf smiled and stood up, and the life around him began to pass, except for the bird on his shoulder, full of energy. Chapter 3. Inside a hidden cave. The black dragon was sleeping, and suddenly, when it looked up, saw the figure at the entrance of the cave, and just stared at it quietly. "Aren't you welcome to me?" "Welcome, of course welcome. I didn't know that the adults were coming, it was rude." "Don't fix what you don't have, drink." Yasheng walked into the cave and looked around speechlessly. "It's so dark, you don't feel bad when you fall asleep. After sleeping for a long time, you get used to it. What wine? Make you a glass of poured wine." Yasheng walked over to the only stone table in the cave and put down the jar in his hand. "Oh, I'm a black dragon, what kind of wine can get drunk on me? Pour it full." The black dragon's body shrunk to the same size as Yasheng. "I said you're obviously a person, why do you become a dragon?" Yasheng complained. The wine jar opened, and a rich aroma of wine wafted in the cave. "Just get used to it." The black dragon picked up the jar and poured it into his mouth. Roar, hiccup, good wine. Speechless, drink slowly, I won't rob you, and what's more. Yasheng took out another jar. "How's it going?" "It's good, destroying a couple of sparsely populated villages." "That's good, there are no traces of dragons." "No, it's too hidden, and it disappeared at the same time." A person and a dragon are talking like this, and anyone who sees it is shocked. This is Akulokia, the dragon of the end described in the literature. As soon as it appears, it is a catastrophe, and now he is talking with a person so calmly. When Yasheng first came to this world, the world consciousness was submissive to him, and he also intimately told Akulokia not to mess with this big man. Akulokia didn't believe it, and when Yasheng first came to him, he attacked. The result is complete ineffectiveness. In the end, Yasheng stayed where he was, stunned to let the black dragon scrape until he was powerless, and then recognized him. At first he refused, but when Yasheng brought him the alcohol he indulged in, he compromised. It said that it would not drink, but it was stunned to hold the wine brought by Yasheng and poured 3 jars in a row. At first, I thought that Yasheng wanted to stop destroying it, but it turned out to be completely ignored, but with some caution, it only selectively destroyed those sparsely populated or even completely uninhabited villages. It's not that Yasheng doesn't want to care, but he really doesn't want to, and it's none of my business to spread my hands. Almost as soon as Akulokia was done, Yasheng would come to him with a wine jar. After 3 rounds of wine, the sky is also bright. "Didn't you say let me pour a cup?" "I don't feel anything, I've drunk more than a dozen jars in a row." "Don't worry, the wine hasn't come up yet, 3,2,1. As Yasheng counted down, Akulokia suddenly felt the energy rush up to her head, and she felt dizzy. Hiccup, cool. Akulokia's dragon body fell backwards and gained a baby's sleep. Yasheng shook his head speechlessly. "I said that a cup is poured, you pour it well, even pour more than a dozen jars, you can't sleep for decades this night." Yasheng carried the black dragon's body equal to his and placed it in place. Seeing that the sky outside was getting brighter, Yasheng walked out of the cave, and his figure disappeared with it. The wine that Yasheng brought was not just as simple as lie. Akulokia slept after each drink, and felt that her strength was soaring rapidly. Suffice it to say, Akulokia has recognized the existence of Yasheng. Of course, there is a more critical reason for this, that is, you can't hurt Yasheng at all. Such a person who can't fight, scrape, and still let you entertain an unpleasant person, what can you do? You can't do it. Since Yasheng got along with him, he slowly accepted it, as long as he didn't get in the way. Chapter 4. It's dawn. Yasheng also gradually woke up, but he felt his chest heavy, and when he looked closely, Elessa was lying on top of him, holding his saliva. I slept very soundly, and Yasheng was not easy to disturb, but my clothes were full of saliva, which was a little uncomfortable. It's so cute to be asleep. Yasheng carefully picked up Elessa and walked into the wooden house, where they had slept all night, and if it weren't for the bonfire, they would have caught a cold. Cover Elessa with the quilt, and Yasheng plans to find today's breakfast. Suddenly, a pair of immature hands grabbed his clothes. Don't go, Grandpa Rob. Gerald, Hugh, Simon. I'm scared. Her voice was weak, and she kept muttering about her partner. Yasheng rubbed Elessa's forehead, as if she had a nightmare, and she didn't look for breakfast, sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, stroking Elessa's cheek. But isn't it too boring to wait? One of the Origin Powers, Retrospective. A book appeared in Yasheng's hand, although it was not big, but when he opened it, he saw that the magic recorded in this world was there: time, dressing, receiving, killing dragons, destroying gods, destroying demons, and so on. He began to study the magic, not for the sake of learning, of course, but to get bored. It is estimated that if this book is circulated, it will have to set off a bloody storm. The moves are very gorgeous, and they are also very middle too. Alas, now that I think about it, I was really a little naive when I loved to look at the tale of the fairy. After Yasheng finished reading it, the black history came to his heart. He felt very handsome at the beginning, and he said the moves of the second middle school, and he sighed. Now that I think about it, I am really a little ashamed. An hour later, while Elessa was still asleep, Yasheng put the book aside and left the hut with a slight footstep. He's going to forage for food, and although he won't be hungry, he can't give up the habit of eating. And just after Yasheng left, Elessa gradually woke up. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling and unfamiliar environment, Elessa was still a little depressed. However, the book next to her caught her attention, and when she picked it up, it said "Receive the Encyclopedia of Magic." Yes, the book will develop a set of spells based on the user's magic. For example, the moment Elessa picks up the book, the content of the book changes to Receive Magic, and if she is a user of fire magic, it becomes a compendium of fire magic. When Elessa saw the contents of the book, she was deeply attracted and felt that this magic was tailor-made for her. Yo, you're awake. Yasheng was holding some apples in his arms, and one for breakfast was good for his body, not to mention that it was still the appearance of Elessa as a little girl now. Elessa closed the book, looked at Yasheng, and said with a determined look in her eyes, "Teach me magic." Yasheng just wanted to take a bite of the apple, and then froze. What? I want to be strong. Elessa looked at the book in her hand and asked longingly. Ah. Yasheng looked at the book in front of Elessa, a little embarrassed, and even wanted to cry without tears. He doesn't know magic. What kind of magic does the Origin want? Just his own Origin body, standing there. No magic will work for him. Origin body, anything that comes from the Origin cannot harm the original root. Ahem, eat something first. Yasheng coughed and handed the apple to Elessa. Even after taking the apple, Elessa kept looking at herself. He wanted to say that he wouldn't, but Elessa's eyes were not easy to refuse. After a while, Yasheng led Elessa to a clearing. A wooden sword was stuck between them, separated by some distance. Let's talk about the rules first, Pick up that wooden sword and attack me. As long as you hit once, you are qualified, and I will promise to take you as an apprentice." Yasheng sat on a stone and watched quietly. "Then be careful, master." Ilusa's petite body rushed towards the wooden sword, and at the same time she was wary of whether Yasheng was moving, but the answer was no, and she easily came to the wooden sword. He stretched out his hand and tried to pull out the wooden sword, but the wooden sword did not move, as if it was firmly tied to the earth. "Little Ilusa, what's wrong? I can't even pick up a wooden sword if I want to learn magic." Yasheng looked at this scene with a smile, and the little girl struggled to pull out a wooden sword, which was really cute. "Why can't you pull it out? Damn, get up for me." The prison clothes on Ilusa's sweat-soaked body, Yasheng also noticed it. It was okay to wear this dress all the time. If it was seen, wouldn't it be treated as a human trafficker? If you don't even have the ability to pull out a wooden sword, don't be ashamed to say that you want to become stronger. Live obediently. Isn't it good to be an ordinary girl? Yasheng said slowly. He wanted to see if the current Ilusa had such determination. "I want to be strong. I want to live. For Grandpa Rob. For my friends. I'm not going to give up." Finally, the wooden sword was slowly pulled up. Ilusa was already exhausted. She didn't know that she had pulled out the wooden sword for a distance. She only knew that she pulled out this wooden sword, became stronger, and lived. Yasheng was a little speechless. Can't that wooden sword be pulled at a different angle? Pulling it diagonally just stuck the hidden stone below. You pulled it out as soon as you pulled it out. Being perfectly stuck by the stone below means that you pull out the wooden sword is equivalent to pulling out the earth. A little girl, how is it possible? However, the ground under Ilusa's feet actually began to tremble subtly, and finally, the ground where the wooden sword was located shattered. Ilusa felt weightless for a while, and then sat down with the wooden sword. She was exhausted, but Ilusa actually stood up and rushed towards Yasheng with her wooden sword. Yasheng smiled and stood up. Chapter 5. Well, go faster, pay attention to your steps, the flexibility of the girl's body should be good. Yasheng casually dodged Ilusa's attacks in place, each attack slow as a snail in his eyes. Ilusa was exhausted, and at the moment she was completely relying on her will to support herself. Sweeping, stabbing, slashing, and attacking Yasheng's body with every move. Just as one of the attacks was about to hit Yasheng's lower body, he grabbed Ilusa's wrist and threw her out. "Adjust your breathing and don't panic," Yasheng said calmly, risking the black line, where is it not good for Ilusa to hit, and hit the man's honorable position. "Haha, I have no strength." Ilusa was lying flat on the ground, the sweat on her body spreading the fragrance of her body, and she suddenly thought of a solution. "Take a break, give you another chance, pay attention to the frequency of your attacks, adjust your breathing." Yasheng sat on the stone again, and it was getting more and more interesting. "Ha! It's too slow, you're upset." "Strange, the attack is much better than before, but it is a deliberate repetition of the previous mistakes," Yasheng thought to himself as he noticed the problem as he continued to dodge. Just as he dodged one of Ilusa's stabs and dodged to the side, Ilusa suddenly reversed the direction of the wooden sword and swept instead. "I see, let me let my guard down, dodge the direct stab, I will inevitably dodge to the side, and I can change the way I move in such a short period of time." Yasheng looked at the coming wooden sword, although he could dodge, but there was no need for that. Dang! Yasheng used his arm to block this attack, and the tiredness on Ilusa's face instantly disappeared and turned into joy. "Congratulations, little Ilusa." Yasheng smiled and stroked the wooden sword. "Master, are you all right?" Ilusa was happy, but she was also worried, because the blow she had just used was very strong. "Don't worry, a little injury." Yasheng spread out his arms, still so smooth, as if there had never been a trace. "Master, you can't break your word, teach me magic." Ahem, of course Master will not be untrustworthy." Yasheng looked to the side with a little weakness, a little too proud. Before practicing magic, Master would like to ask you a few questions. Why do you practice magic? What is the purpose of practicing magic? And what will you do after practicing magic? Illusa hesitated, not knowing how to answer, and Yasheng spoke again. You don't have to answer immediately, think about it. After you have a satisfactory answer in your heart, it's not too late to say it. The choice is always more important than the answer. Yasheng said earnestly, stretching out his hand. Illusa held it a little sluggishly, and the two walked back to the wooden house. Along the way, Illusa has been a little absent-minded, and has been repeatedly looking for her own answers. Yasheng didn't bother, just quietly prepared dinner. These questions were indeed too early for Illusa, but they were very important. Once she decided her life, whether it was good or evil, everything was up to her choice. Night. While Illusa was asleep, Yasheng walked out of the cabin and set up a bonfire. Now all he had to do was give Illusa a new dress. The origin structure, the selection confirmed, the concept completed, and the casting begins. There was a constant convergence of shimmers in front of Yasheng, and finally formed a ball of light. Constructed complete, constructed item, celestial clothes. A black JK skirt suit is neatly stacked in Yasheng's hands. It's some of his bad tastes, but there is one thing to say about JK, YYDS. Just imagine, the adult Illusa wears JK, hey. Ahem, back to business. Yasheng carefully kneaded the fabric, it was comfortable, and the toughness was good. Celestial clothes, the first outfit constructed by Origin. After wearing, it gains damage reduction, elemental resistance, natural fit, wear repair, and random growth. Fate binding. Damage reduction, damage taken will be reduced by 90%. Elemental resistance, reduces elemental damage taken by 50%. Natural fit, according to the wearer's age, body shape, and size, it will automatically adjust to the value that is most comfortable for the wearer. Wear and tear repair, after the garment is damaged, it will slowly recover over time until it is fully repaired. Random growth, depending on the time of wear, there is a chance to evolve additional abilities. Destiny binding, after wearing, it will be bound and cannot be forcibly separated, and once the wearer dies, it will self-destruct, powerful enough to kill Akulokia. Black Dragon Akulokia, meow. Meow. This is a series of entries that Yasheng constructs for Illusa, and he swears that he definitely doesn't want to see Illusa wear JK, just for her safety. Well, yes, that's right, that's it. Full of guilt was left behind by Yasheng's mind, and he walked into the wooden house with the heavenly clothes and put it on the bedside, so that Illusa could see it as soon as she woke up. He sat in a chair, one hand on his cheek, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 6. Grandpa Rob. Illusa woke up violently, and she dreamed of that desperate environment, in which Grandpa Rob had died to save her, unarmed against the magicians who possessed magic. But she also found her choice. Yasheng was woken up by Illusa's voice, and slowly opened his eyes, and he was stunned for a moment. The moonlight shone through the window on the young Illusa, and even in prison clothes, she still couldn't stop the charm she exuded. Illusa looked at Yasheng quietly, tears streaming down her cheeks, but only on one side. Sensing that something was wrong, Yasheng stepped forward and reached out to lift her right eye, which was covered by Illusa's hair. The eye is necrotic and has a distinct black streak, which has clearly begun to deteriorate. Illusa, who was seen in the eye, stepped back in a panic, trying her best to protect the eye. Don't look at me. It's ugly. Why don't you say it? It's no wonder that since I picked up Illusa, my right eye has been covered by hair, and I didn't find it, and when I saw it, I remembered that in the original book, Illusa's right eye was a prosthetic eye, and it was only installed in the Fairy Tale Guild. Yasheng sighed and watched as Illusa protected her right eye. Don't be so nervous, since I'm your master, I won't care about your appearance. Illusa watched Yasheng look at herself gently, and slowly lowered her hand in acceptance. It's okay, it's not very serious, but my eyes can't be used anymore. Yasheng ruffled Ilusa's hair and carefully observed, although some of the deterioration had not yet damaged its foundation, it could still be cured. It's going to be a little uncomfortable next, just bear with it. Yasheng pressed the palm of his hand against Ilusa's necrotic right eye, and a slow glimmer of light came from the palm. It was gentle at first, then gradually became itchy, and finally felt a sharp pain. Ilusa gritted her teeth and endured, and Yasheng used N to directly destroy the necrotic eye, and then reshaped it in its original position with origin. Okay, try it. Yasheng put away his hand. Ilusa reluctantly opened her right eye, her vision gradually shifting from blurry to clear. I can see. It turns out that both eyes have better vision than monocular vision. Alright, let's go back to sleep. Yasheng was about to turn around, and Ilusa held Yasheng's right hand with both hands. Let's go together, I'm afraid. Okay. It can be seen that Ilusa is still afraid of that nightmare, and it is no wonder that she is just a little girl. With Yasheng's company, Ilusa fell asleep quickly, and it was very sweet. Yasheng couldn't sleep, he was like a pillow, and was hugged by Ilusa. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. Good morning, master. Ilusa woke up in a daze. Yasheng moved his somewhat numb body, stood up, and handed the clothes beside the bed to Ilusa. Here, your new clothes, wear them to see if they fit. After giving the clothes, Yasheng walked out of the wooden house, and the girl changed her clothes, and it was reasonable to avoid it. Ilusa touched the black JK skirt suit, which was soft and comfortable. Slowly took off his tattered prison clothes, the skin under the clothes had various marks, and there were whip wounds everywhere, although it was no longer painful, but the traces remained. I didn't think much about it, but after putting on the clothes that were originally a little big slowly shrank to my right size. It's just that the skirt is a little short, and looking at the lower half of the exposed legs, Ilusa blushes with shame. After changing, he walked out of the wooden house. Yasheng waited at the door, and when he saw Ilusa's appearance, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Very good, very suitable for you. Thank you, master, this dress is so comfortable, it's the first time I've worn such a costume. Ilusa squirmed and gripped the hem of her skirt. Yasheng smiled proudly, and the plan was past JK Fairy Queen, Ness. It's a familiar clearing again. Yasheng and Ilusa were separated by some distance. Master, I already have the answer. Oh, tell me about it. I want to be strong, I want to protect my friends and things that I cherish, I want to be a shield in front of them, even if I die, I will never retreat. Ilusa said firmly, that the nightmare did not frighten Ilusa, but found her own decision, she did not want to see her relatives pass in front of her again. Well, what's more, becoming stronger is not lip service, many people's reasons are good, but how many people choose to give up, forget their original intentions, and finally bully the weak? Yasheng didn't mean to praise Ilusa, just looked at her with a blank face. Master, I will never be like that, if I become strong to bully the weak, then I will never forgive myself. Ilusa said firmly, her gaze unwavering. This made Yasheng feel that Ilusa was still the same Ilusa, consistently. Then let's get started. Yasheng didn't talk nonsense, and simply got to the point. Master. Ilusa was puzzled, and when she said her decision, Yasheng was still so expressionless, feeling that she was not recognized. I know what you're wondering, the question doesn't matter, the answer doesn't matter, you've made your choice, that's enough. It confirms the old saying, from the choice at the beginning, to the persistence of the process, to the result. I can't teach you about magic, all I can do is make you firm in your path. But master, how am I going to learn magic? Ilusa wondered, how could she become stronger if she didn't teach magic? This is also what I want to say next, magic is everyone's unique talent, so there are many different kinds of magic, find the type that suits you, and realize from it that other people's knowledge is someone else's after all, and only the magic you find out belongs to yourself. Yasheng threw the magic book to Alyssa. Firstly, he didn't know those magic and couldn't guide Alyssa, and secondly, let Alyssa comprehend it by herself, and it was easier for her, killing two birds with one stone. After taking over the Encyclopedia of Magic, Alyssa opened it and still belonged to her costume magic. Although Yasheng can't teach magic, he can still help Alyssa learn to sense magic and discover it. Although the advice given is to meditate and perceive. Chapter 7. Dress Up. I have to say that Alyssa is indeed very talented, and in just one morning, she learned the magic of dressing up from the Magic Encyclopedia. The armor of the Celestial Wheel is a piece of armor that can manipulate multiple swords, and is mainly used for long-range attacks. When the magic power is sufficient, more swords can be summoned, creating an amazing picture like a sea of swords. It's a pity that Alyssa can only control two at the moment. Master, be careful. Alyssa took a stance, and the two flying swords rushed towards Yasheng. The talent is good, but it's a little bit off. Yasheng beckoned, and casually slapped the two flying swords away. Seeing that the long range was unfavorable, Alyssa turned to melee combat, but unfortunately, she lacked combat experience as she had just comprehended magic, and every attack she hit was dodged or interrupted by Yasheng. Okay, stop for a moment. Yasheng yawned and said a little tired after patting the sword in Alyssa's hand. Master, is there anything wrong with my moves? Before Alyssa could finish asking, Yasheng hit Alyssa directly on the head with a burst. It hurts so much, Master, what are you hitting me for? Alyssa clutched her head aggrievedly. It's too stupid, why do you have to shout out every move, for fear that the opponent won't hear or don't know what you should do next? Yasheng scolded a little. Each of Alyssa's attacks was too obvious, and she didn't pay attention at all. But I can't help it, magic needs to be chanted to be released. Alyssa lowered her head and poked her index fingers together. Single move, no freedom at all. Alyssa, remember, don't take your opponent for a fool. You know that you want to attack stupidly, let you attack. Let's tell you a simple trick. Attack the enemy for 3 points, keep 7 points for yourself. Master, shouldn't you attack with all your might? It's naturally a good thing to attack with all your might, but if you do that, your physical strength and magic will pass quickly, and you have to test it, leaving yourself a whole card for the opponent to guess, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. Yasheng said earnestly, you can't teach magic, and you can teach skills. All right, the intermission is over. A wooden sword appeared in Yasheng's hand. Alyssa understood and adjusted her state before attacking again. It's too slow here. Pay attention to the rhythm. Go with the feeling. Bang bang. A series of voices rang out, and Yasheng slapped Alyssa's head mercilessly with the wooden sword in his hand. Afterwards. Alyssa, little Alyssa, don't be angry with Master, okay? At night, Yasheng slowly stroked the bag on Alyssa's head. Master bullies people, woo 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 x_x. Alyssa puffed out her cheeks and wept aggrievedly. It's not intentional to be a teacher, come, eat a grilled fish. Yasheng handed the grilled fish to Alyssa. Grilled fish, Forgive Master. Alyssa picked up the grilled fish and it was a storm, and it didn't matter if the bag on her head hurt or not. Alyssa, starting tomorrow, practice swinging the sword 10,000 times a day. Yasheng said with some seriousness. Hearing Yasheng's serious voice, Alyssa was not ambiguous and nodded seriously. Your swordsmanship is too single, there is no change in one move and one style, this is your most fatal shortcoming. In terms of magic, it is not good to say that it is not good for a teacher. You can learn dress-up magic in a morning, very talented, but it is not enough, you need swordsmanship to make up for the lack of dress-up magic. Yasheng said slowly. Yes, Master. Alyssa wields her sword every day, and Yasheng observes from time to time, but most of the time she goes back fishing. Occasionally, he and Elessa practice sparring in swordsmanship. In the evening, some tips are briefly discussed. In this way, the two have been together for a year. In the past year, Elessa has gradually relied on Yasheng, and sees Yasheng as a relative-like existence, not just a master and apprentice. Compared to Elessa, Yasheng is more speechless. It doesn't feel like I've taken in an apprentice, but I've raised a daughter, and I'm also a fairy queen with a fairy tale. But there are still feelings after getting along. Yasheng sat on the sea cliff and looked at the ocean. Elessa has mastered the swordsmanship very well, and she has not fallen behind in terms of magic. Alas, it's time. Yasheng sighed a little lowly. Chapter 8. Night. Yasheng and Elessa sat by the fire. Seeing that Elessa still loves to eat grilled fish, Yasheng is also a little reluctant. But the outside is Elessa's destination, and she will eventually return to the fairy tale guild. Rather than being reluctant, it is better to let go and let the chicks fly into the sky and grow to their heart's content. It's not that I haven't thought about joining the fairy tale guild, but I'm too special. 1. There is no magic, although I can rely on Elessa to get through it, but I take the salted fish route, not the soft rice series, and 2nd, my identity is too special, not only Elessa's teacher, but also the origin and end. Once you join a certain force, then the balance will tilt. Yasheng gently stretched out his hand and stroked Elessa's head, who was still eating grilled fish, with a look of charity. Elessa stopped what she was doing, enjoying touching her head. Elessa, how long has it been since you started your apprenticeship? After thinking for a short time, Yasheng asked tentatively. It's been more than a year, Master. What's wrong? It's been a year. Master. Elessa looked at Yasheng's somewhat depressed expression, the grilled fish in her hand was no longer fragrant, and asked with concern. Yasheng said without saying anything. Without saying a word, he walked back to the cabin. Elessa is a little anxious. What's wrong with Master? Throw away the half-eaten grilled fish in your hand and keep up with Yasheng. Yasheng was lying quietly on the bed at the moment, lying on his side. Elessa poked Yasheng's back, but there was no response, and she was very worried about Yasheng's state. Master, don't you like Elessa anymore? Elessa asked weakly. This is the first time that Yasheng has been so cold to Elessa since they got along for a year, and they used to talk to Elessa every night and had a good relationship. When Yasheng heard Elessa's voice, he was a little shaken, but he was still unmoved. Seeing that Yasheng didn't react, Elessa came up cautiously, leaning slightly on Yasheng's back. Master. Every once in a while, Elessa would try to scream, but Yasheng still didn't respond. Gradually, sleepiness swept over Elessa, leaning on Yasheng's back, and fell asleep peacefully. After Elessa fell asleep, Yasheng finally moved, but Elessa hugged him tightly and it was difficult to move. I'm sorry, little Elessa, you shouldn't be with me. Yasheng used the origin to construct a temporary clone in his place, so as to leave Elessa's embrace. The doppelganger will disappear when Elessa wakes up, leaving a letter at the bedside, as well as an upside-down pendant of the holy sword. After doing this, Yasheng looked at the sleeping Elessa with some reluctance, sighed, and walked out of the cabin. Eventually disappeared into the night. In the early morning, Elessa slowly opened her eyes. Master. Seeing Yasheng's figure, Elessa was a little flustered, and walked out of the wooden house, the extinguished carbon fire, and the leftover grilled fish from last night. Master. Elessa had a bad premonition, so she searched around, and the sea cliff where Yasheng often came to fish was nowhere to be seen, and the open space during training was nowhere to be seen. When searching for nothing was fruitless, Elessa returned to the hut in despair. She involuntarily had a feeling in her heart that scared her, loneliness. Master. She sat down on the bed in despair, and the letters and objects at the bedside caught her attention. The pendant was ignored by her for the time being, and the letter was the main thing. She opened the letter in a hurry, and when she saw the contents of the letter, she hung her hands weakly. The letter fell to the ground with the words written on it. Little Elessa, when you see this letter, Master has already left, you don't need to look for me, I know it's disappointing, you will go further, follow the path you have chosen, move forward steadfastly, and overcome more difficulties. The teacher can't teach you magic, but your skills, swordsmanship, there is nothing left to teach as a teacher. Don't force yourself when it comes to cultivation, sometimes you will have better gains when you stop and look back. Maybe one day we will meet again, and by that time, I hope that you have grown enough to face everything. Remember, don't use particles lightly until you have to. The letter was short, but it shocked Elessa. Master, say goodbye without saying goodbye. For the whole day, Elessa locked herself in the cabin and did not move. At the same time, the clouds over the wooden house. At this time, Yasheng was lying leisurely on the clouds, not comfortable. La la la, well, little Elessa shouldn't be hit so easily, and within an hour, she will definitely be able to cheer up. An hour passed. Why hasn't it come out yet? Another hour passed. Tisk, could it be that I went a little too far, should I go down and apologize? Another 3 hours passed. At this time, Yasheng paced back and forth on the clouds. I should just be asleep, well, yes. That's right. Twilight. Yasheng just wanted to go down, but stopped again. Because the door of the wooden house was opened. Oh, I know, it seems that my worries are unnecessary. Elessa walked out of the wooden house with ruddy eyes, her face was tired, she had been crying for a long time, which made Yasheng very distressed. All kinds of thoughts changed back and forth in my heart, from the surprise of seeing the envelope, to the loss of Master's departure, to the loneliness of being alone, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Elessa was Elessa after all, and these blows did not frustrate her, but after a whole day of sadness, she picked herself up and stepped out of the cabin with determination. And the upside-down holy sword pendant is pinned to Elessa's JK skirt, which looks unique. Elessa didn't choose to turn back until she left the forest completely. Alas, Elessa, doing this for the teacher is also for you, and your destination should not be with me after all. After making sure that Elessa was leaving, Yasheng appeared in front of the wooden house, looked in the direction of Elessa's departure, and shook his head. Chapter 9. Yasheng sullenly cleaned up the house. He didn't plan to come back, Elessa would inevitably come back to visit, and once he bumped into him without saying goodbye, it would be a very embarrassing thing, and he didn't know how to explain it. Alas, is this the after effect of adopting a daughter? Yasheng said with a headache. He could already imagine that the scene where Elessa saw him again, he would probably be taught a bad lesson. Shivered, and left the cabin again. This cabin should be regarded as a memory of the past year. Yasheng's figure disappeared in an instant, and the only thing he was thinking about now was that he had to find a place where the flowers and mountains and birds were talking, and continue his salted fish life. Oh yeah. Walking in the clouds, you can enjoy the beautiful scenery at night. The sky is clear during the day, but once it is night, the clouds appear particularly bright under the moonlight. Hey, fire! Only one particularly bright fire caught Yasheng's attention, and when he looked at the clouds, it seemed to be a village. Could it be some kind of lively activity? With such curiosity, Yasheng constructed a virtual panel in front of him, and the scene in the village was dazzling. Yasheng's curiosity at the beginning gradually became silent, and the calm face on his face was also a little dark. Inside the village, a group of arrogant and domineering guys are sweeping through the village, and all kinds of miserable scenes of wailing, firelight, and despair are being staged. A little girl caught his eye, a little girl with cherry blossom hair and a white kimono protecting a badly injured woman, and several scum looking at her with that lewd gaze. Sure enough, no matter when or what era, there are always people who are scumbags. Since this is the case, let you see the real despair. Yasheng was angry, these people made him vomit, and the original white broken hair gradually turned black, like a phantom, and there was no wind automatically. Origin transforms finality. He, the little girl looks good, if she sells it, it will definitely be a good price. Boss, if you don't let my brother taste it, I haven't opened meat for a long time, and I have been suppressed by the Guangming Guild too badly, I can't bear it anymore. Okay, pay attention to proportion, as for this woman, I'll taste it first. The leader threw the little girl to the next few people, licked his lips, and walked obscenely towards the wounded, beautiful woman. Let go of my mother. The little girl struggled between several adults, but to no avail, her thin body could not resist at all. Hey, little girl, it's your honor to be favored by your brothers. He smiled wickedly, and then began to peel off the little girl's kimono. What scum! The cold voice sounded in the ears of several guys who were about to open the meat. Ah! Before they could react, screams came from everywhere. The little girl who was unrestrained fell to the ground, and when she looked up, the cold fear came from within. Yasheng's face was expressionless, but the dark purple glimmer that emanated from his body was terrifying, and he was so frightened that he couldn't escape from it. The leader sat down on the ground in fear, and fear buried him completely. No! Don't come! At this moment, he didn't have any thoughts in his heart to escape, only begging for mercy. Yasheng walked up to him calmly, pinched his face, lifted him up, and looked at the tragic scene around him. Except for him, his accomplices had been wiped out in the instant of the arrival of the night. It's so uncomfortable. Yasheng said coldly, contemptuous of the guy in his hand. Who are you? Ah! As soon as the leader wanted to ask a question, Yasheng's hand increased with strength, pinching his face and distorting it. You're not qualified to ask me questions, and since you're the one responsible for this, it's probably too cheap to kill you, right? Yasheng sneered, playing, torturing, grasping the difference between life and death, so that he could not survive and die. You can't kill me, I'm a member of the Demon Hearts affiliated guild, you can't kill me. Begging for mercy, he even moved out of his backstage in an attempt to threaten Yasheng. Ridiculous. Yasheng let go of his hand, and the leading guy was about to fall. Yasheng clenched his fist and hit the leader directly in the stomach. At the same time, the final particle is directly hit into his body. The whole person endured great pain, and in the midst of screams, he watched his body disappear little by little, and every centimeter of disappearance increased the pain several times. In the end, it was completely annihilated, and at this point, this guy no longer existed, he had been completely erased, unable to be reincarnated, and unable to be resurrected. After doing all this, Yasheng was relieved, and the kind of pressure she exuded, cold, gradually calmed down. Mommy, Mommy! The little girl shook the bloody woman in front of her. Yasheng shook his head, he was too badly injured and already dead. The little girl staggered to Yasheng and hugged his thigh. Please, save my mother, please. The crying pear blossom brought rain, and the result was just a shake of the head of Yasheng. One of the powers of the origin, life, can indeed be easily resurrected. One of the powers of the end, fate, visualizing the fate of others, that woman, who is destined to die now, and the price of resurrecting her without permission will affect the future. I'm sorry. Yasheng said helplessly, this time he made a move just because those people made him angry, but he would not resurrect a person who was destined to die for this. Looking around, the burning house had collapsed, and there was no sign of a survivor except for the little girl. Chapter 10. Yasheng returned to the origin state, and the black hair of the jet black phantom also turned into white broken hair. His anger was gone, so there was no need to stay here. The little girl kept holding his legs, tears wetting his pants, longing, expecting, and grieving. When Yasheng shook her head, she still didn't believe that she was so powerful that she would definitely be able to save her mother. Finally, he accepted this cruel truth and stopped holding Yasheng's legs. Yasheng just nodded slightly, and then turned to leave. This time I don't plan to walk in the clouds, and I'm not in the mood to enjoy the view. Walking calmly in the forest, the silence of the forest in the faint moonlight is also a sight. But there was a petite figure behind him, and Mimi had been quietly following Yasheng. "Little girl, come out, you don't have to follow me." Yasheng stopped. There was a hint of movement in the bushes behind her, and the little girl stepped out of the bushes. The white socks on her feet were a little tattered, and the white kimono was full of filth and dust. "I have nowhere to go, they ruined my home, I want to follow you." The little girl plucked up her courage and said. Yasheng was silent, which was reasonable. A little girl's home was destroyed and her relatives were killed, and she was alone. "What's your name?" "Turtledove." The little girl looked into Yasheng's eyes and replied. "Turtledove. Turtledove." Yasheng was wondering what kind of character this was, and seemed to have a little impression. Yasheng's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the little girl, and thought to himself, "Sakura-colored hair, kimono dress, also called a karaga." Yasheng hurriedly used the origin to trace the past of the turtledove, and used the fate of the end to explore the life of the turtledove. Turtledove, no moon-flowing swordsmanship, the destruction of the young home, the last descendant of the genre, after practicing swordsmanship, strong strength, the Skull Guild assassination group of the three-feather black captain, was defeated by Alyssa in the Tower of Paradise, disappeared, and was later confirmed dead. After the investigation, in just one sentence, it summed up the life of the turtledove, a veritable trick. The turtledove in the demon tale is strong, and it is not an idle person to be able to fight with Alyssa without falling behind, but the turtledove at that time was very beautiful, like a cherry blossom, but the little girl in front of him. Yasheng couldn't think of it. But the turtledove kept staring at him, feeling hairy, especially that look, clearly wanted to follow him. Okay. It always felt like this scene was familiar, and he had a premonition that it had been very bad. Sure enough, hearing Yasheng's promise, Turtledove's eyes lit up, and he trotted in front of Yasheng with a happy face. "Master," said softly and cutely. Yasheng shook his head and kept smiling forcefully. "I knew it. I accepted an apprentice in a daze." As for why Yasheng didn't refuse, Yasheng promised that he definitely didn't agree to accept it because the turtledove poked his XP, although the kimono. Hey, hey, hey. Ahem, ahem, mainly because the turtledove was homeless and took it out of pity. "That's it, don't doubt it, I'm normal." After a short period of comfort, Yasheng said. "Why do you call me master?" "I want to be strong, I want revenge." The turtledove was fierce, and the hatred revealed in his eyes was very strong. "What about after revenge?" Yasheng asked again. I do not know." Akariga is at a loss, she only thinks about one thing in her heart now, revenge. "Okay, but as a teacher, I still have to remind you that when you are confused, you might as well stop and think about what to do next. The choice is more important than the result." Yasheng picked up the turtledove and stayed away from this place of right and wrong. Coming to the bottom of a mountain, Yasheng directly broke a hole in the mountainside, which is isolated from the world. The birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, which is the best place to relax, and the turtledove will force herself because of revenge, so there must be an environment for her to relieve her mood. Here we are. Yasheng walked into the cave, and under the surprised gaze of the turtledove, he constructed a series of daily necessities such as wooden chairs, stone tables, and wooden beds out of thin air. Origin: I became a furniture maker. Yasheng put the turtledove on the wooden chair and took off her mud-stained white socks, and her small feet, which should have been smooth, were swollen and bruised. "Does it hurt?" Yasheng touched it lightly. It was not too serious, and it was only a skin trauma. "It hurts." "Well." The turtledove endured in pain. Yasheng listened to the voice. A big question mark popped up in his mind, and he suddenly felt that he was very punished. Without much thought, holding the little feet of the turtledove, life began to kick in. The following turtledove is omitted. After putting the tired turtledove on the bed, Yasheng hurried out of the cave. I'm so obedient, I almost can't hold back. I made such a torture sound at a young age, and I almost went to the police station for tea. Wait, I'm the Origin Fear Wool Police. Let me think about what to teach. I can't fool the past. Cherry hair, kimono. There you go. The origin, structure, the selection, confirmed, the concept, completed, and the casting begins. The shimmer of light converged in front of Yasheng, forming a ball of light, and when the light cluster disappeared, a light blue knife appeared in Yasheng's hand. Construct complete, construct item, Hell Ice Sky Change. Hell Ice Sky Change, the weapon constructed by Origin, the Tadeo. The user obtains the ice attribute, the ice flower, the frost domain, the ice mark, the seal of the instant, the growth alienation, and the destiny binding. Ice attribute, attacks deal an equal amount of cryo DMG. Ice flower, gain 3 stacks of ice flower, consume 1 stack for each critical damage you take and be immune to that damage. Frost field, unleashes the chill of the hell, creating an absolute zero chill around the area, freezing enemies. Ice mark, creates an ice mark on a frozen target, which detonates with 5 times the damage of the self and restores a layer of ice flower with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Growth alienation, as the user's abilities grow, the seal of instant will be unlocked, and the current progress, 0/100, will be unlocked. Fate binding, the same style as the clothes of the sky. Seal of the moment? Unlocked. As soon as I thought of Tadeo, swordsmanship, kimono, and Sakura, Yasheng thought of a most suitable character, Yae Sakura, and the cold hell ice heaven needed Honkai energy to use, so this cold hell ice sky change was specially modified by Yasheng. However, it is also a bit dangerous for a Karage to hold the sword all the time, so Yasheng thoughtfully equipped the cold hell ice sky with a scabbard. Before starting to teach the turtledove again, Yasheng planned to let the turtledove take revenge first, so that there would be no worries. Chapter 11. While the turtledove had not yet woken up, Yasheng stood at the mouth of the cave and looked at the ruins. First Ilusa, then turtledoves, what's going on? Yasheng has a big head and wants to be a salted fish, but fate always plays tricks on him. No, fate doesn't dare to play tricks. Let's take a look at what guild destroyed the turtledove village first. Trace. Yasheng pointed to the location of the village, and a lot of information came to his mind, including the history of the village, and everyone's information, but these were not the main ones. Yasheng found the information about the Dark Guild that destroyed the village. The shadow of the Dark Guild demon, formerly known as the Giant's Foot, one of the affiliated guilds incorporated by the Demon Heart Guild, was short of food due to the suppression of the Magic Council, and did not dare to show his head, so he sent a number of teams to attack the village to collect food, and the village of the turtledove was destroyed by the attack of Team 9. The Devil's Shadow, Heart, Forehead. Let me think about it. It felt familiar, but I couldn't remember it. Hello GA. Balam Alliance, I think about it, the affiliated guild is indeed a bit troublesome. If it happens, I can't just slap the leader of the demon's heart to death. Yasheng's worry is not that it will summon trouble, no matter what Hades says, he is also a plot character in the back, and it is very troublesome to kill him casually. I remember this guy was a fanatical believer in Jelf. 0.0, got an idea. As the sky began to rise, Yasheng walked into the cave. The turtledove had woken up, still a little tired, sitting on the bed, ready to collapse at any moment. Good morning. Yasheng smiled, took out an apple from his arms, and handed it to the turtledove. Master. The turtledove only responded with a question mark, and then took the apple and ate it. After a simple meal, Yasheng brought the turtledove to the mountain, changed his lazy appearance and stood in front of the turtledove very seriously. Little turtledove, since you want revenge, you have to have enough strength, but you don't want revenge to be the driving force for your growth. Yesheng handed the cold hell ice sky to the turtle-dove. "Master, what is this?" The turtle-dove took the ice blue knife, and was attracted by this knife for a while. It was so beautiful. "This is a weapon given to you by the teacher, cold and icy." As soon as Yesheng finished speaking, the cold air of the cold hell ice sky change instantly filled the turtle-dove's arm. "Master! It's so cold _ Cold is inevitable, because you don't have the qualifications to pick up this sword, so..." Yesheng tapped the ground lightly with his toes. A heavy stone door appeared in front of him, slowly opening, and a whirlpool appeared. "This is the inside of the cold and icy sky, and it is also the trial for you to be recognized. Go ahead." Yesheng motioned for the turtle-dove to step forward. The turtle-dove shook the sword in his hand, and despite the influence of the cold, he stepped into the stone gate. Unlike the outside world, it was night. The bright moon hung in the sky. It was empty. The only thing that existed, there was only one cherry blossom tree, and under the cherry tree, the pink-haired girl also held an ice-blue sword, staring at the cherry blossoms. "Welcome to the trial." The pink-haired girl turned around. "Are you?" the turtle-dove asked curiously. "Beautiful, so beautiful, heroic," and the pair of fox ears on his head made people want to touch it. "My name is Sakura, and I was entrusted here to pass on the memory of moments to you." The cherry blossom in front of him is not the real Sakura, but an illusion constructed by Yesheng and the real Sakura with origin, an independent existence. "What should I do?" Turtle-dove asked. "It's simple, take up your weapon and show me if you have the qualifications." After Sakura finished speaking, she put her hand on the hilt of the sword and assumed a fighting stance. "Please advise." "My name is Turtle-dove, no Moonflow swordsmanship, please advise me." Akariga posed as a cashier and introduced himself. "So, let's get started." Yesheng drew a circle near the stone gate to ensure that no one disturbed him, and then the figure disappeared. "The Dark Guild, the seat of the heart of demons. Hades is staying in the guild and cultivating with peace of mind. Its members also stay in the guild and are idle." Suddenly, the door of the guild was broken, and Yesheng slowly walked out of the dust. "Yo, is Hades here?" Yesheng asked with a smile on his face. "Boy, are you tired of daring to break into the heart of our demons?" A man with long unkempt blonde hair, a circle of red eyes, and a guild heraldic tattoo on his right chest, arrogantly came to Yesheng. "I wonder if you're Hades?" Yesheng smiled and asked kindly. "I'm the God-Slayer wizard Zankro. Boy, what do you want us to do?" Zankro grabbed Yesheng's collar. "Ha ha ha ha, Zankro, don't scare people." Bruno Stega, who was on the side, smiled disdainfully. "Since you're not, then, climb." Yesheng changed his smiling countenance and became serious, and then kicked Zankro into the air, slamming it against the wall. The rest of the 7 dependents were just about to step forward, but Hades stepped forward. "Boy, dare to come to the door to provoke the heart of the strongest Dark Guild demon, I have to say, the courage is commendable." Hades sneered, walked up to Yesheng, and looked at him condescendingly. "Oh." Yesheng looked at Hades' eyes and was unmoved. Chapter 12. "Your people seem a little impolite," Yesheng said casually, not taking Hades seriously. "Young people, provoke the heart of the devil, there is a price," Hades said in a low voice, and at the same time, the magic power on his body flashed, ready to wipe out Yesheng with a single blow. "Well, don't be so impulsive." The white hair gradually turned into a black shadow, and the end form reappeared. At the moment when the end form appeared, everyone present felt that the magic power in their bodies was gone. For magicians, magic is crucial, but in Yesheng's final form, he directly uses the finality particle to destroy the surrounding magic and seal the magic in all of them. "What did you do?" Hades panicked, not feeling the magic in his body. Everyone began to panic, trying to perceive the magic, but to no avail. Hades looked at Yesheng in the form of finality, and a feeling appeared in his heart that he had never felt before: fear. Can we talk about it now? Yasheng smiled, but this smile, in their eyes, was even more terrifying than the demon. Seeing that none of them spoke, Yasheng walked to the bar and sat down. A cup of tea, a glass of wine, thank you. Ah! The waiter was stunned and prepared in a panic. Your demon's heart is a little warm, even the bar counter. Yasheng turned and looked at them. That. Your tea and wine. The waiter carefully placed a cup of tea and a glass of wine next to the Night Sheng. Hades, what are you doing standing there? Come here, let's talk something. Yasheng beckoned to Hades, as if to greet his younger brother. Hades walked over to Yasheng and sat down next to him, looking straight at him. Who the hell are you? I'm here to talk about something, your wine. Yasheng pushed the wine to Hades and drank it himself. Tell me, what's the matter? Hades said in a low voice. Your people seem to be a little rude. Again, Yasheng said it again. If it's someone below who offends you, I apologize. Hades looked at Zankro in the wall and shook his head. Yasheng shook his head, because he wasn't talking about that Zankro. And what are you talking about? Seeing Yasheng shake his head, Hades shrewdly felt that it was not Zankro who was talking about it. One of the Demon's Heart-affiliated guilds, Devil's Shadow. Yasheng took a sip of tea, and then put it down, a little not very good at brewing, bitter to death, but couldn't show it. The shadow of the devil, Hades knew, was co-opted by his own people, and then stared straight at the vice president, Bruno. Bruno, who was being targeted, was scared for a while. If the people below offend you, then I will solve it with my own hands. Hades' tone changed, and he was respectful to Yasheng. Bruno didn't feel good. It won't be long before the shadow of the devil will cease to exist, you just have to be honest. The meaning is obvious: if you dare to make a move, I will solve it with you. Hades' shrewd mind sensed it, and nodded his head, completely out of frame. Yasheng, who got the reply, nodded, stood up and walked out of the demon's heart. The tea was bitter, and if he didn't leave, the pain mask was all on his face. After Yasheng left, the final particle that sealed their magic was withdrawn, and the magic returned to their arms once again. All you can hear is a wail coming from the demon's heart. Yasheng suddenly found a problem: there doesn't seem to be Arusha and Melty among the 7 dependents of Purgatory, but think about it, according to the current timeline, these 2 people haven't joined yet, but that tea is really bitter. Back at the stone gate at the top of the mountain, the turtle dove had not yet come out of it. Inside the stone gate. Standing in front of the stone gate, the turtle dove only needed to take one step to complete the trial, turned around with some reluctance and looked at the cherry blossoms under the cherry blossom trees. Can we meet again? Make your choice and move forward, don't look back, even a moment's hesitation will undo all your efforts. Sakura said as she carried the turtle dove on her back and looked at the cherry blossom tree. Hearing Sakura's words, Akariga didn't respond, but just bent down to thank Sakura, and then stepped into the stone gate. Then, Sakura and the scene she was in disappeared. She was just an illusion of the origin construct, but she was an independent existence, and now that the trial was complete, it was time to disappear as well. Current seal of moments, 21%. The turtle dove came to a passage, and she was puzzled that there was no passage when she stepped through the stone gate. At the end of the passage is another stone door, which is another exit. The turtle dove continued to move towards the exit, but no matter how it walked, the distance from the exit remained the same. At this moment, Akariga closed her eyes and remembered what Sakura had said. This moment of inscription embodies the skills and insights I have honed on the battlefield, and I hope this memory can help you. The turtle dove pulled out the ice blue sword and swung its blade in the passage with one move. At the same time, the exit of the passage also shortened the distance towards her little by little. And abandon all distractions, let your heart and the blade in your hand become one. Yes, all you have to do is cut off Akaraga followed the words in his head, concentrated all his spirits, and swung the strongest sword forward. There is no need for mercy to treat the enemy, it is cruel to yourself, but you must recognize who the real enemy is. This sword swung a hole in front of the turtledove, and the blade in his hand seemed to be blocked by something. Well done, little turtledove. Hearing the familiar voice, Akaraga opened her eyes, and Yasheng was catching the blade of Akaraga with 2 fingers, looking at her with a smile. Master! The turtledove, who saw Yasheng, put away his sword in one fell swoop, and then stepped forward to hug Yasheng. Congratulations, little turtledove, you have completed the trial, and the cold sky has recognized you. Yasheng touched the turtledove's head and said with relief. That passage was added by Yasheng temporarily, the purpose was to see how the turtledove progressed. In fact, the turtledove had already come out, it was just an illusion given by Yasheng according to the previous hesitation of the turtledove. Master, the little turtledove didn't disappoint you. The turtledove, which was praised, enjoyed the touch of the knight's head. Yasheng is actually a little weak-hearted, he doesn't seem to be teaching anything. If he really wants to talk about the master, it seems that Sakura is the master of the turtledove, and he seems to be a guide. Yasheng takes the turtledove back to the cave on the mountainside, and the stone gate disappears, and Yasheng sees Sakura nodding to him from the place where the stone gate disappeared. Yasheng smiled, it seems that he has done something stupid. Chapter 13. Night. Yasheng and the turtledove stood at the entrance of the cave. Master, where are we going? The turtledove ate the grilled fish in his hand and asked curiously. Little turtledove, the guild that killed your village has been found. Yasheng looked in one direction, at least 20 kilometers away from them. Hearing this, turtledove put down the grilled fish and reached out to hold the knife at his waist. Looks like you're ready. Yasheng turned his head to look at the turtledove's movements, and the calm, hateful look in his eyes. Master, who are those people? Turtledove asked. The shadow of the devil, the strength is okay, it is considered to be at the lower middle level, but don't worry, the division will go together. Yasheng said the information of that guild, as well as its strength. Master, I want to solve it with my own hands. Akaraga replied that he was still too young, not to mention the strength of that guild, with the current strength of Idoraga would inevitably be injured. Go straight in that direction. Since the turtledove doesn't want him to interfere, he can also take it easy. Anyway, if the turtledove has an accident, he can be the first to arrive. Why don't you let Yasheng pass the turtledove over? It's very simple, Yasheng is lazy, if you want to go together, Yasheng is happy to open a passage directly. Stay safe, if there is any accident, call me. Yasheng patted the turtledove on the shoulder and walked into the cave. Turtledove nodded, took the sword, and hurried all the way in the direction that Yasheng pointed to. Shadow of the Devil. It's just a small guild that's been suppressed by the Magic Council, and it's living in a Shamburo situation, with little supplies, and it's in a dilapidated place, not even a house, at best a bit of a house-like ruin. Although they were co-opted by the most powerful Dark Guild of the Demon Heart, they didn't care about them at all. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder for co-optation, and they had no use value. For this reason, as magicians, they have done the work of robbers and thieves, and it can be said that they live a humble life. Now, the Demon Shadow President is receiving this very important guest. Lord Vulcan, I don't know what you're doing this time. The middle-aged uncle flattered Zankro. You guys are really a pair of rags here, if it weren't for the president's orders, Laozi wouldn't want to come. Zankro covered his nose in disgust, unable to stand the smell here. Yes, it's a small oversight. Said flattering words on his lips, and he had already scolded Zankro Street in his heart, but he couldn't show it. Your guild didn't mess with anything, President Hades was furious about it. Zankro doesn't talk nonsense either, he gets straight to the point, it's too broken here. How is it possible, the Magic Council has been suppressing the Dark Guild, and there is no way for this small guild to be at all, let alone any big names. Who are you fooling? I didn't provoke any big shots. Why is President Hades so angry that his face is crooked? Zancro grabbed the middle-aged uncle's neck and lifted it up. Misunderstanding. Lord Vulcan, the little one has been telling the truth. The team I sent out went out to search for supplies, and the 9th team has not been heard from until now. The middle-aged uncle trembled with fear, and the other guild members didn't dare to act rashly at all. At this moment, the only dilapidated gate of the guild was kicked open, and the turtle dove walked out of the dust, with a calm and terrible face. What a person! The other guild members were wary of turtle doves. Zancro turned his head and sensed danger from the turtle dove, which made him very excited, put down the middle-aged uncle, licked his lips and looked at the turtle dove. Little girl, you don't have the courage to disturb me when Lord Vulcan is doing something, which makes me very unhappy. Zancro's hands burst into flames. Akaraga just glanced at him, then placed his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Are you the boss here? Turtledove asked, because no one else dared to act rashly except for him, so he guessed that the guy in front of him was the leader of this place. Boss, ha 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 ha. Little girl, don't make a mistake, Lord Vulcan, don't disdain to be the boss of this pile of rags, the angry cry of the Vulcan. Zancro laughed arrogantly, then spat out a black flame at the turtledove. Facing the blazing black flames, the turtledove felt very dangerous, pulled out the cold hell ice sky change, and slashed at the flames. The collision between the knife and the fire produced a violent explosion that repelled all the people around it, and the turtledove was knocked back by the flames for several steps, and there were some burning marks on its body. Oh, you can actually take my flame, little girl, your strength is good, ha 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 ha. Zancro laughed and looked at the turtledove with interest. His own magic was lost magic, god-destroying magic, destructive power and strength were top-notch existences. A little girl was able to catch a flame of her own, only to be knocked back a few steps. It's so strong, it seems that you can't be careless. The knife in the turtledove's hand began to release cold energy, and the blow just now was enough to kill the turtledove completely, but the damage was too high, and it directly triggered the ice flower and resisted a damage, and now the petals on the back of the turtledove's hand are one less petal, and there are two left. Then, the cold air spreads along the ground where the turtledove is located. Frost field activated. The people present felt more and more cold, and some were even directly frozen into ice sculptures. Frost began to appear on Zancro's feet, and gradually spread upwards. What is this? It makes me feel a little cold. Zancro was surprised that he was a god-destroying demon guide of fire, and it was impossible for him to be afraid of the ice system, but this cold air made him feel cold to the bone. He looked at the turtledove, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Chapter 14. It's just a little girl. I am so scared. I want to see what confidence you have. Zancro's body was in flames, and the intense flames dispersed the cold air around him. Destroy my village, humiliate my mother, and I will make you pay. The turtledove took a stand and confronted Zancro. Zancro looked confused. Why didn't he remember the bad things he had done? As if he understood something, the corners of his mouth went up. Ha 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 ha. What is it? A little girl, don't be ashamed to say it, let me send you on your way, go and reunite with your mother. Zancro's hands were covered in black flames, and he leapt up and punched at the turtledove, and the blazing black flames dispersed the cold air in front of Zancro. It's exactly what I want. This is a move of the Sakura sect turtledove, and in the process of retracting the knife, Hell Ice Sky Chong swings a circle of ice flowers around the turtledove, and when someone touches the cherry blossom, they will be slashed once. Zancro looked at the ice flowers floating around the turtledove and had a bad feeling in his heart, but his fist had already rushed towards him. The moment he touched the ice flower, Zancro stopped in the air, and countless sword lights slashed across Zankro's body. The turtle-dove stayed in place as if it had paused, but in fact, the cold hell ice sky had changed to a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye, and the turtle-dove slashed at Zankro. In the next second, Zankro's screams roared, and he subconsciously withdrew his hand and hurriedly retreated. The turtle-dove remained in place, elegantly retracting the knife. "Damn, a little girl, it's really beyond my expectations, ha 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 ha, it's good, you me off, ha." Zankro laughed and squatted down, the magic power on his body surged, and countless fiery black flames ignited on him. The rolling waves directly dispersed all the cold air around them. The turtle-dove was already feeling the heat, and it was a little untenable by the blazing waves. If it weren't for the hell, she would have been blown away by this blazing wave. The difference in strength is already obvious. Even though the turtle-dove passed the trial and had the cold hell ice sky change, it was only a little girl at best, and her magic power was not developed at all. "It's so strong, it's damn, am I going to die here?" The pressure from Zankro made turtle-dove breathless. "Ha ha ha ha. Little girl, just this bit of ability, it's not that I'm crushed to death by my Lord Vulcan, it's up to you, ridiculous." Zankro looked at the turtle-dove, who was a little unsteady, and laughed. He was now full of firepower. "Don't panic, calm down." The turtle-dove took a deep breath and closed its eyes. "Yo, is this already resigned to fate? Then let Uncle Ben die." Black flames erupted from Zankro's hands again, and then the flames of his hands came together. The fire god of the fire god. A huge black fireball blasted towards the turtle-dove. "Don't hesitate, always stay calm, merge your heart with the blade in your hand, all you have to do is cut down. No matter whether the enemy is strong or not, you just swing the sword." Sakura's voice resurfaced in her head. Turtle-dove opened her eyes, and a huge fireball was coming towards her, clenching the sword in her hand and assuming a posture of drawing it. "This is instant." When the fireball had already arrived in front of the turtle-dove swung the knife in his hand, and the moment the sword collided with the fire, there was an explosion. Billowing smoke buries the turtle-dove completely. "Seem already defeated. Ha ha ha." Zankro looked at the smoke and laughed. "You seem to be happy." The voice of the turtle-dove came out in the thick smoke. Zangelo looked at the smoke in surprise. After the smoke cleared, the turtle-dove was still standing, and the kimono on his body was in tatters, leaving only the key parts in front of him, and the exposed skin was burned by the flames. The dusty face showed a determined look. How could it be? Zankro obviously didn't believe the scene in front of him. No one could survive his trick, no. But now not only there is, but also just a little girl. But the turtle-dove is now at the end of the crossbow, and it is already the last strength to be able to barely stand, and the moment the fireball explodes, the ice flower of the hell ice sky modification resisted the fatal blow caused by the explosion, but the continuous damage of the flames is not enough to make the turtle-dove die, so the turtle-dove is now very reluctant. There was only one ice flower left, and turtle-dove looked at the petals on the back of her hand, leaving only one piece, and now she was sure that this petal would help her block the fatal damage. It's just that this test is a bit overdone. Humph, I don't believe it, you can take another trick. Black flames poured out of Zankro's hands again, ready to coalesce. An old man appeared from the side and stood in front of the turtle-dove. "Young man, can you give me a face?" The short, gentle old man said to Zankro. "Tisk, Makarov, the ghost is not gone." Seeing who it was, Zankro put away the flames and quickly retreated, although he was arrogant, but he was self-aware. This man is one of the 10 wizards of the Holy Spirit, the president of Fairy Tale, Makarov. After Zankro left, the turtle-dove lay on the ground as if he had been drained. "It's good, in the face of such a powerful opponent, you are still not afraid of danger, kid. What is your name?" Makarov gently lifted the turtle-dove. The turtle-dove did not reply, this is a stranger, keep the vigilance it should be, although save himself. You see, I just forgot, my name is Makarov, and I'm the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov introduced himself. Looking at the short old man who was about the same size as himself, the turtle dove looked a little disdainful, even disgusted. Especially the way Makarov looked at himself. The turtle dove couldn't hold it anymore, his strength was exhausted, he closed his eyes, and passed out. Alas, it's so badly wounded, what a wound it is. Makarov said distressedly, he was already bound to include the turtle dove in the guild, and he took a fancy to the turtle dove's qualifications. Just as he was about to put the turtle dove on his back and leave, a man in a black hood suddenly appeared and took the turtle dove in his arms. Makarov instantly put himself in a position, and he couldn't breathe when he suddenly appeared in front of his holy ten, and the moment he appeared, he felt an unprecedented pressure. That's all for today, Makarov. The hooded man said casually, and left with the turtle dove and the cold hell on the ground. Hugo, put that kid down. Makarov's body suddenly became huge, and then he threw a punch at the hooded man. Ignorance. The hooded man just spoke, and then disappeared with the turtle dove. Makarov's fist swung into the air, sensing the breath, which was completely devoid of the man's total. Alas! With a sigh, he left, he still had important things to do. Inside the cave, Yasheng put the unconscious turtle dove on the bed, put the prepared kimono on the bedside, and walked out of the cave, looking in the direction Makarov had left. Yasheng took off his hood, and yes, he had been watching the turtle dove's every move. The president of Fairy Tale, Makarov. He muttered. Chapter 15. The turtle dove opened its eyes. Looking at the familiar surroundings around her, she noticed the kimono on the side, and weakly propped herself up and changed into the kimono. Yasheng, on the other hand, has been at the entrance of the cave, observing Makarov's traces. He saw that Makarov was investigating the ruined village of Turtledove, otherwise he would not have come here for no reason. Master. Turtledove cautiously said that because the current Yasheng is still in a state of finality, although she has seen Yasheng's black hair, but the cold, ruthless, and even indifferent temperament makes Turtledove very afraid. Hearing the Turtledove calling herself, Yasheng turned her head, changing from finality to origin, and her black hair also turned into white broken hair, from that ruthless, indifferent temperament to full of tenderness and charity in an instant. What's the matter, little turtledove? Yasheng picked up the turtledove and said gently. The turtledove lowered its head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, master, I'm still too weak. Yasheng rubbed the turtledove's cheek and didn't speak, just smiled. Master, Akariga will definitely work harder to become stronger. Turtledove said guiltily that Yasheng had given her the power of revenge, but she had not used it. Little turtledove, you have done it, the opponent you are facing is not your target, he just happens to be there. Yasheng said slowly. Yasheng put the turtledove down and watched the sun gradually rise, the gentle sunlight shining on their faces. Akariga clenched the sword in her hand. The opponent is strong, but she will become stronger. Yasheng was a little absent-minded. Because one thing caught his attention, and that was that there was a small problem with his final form, or rather, a new power. Final count, 1. Only this simple paragraph made him care a lot, the power that suddenly appeared, and when it appeared in front of Makarov, it changed from 0 to 1. Nothing has changed. So what exactly does this power mean? Why did it appear after meeting Makarov, and when I took Alyssa and Akariga, there was never a situation? Thinking of this, Yasheng looked at the turtledove who was determined and facing the sun. Master, I'm hungry. The turtledove's belly began to growl. This sound interrupted Yasheng's thoughts, and he patted his head with some unresponsiveness. Alas, Master forgot, ha ha ha. While the turtledove went to the top of the mountain to cultivate, Yasheng stayed in the cave to study the new power. I want to use it, but it doesn't work, I want to understand, but I can't break it. Strange, if it's power, why is there only this paragraph? Could it be that it's not power? Or is it? Yesheng closed his eyes. He was going to do a very dangerous thing, forcibly analyze power. If he didn't even understand his own power, then he wasn't even a salted fish. Let me see, what the hell are you? Gotta. Something seems to have been pried open. Yesheng's consciousness came to a pure white space. Origin, here you come. A figure emerged, and finally appeared, and Yesheng's eyes froze, because the person in front of him was exactly what he looked like. He who originates and who ends. Origin, that's the end of it. Finale said without joy or sorrow, apparently, trying to prevent Yesheng from continuing to analyze. What if I insist on parsing it? Yesheng stopped to analyze and confronted the finality. No, on the contrary, I'd love to, but now is not the time. Final shook his head. Okay, I'll stop parsing, but I at least want to know what it is. I don't even know my own powers, then I just don't do it. Yesheng gave up the analysis, since finality took a step back, then I don't want to make an inch. As if to say something, Yesheng nodded solemnly and withdrew from the space of consciousness. Yesheng, who returned to reality, walked out of the cave with a solemn face, overlooking this piece of the world. It wasn't power, but it was dangerous, and the only thing Yesheng knew right now was that once the terminal count reached a certain critical point, it would dissipate the world, along with himself. It seems that some are busy. Yesheng looked at his hands, representing origin on one side and end on the other. Well, at least, you can still be idle for a while. Yesheng changed his attitude, and it was that salted fish posture again. Chapter 16. The night Sheng lies in the cave like a salted fish. He felt that he was a hands-off shopkeeper, although the talent of the turtle dove was not a genius, but it had a basic swordsmanship, and it had the inheritance of the cold and ice sky and the moment. The turtle dove was more of a solo training, and it had nothing to do with himself. Origin. An exchange from the heart interrupted Yesheng's thoughts. Leisurely close his eyes and come to the pure white again. In his end form, he was busy in front of a virtual screen. Sensing the arrival of Yesheng, he also stopped what he was doing. Did you find anything? Yesheng stepped forward and asked, looking at the virtual screen. For a while, his face became solemn. That's why I'm looking for you, you see. End points to the midpoint of the map on the screen. This is the final location of the end, Sirius Island. The last screen shown is the island of Sirius. This also makes Yesheng dignified. Sirius Island is the holy place of the fairy tale, a key and important place in the plot. Why? Yesheng turned his head and asked. Only here will the choice be initiated, and when the time comes, it will be up to the world to be reborn or destroyed. Finale, he said, expressionlessly. What is the result, and fate can't be inferred. The answer I got was only a final silence. Yesheng sensed something was wrong. Isn't it? In order to analyze the end, the power of fate has been shattered. Yesheng checked the power, and sure enough, the seat of power that symbolized fate had been shattered. But the good news is that at least the tipping point of the end has been reached, and once the end count reaches 20, the final decision will be initiated, and until then, everything will be fine. Finale said indifferently, the disappearance of power is understandable to him, and it is also a power that is often not used, and it is broken when it is broken, and Yesheng doesn't care much about it. However, Origin, I suggest going to Sirius Island to find out if there is anything that can be recovered, or what is the reason for the initiation of the end. Well, I'll go. Yesheng nodded solemnly and left the pure white room. After returning to reality, it is already approaching dusk. Calculate the time, and it is time for the turtle dove to return. I stretched my waist and began to prepare for today's dinner. After leaving a note and a pendant, he left the cave. Master, Master, look at my new moves. The turtle dove returned to the cave, drenched in sweat, but Yasheng was gone. Where's master? All the turtle dove saw was a table of hot food, and a note. Little turtle dove, when you see this note, the teacher has left, although I don't get along with you for a long time, but I get along very well. The teacher is very happy to see you grow step by step, but there are important things for the teacher. I have to leave. The pendant on the table is a gift for the teacher. In the days to come, you can only rely on your own efforts to grow. Maybe one day you will meet. By that time, the turtle dove has become very strong, for the teacher is looking forward to it. Turtle dove didn't react for a moment. She didn't understand why Yasheng left so suddenly. The mood is very complicated, holding the pendant on the table, looking blankly. Looking at the hot food on the table, she was hungry but had no appetite, so she got up tiredly, lay on the bed, and put her head in the pillow. Yasheng walked in the clouds. He was walking in a straight line towards Sirius Island. The moonlight was shining on the clouds, Baizhe was bright, and it made people feel calm. He was enjoying the current situation, because he had done it more than once, and this was not the premise of Ilusa. The pendant was the same as Ilusa's, only the color was different, but the function was the same. At least they can ensure their safety, and Yasheng is not worried about their safety at all. Sighed, the only pity is, JK Fairy Queen, Kimono Little Lori, he didn't have to appreciate, no way, who called the end of the matter more important. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 17. By the time the turtle dove woke up, it was already dawn. She wished that last night had just been a dream, but the hot meal on the table and the cold pendant in her hand shattered her illusions. I wanted to cry a lot, but she was sad and didn't know why. She couldn't cry anymore, her eyes hurt a lot, and her vision was a little blurry. Gripping the pendant tightly, he hung it around his waist, picked up the cold and icy day and walked out of the cave, and the hot meal was stunned. The morning sun shone on her young face, perhaps it was a new beginning. After glancing back at the cave, he left here with a cold and icy sky. After the turtle dove left, everything in the cave began to dissipate, and the entire cave collapsed. It has been completely sealed. Yasheng came to the sky above a sea. The fierce and majestic waves are constantly surging. In the middle of it, there is such an area, the wind is calm, and the turbulent waves deliberately avoid that area. Here we are, Sirius Island. The others may not be able to see the island, only the sorcerers can see it, but the only ones who can be protected are the members of Fairy Tale. That seal is very unique. On this Sirius Island, the magic power of the Fairy Tale members and the mana recovery have been significantly improved. It can be said that there is plenty of magic here, and it belongs exclusively to the Fairy Tale members, a veritable fairy sanctuary. Yasheng flew to Sirius Island and slowly landed on the ground. Just stepping in, it was very different. Huge ancient trees, islands in the sea, flowers and plants are dazzling, pleasing to the eye. This is Yasheng's experience, it's really refreshing. This is what I dreamed of, a vacation destination. Yasheng's evaluation of Sirius Island is like a rocket. Ahem, it's important to get down to business. Yasheng walked leisurely towards the center of Sirius Island. But there was a petite shadow behind him, constantly following. Suddenly, Yasheng was stopped by a tree that had just fallen. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he turned left to get around, but was stopped by a fallen tree. Yasheng was puzzled and turned right to bypass it, but by coincidence, a big stone just rolled from a high place next to it, and it was accurately stuck in front of Yasheng, just enough to stop. It's funny, it's this way, it's a little naive. Yasheng didn't care, and moved a little in place. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, lift the buttocks and close the abdomen. Yasheng rushes to the obstacles, ready for a wave of precision hurdles. But suddenly a stone rolled under his feet, and Yasheng just stepped on it and lost his balance. A mischievous laugh rang out, and the little girl hiding behind the big rock covered her belly and mouth, trying not to laugh out loud. "What a stupid guy, laugh at me, ha ha ha." The little girl couldn't help it and laughed. Anyway, she couldn't see her, and she couldn't hear her laughter. This is what she thought. After all, she was the first president of Fairy Tale Mibbies, and now she was just a ghost body, except for the guild members. No one could see her. "Yo, you're smiling so much, what's so happy? Say it and share it." "Ha ha ha, there's a guy." Mibbies was just halfway through her words when she suddenly sensed that something was wrong, and poked her head out to see that Yasheng was gone. When she looked up, Yasheng was squatting on the big rock with a smile on her face. "Wow!" Mibbies was startled, and comforted herself that she was a ghost, and wanted to slip away as if she had done something wrong. But no matter how many steps she took that way, Yasheng looked at her with a smile. This made her feel furious. "No, can you really see me?" When Yasheng landed on the island, she noticed that it was impossible to see her if she wasn't a member of Fairy Tale. But Yasheng's eyes kept looking at her, which made her a little weak. Yasheng looked at the very cute little lorry in front of her. He has turquoise eyes, a pair of wings on his head, and his hair is blonde, curly, and long. Wearing a cloak, he resembles a goblin and is always barefoot. Not surprisingly, this is the original president of Fairy Tale, Mibbies. Mibbies Viviamilio. One of the founders of the Fairy Tale Union, the president of the first union, and known as the Fairy Commander. With a cute appearance, a kind heart, a very smart mind and an ability that cannot be underestimated by himself, he has created 3 super magics, Fairy Law, Fairy Glory, and Fairy Ball, with powerful magic and unfathomable strength. But for now, it's a little lorry for Yasheng. "Can you see me?" Mibbies asked calmly, because Yasheng's gaze was always on her, which made her have to be vigilant. It's a very cool head, but this character can be understood. After all, it's a child, and it's normal to be a little naughty. Yasheng clapped his hands and watched with appreciation. I'm not a child." When Mibbies heard that he was a child, he puffed out his mouth and looked very cute. "Who the hell are you? What are you doing on Sirius Island?" Mibbies asked solemnly. She didn't believe that someone would come to Sirius Island for some reason. Don't be so vigilant, I'm just here for a vacation." Yasheng smiled leisurely. "Without Queen JK and Kimono Little Lori, isn't there a fairy Little Lori? Besides, the scenery here is so good." "Hey!" Yasheng's answer made Mibbies a little unable to turn around, and she had already figured out what this man would do. Steal the fairy heart and capture 2 super magics, Fairy Shine and Fairy Planet. But after thinking about it, how can anyone say their true purpose? But Yasheng's words convinced her. As the first president, it is still possible to distinguish between truth and falsehood, but judging from Yasheng's words and deeds, it seems to be really true. After thinking about it for a while, Mibbies decided to keep an eye on it. After all, he was not a member of Fairy Tale, so he had to be vigilant. Chapter 18. "General, I'm sorry, you lost." Yasheng smiled and put the double cannon mount in the middle and checkmate the handsome of Mibbies. "Ah!" Mibbies stood on the chess table, coquettishly. Obviously she had already calculated, after the first move to destroy Yasheng's 2 cars, she had 2 guns, 2 horses, and 2 cars, but in the end she lost. "Ha ha ha, it's you who aren't cautious enough." Yasheng smiled and set up the chess pieces. Mibbies is a ghost body, and he can't affect the chessboard at all, so he can only use magic to drive the chess pieces. "It's still you first." Yasheng made a please, and Mibbies sat down quietly, biting her thumb and thinking. In the past few days, Yasheng has been hanging out on Sirius Island, but no matter where he goes, Mibbies has been monitoring him, for fear of any movements. This gave him a headache. He was not interested in the secrets of this island, and the End had already begun to analyze the cause of the end of the Wolf Island, and he himself was idle and had nothing to do. In order to get rid of Mabiz's entanglement, Yasheng simply took out chess and played with Mabiz. When Mabiz saw the chessboard, he showed a strong interest, and after Yasheng briefly introduced the rules and gameplay, he began to play. Yasheng gave the red chess to Mabiz, and always gave her the first move, but after all, it was a bad move. Chess, to put it bluntly, is an alternation of offense and defense. Yasheng's defense is not bad at all, and the offense is also not weak, and often the general takes away important chess pieces after that. The most abusive thing, Yasheng relied on horses and cannons to directly tear apart the Mabiz defense line, and in the end, only she and Shui were left, struggling. Could it be that Mabiz is weak in chess skills and intelligence? But she attaches too much importance to the chess pieces and is unwilling to give them up, and Yasheng's offensive style of play basically wants to exchange one for one, but Mabiz is always unwilling, and in the end there is no way to retreat, and Yasheng ruthlessly swallows the chess pieces. Your style of play is too conservative, you don't even want to take risks, you just play chess, you don't need to be so serious. Yasheng took the second soldier from the left step forward. There must be a way. Mabiz manipulated his magic and moved the cannon to the edge. But it's a pity that your opponent doesn't think so. Eat. Yasheng's medium cannon directly eats the middle soldier of Mabiz, which means that there can't be any chess pieces in front of him, otherwise he will directly eat the middle soldier. Next, no matter how Mabiz arranged his troops, the chess pieces that crossed the river were eventually surrounded or forced back by Yasheng. Mabiz bit her thumb, and it was strange that her forehead, which was already covered in beads of sweat, was already covered in beads of sweat. Yasheng picked up the horse, and as long as it fell into an oblique angle, it would kill him, but when he saw Mabiz so focused, he chose another path and took the horse back. Mabiz suddenly felt the pressure drop and looked up. Yasheng smiled at her, and she understood what it meant. "Are you looking down on me?" Mabiz puffed out her cheeks, feeling underestimated. "No, I chose the safer way." Yasheng just laughed at this, not words. Deliberately leaving a passageway, Mabiz perceived, let the horse cross the river, the knight Sheng on the elephant, Mabiz fell the next key chess piece, the sunset vaulting general. Yasheng was not in a hurry to the general, and Mabiz's car rushed forward and pressed, "General, lore." Because Yasheng is on the elephant, the upper grid is blocked, and the lower grid is guarded, and now it is a lore, and the other chess pieces have been deliberately moved away by Yasheng. "You won." Yasheng helplessly spread his hands and admitted defeat. You put the water." Mabiz floated forward, puffing out her cheeks and looking at Yasheng up close. In the past few days, Yasheng and Mabiz have won 106-0, and Mabiz has not won a single game. Now it's the first victory. Yasheng is starting to get bored, but there is no way. Mabiz is a ghost body, there is no need to sleep. Whenever Yasheng wakes up, he comes to play chess with him in a hurry, and he really can't stand the toss. Refuse, and I'm embarrassed. After all, it's someone else's territory. If you don't refuse, you will abuse Mabiz to scratch her head frantically. Yasheng stood up, and took it as an admit. It doesn't matter to him if he loses, he has no desire to win at all, just play chess, just have fun. The point is to watch Mabiz scratch her ears and cheeks, it's quite cute. Sorry for the mistake. Yasheng's face was solemn, and then disappeared directly. You're always mysterious. Mabiz said unhappily, she still didn't know Yasheng's identity and name. Yasheng came to the center of Sirius Island, under the towering tree. Is this it? Yasheng's eyes froze. It's under this tree, it's well hidden, and the only message you get is under this tree. Finality is analyzed in the pure white space of Yasheng. There has been no progress in the search for the past few days, except for blank and blank, until just now, a trace of breath was perceived. I see, leave it to me. Yasheng closed his eyes and turned his form into finality, and his black phantom hair fluttered slowly. At the same time, Mabis suddenly felt an uneasy aura coming from the center of Sirius Island. This is what they... This breath made her shudder, cold, and revealed an aura that was even more terrifying than death. Hurried to the center of Sirius Island. Yasheng uses one of the powers of end of life, materialism, rejection. Both abilities can ignore attack and defense, and treat buildings as defenses, so that he can easily enter the tree. Wait! Seeing Yasheng's appearance, Mabis hurriedly flew over to stop him, and walked directly into the tree with one hand. Mabis froze in surprise. In the trees. It's a dark space, and it seems to be a separate space. It was dark in front of Yasheng's eyes, but there was a light that flickered in the darkness. It seems to be it. Yasheng felt that the light was attracting him, and his body slowly flew towards the light. When he came to the light source, he saw only a fragment, flickering slightly in front of him. One of the cornerstone fragments of the world. Chapter 19. Why is this thing here? Yasheng solemnly picked up the fragment, as the origin and final. Of course he knew this thing. What makes him wonder is why the cornerstone of the world is in pieces. The creation of a world requires the most basic foundations, the sky, the earth, and the wind, from which other elements such as magic can be derived. And the fragment in Yasheng's hand, which represents the earth, means that he can control the land of the fairy tale world and dominate it as he pleases. But generally speaking, the cornerstone of the world has always been a whole, and it is impossible to leave a single piece in one place. Origins, new discoveries. Finally, he said. Yasheng was silent, quietly listening to the analysis. The world has been in a state of instability since its birth, and for this reason, the cornerstone of the world has divided itself into three parts, sky, earth, and wind, in order to stabilize the world on the verge of collapse. A virtual screen appeared in front of Yasheng, and Finale said slowly. It stands to reason that the fragments should merge into the cornerstone after stabilizing the world, but for some reason, the fragments are disconnected from each other and cannot locate each other. The fragments representing the earth suppress the world's ley lines, the fragments representing the sky stabilizing the world's sky, and the fragments representing the wind continuously provide the world's nutrients. Terminal counting is not so much a power as a wake-up call, a cornerstone that transmits to us a world that is about to collapse. The terminal count appears on the right side of the virtual screen, and it has reached 5. This made Yasheng have to pay attention. So, cornerstone is going to threaten me and make me run errands. Yasheng said disdainfully. You can say the same, of course, you can ignore it, and after the fusion of the origin and the end, even if the world collapses, it will be safe and sound. Hearing this, Yasheng shook his head. Of course he could fuse the two, but there was no need for that, strength was not what he was after. So, why is this piece of debris on Sirius Island? Sirius Island is indeed a good shrine to the Fairy Tale Guild, but there are no shards that are sacred enough to attract Earth. Perhaps, to put it another way, the island was once unsurrounded by the ocean, and the Earth has been here since the beginning. Finality lists the information on the screen. Is it any wonder that Sirius Island is full of magic and is regarded as a holy place, not only the core ley lines of the world, but also the existence of fragments? What about other fragments? Yasheng threw away the fragments in his hand, played with it, and controlled the earth as he wanted. I can't find it either, it doesn't seem to be right now. Not now, is it hard to be? The three pieces seem to be staggered with each other for some reason, which also causes them to not coincide. Finality released a map of the entire world, and except for the one held by Yasheng, the rest of the place was empty. Well, it's a chore, no wonder after I came into contact with Makarov, the shards followed the breath of the fairy tale to me and threatened me. Yasheng snorted. Once this piece of debris leaves Sirius Island, this island will also sink into the sea. Finality projected the scene of Sirius Island, the waves roaring towards Sirius Island, and Mabis struggled to hold up the barrier. Looking at the little girl's stubborn and difficult appearance in order to resist the waves, Yasheng scratched her head, which was very embarrassing. Origin. You and I went together. Yasheng nodded. Since the fragments of the earth could not be separated from here, then the matter was very simple. Does it have any effect on you? Nope. Yasheng nodded, detached him from his body, and incorporated the fragments of the earth into his body. With jet black Fantori hair, a person who looked exactly like him stood in front of Yasheng. How it feels? Yasheng asked. Not very used to it. The final activity moves the shoulders, which is a little uncomfortable. And the fragment representing the earth is in the body of the end, so that you can leave with it. Although the concentration of mana on Sirius Island will decrease, it can ensure that Sirius Island will not sink into the sea. Finality controls the land beneath the bottom of Sirius Island and stabilizes the ley lines. The waves no longer hit Sirius, which also gave Mibis a sigh of relief. Not very good. Finale, he commented. Be content, it's the cornerstone, give it some face. Yasheng patted him on the shoulder. Looking for other fragments? Of course you have to look for it, no matter how you say it will threaten me, this is very unusual, don't charge some interest too much. Yasheng smiled. Indeed, and this fragment has stabilized in my body, after being fed with a part of the energy, the other fragments are still in an unstable state, and the terminal count may increase. Finale, he said indifferently. Ah, isn't it only 5? I'm not in a hurry. Yasheng said indifferently, can't you run away, and moved her body after speaking. What's wrong? I'm a little unused to it, and I feel half of it. Me too. The two empathize. Okay, let's get out, it's hard to stay here. Two identical figures vanished. Mibis lay tired under the Sirius tree. Since the disappearance of Yasheng, it was the first time that Sirius Island had encountered such a crisis. Not only the island shook extremely violently, but even the waves were surging and constantly impacting Sirius Island. Yo, Mibis. Nightsheng suddenly appeared, blocking the sunlight from Mibis. Mibis jerked to his feet. What did you do? Sirius Island almost sank. Mibis thinks that this is the hand and foot of Yasheng, and he doesn't know what he has done, making Sirius Island restless. And what's even weirder is that the fairy heart and the two super magic are still there, not moving. It's okay to say if it's to steal the movements caused by these few, but it's not, and these things are repeatedly confirmed after Yasheng disappears. Well, how can I say it? It's hard to say. Yasheng was a little embarrassed. After all, the movement was indeed caused by him, and it couldn't be said that he didn't do it. As for the finality, he hides himself when he comes out, and the kind that Mibis can't find is actually next to Yasheng, but he can't see it. Mibis puffed out her cheeks and looked at Yasheng angrily. Okay, I'm sorry. Yasheng helplessly rubbed the cute little girl in front of him. By the way, what the hell did you do? Mibis was more concerned about this issue, and came to Sirius Island not to steal the fairy heart and the two super magics, but it caused an even greater disaster. Ahem, this can't be said. As for the crisis on Sirius Island, it's really my fault, and I'll make it up to you later. Yasheng waved his hand and prepared to leave. Wait. Mibis stood in front of Yasheng, for such a long time, except for the guild members and Jelf who could see her, but she didn't appear often, which was lonely for Mibis who had a little girl's mind. And after Yasheng came to Sirius Island, not only could she see her, but she was also very unconvinced that she had lost so many times in chess. Yasheng was silent, just shook his head. Mibislan froze in place, staring blankly at Yasheng. The meaning was already obvious, Yasheng was indeed leaving. Will you still come? Mibis asked tentatively. If you're bored in the future, you can call me and I'll come. Yasheng handed a pendant to Mibis. Mibis took the pendant and got out of the way. Although she is a ghost body, she can't stop Yasheng, but there are still rituals that should be there. Yasheng nodded and left Sirius Island. Mabis didn't doubt Yasheng too much, because she could see Yasheng's good side after reading countless people. Good and evil can't define Yasheng. You say he is good, there is end. You say he is evil, he has the identity of origin. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 20. Over the Kingdom of Fiori. The sky that had been clear suddenly became cloudy, but it just didn't rain, as if someone was manipulating the weather, but there was no magic reaction. Even in the towns below, the so-called unions felt strange. I guess this is it. Yasheng and the final self are in this dark cloud. According to the information that the cornerstone has given me, the time when the similar cornerstone last appeared, and the traces left by the fragments of the cornerstone, are here. Finality closed his eyes and carefully perceived. Here. Could it be Adris? Yasheng thought, if I remember correctly, based on the fairy tale I have seen, one of the entrances to Adris is indeed here, but according to the current timeline, Adris has not yet reached the point where his magic has dried up. Is it possible? I guess you guessed right, the fragment was swept into another world, but it couldn't break free, and in order to protect itself, it had to absorb all the magic of that world and simply maintain it. Finale voiced his guess. There can only be one of that, and the sky is rolled in. Yasheng stretched out his hands helplessly. Wind can provide nutrients and be self-sufficient, while sky and earth need wind supplies, and now they can't receive supplies, so they can only absorb them. What's more, the earth is in front of you, and the only thing is sky. Anyway, isn't the sky in control? How can you still be swept up by yourself? Yasheng was speechless. It was as outrageous as the doorsmith could lock himself inside. Maybe sky is a big clever 0.0. Finality jokes in a serious manner. I think so, you go or I go. Yasheng was a little surprised, but he still got down to business. I am the earth as a carrier, and I can sense it very quickly. Finally, he tore a hole in front of him and got into it without saying a word. Well, I still want to go by myself, the cats in Adris are so cute, I want to touch them. Yasheng looked at the bustling town below, disappeared with a bang, and the dark clouds quickly turned into a clear sky. Fairy tale will be the opposite side. Yasheng stood under the street lamp in the open, and no one else could see him at all. I don't know if little Alyssa has come here, do you want to go in and have a look? Yasheng touched his chin and was thinking about whether to go in when a loud fight suddenly came from inside. Oh, it looks like little Alyssa is growing well. Yasheng suddenly appeared in a black long robe, and after putting on his hat, he showed his figure and swaggered in. The inside of the fairy tale. You're looking for death? Then you can try it. In the guild, a girl with burgundy hair scuffles with a girl with long silver white hair tied into a single ponytail. The people around didn't dare to go up and stop it. Yasheng silently walked to the corner and watched the big show. If that's right, that silver-haired little sister should be Mirage. Give me back. Let you ignore me, I said, I'm going to compete with you today. Alyssa and Mirage wrestle with each other, the magic of catharsis sweeping through the tables and chairs around them. It can be seen that the demonic power of the two is extremely large and ferocious. Yasheng silently walked up behind Macau and patted him on the shoulder. What's the situation? Are you? Macau was about to ask who the strange cloaked man was, but for a moment, his mind went blank, and the strangeness in front of him suddenly disappeared. The two of them, just now Mirage asked Alyssa to have a discussion, but Alyssa looked at the pendant on her hand and ignored her, and Mirage took it away, and then they fought. Macau said with a sigh. I see, thanks. Yasheng patted him on the shoulder again and returned to the corner. Macau was suddenly clever. Strange, what happened to me just now? He shrugged his shoulders and continued to drink. Yasheng leaned against the wall, watching Elessa fight. It can only be said that it is worthy of Elessa, the last descendant of the dragon, who can grow so quickly, Maharaja. Reluctantly, Yasheng commented silently in his heart. It's really difficult. Elessa took a step back after the fight, her arm a little numb, but there was a warm current in her body that was gradually recovering. You're not easy. Compared with Elessa, Mirage looked very miserable, and he didn't take advantage of hand-to-hand combat, but had a hot pain on his body. Celestial clothes, 90 damage reduction, boy. It's really a good opponent, I'll give it back to you. Mirage took a deep breath and tossed the pendant back to Elessa. You're not bad either. Relieved to receive the pendant, Elessa looked solemnly at Mirage. Okay, now you can fight me seriously. To be honest, Mirage doesn't have a bottom, after all, her body is still very painful, but admitting defeat is not synonymous with her, she still has a big move that she hasn't released. Yes. A lot of magic began to condense in the two of them. The winner is decided. Yasheng suddenly looked at the gate. Sure enough, Makarov pushed the door open and angrily interrupted the two of them in a rage. What are you doing? And I'm not here to make trouble, and you? Makarov began to train one after the other. I actually started the opening while I wasn't there, what are the odds? Makarov suddenly noticed the corner and looked at the strange man in the cloak. Who is this? Makarov protected everyone behind him with a solemn face and came to Yasheng alone. If it weren't for Makarov's words, they wouldn't have noticed that there was still a person in the corner. Makar rubbed his head, as if he remembered the man, but as if he didn't. Elessa had a familiar feeling. It's a good guild, it's vibrant, lively, and joyful. Yasheng spoke step by step, and came to Elessa in the vigilance of the fairy tale. Master? Elessa asked subconsciously. Yasheng touched her head, and then the figure disappeared. President, this person. Macau was a little confused, and the people in the guild also found it inexplicable. I don't know this person either, but he is not hostile. Makarov pondered, just like the strange and dangerous guy that day, but with a different temperament. Elessa looked at the pendant in her hand and hurriedly walked out of the guild, looking for the figure everywhere. Around the corner not far away, Yasheng kept an eye on the doorway of the fairy tale. Oh hey little Elessa, goodbye. Chapter 21. Traverser Chat Group. Number 63 Traverser Chat Group member Shenxian, Blue Star Traverser. In other words, the real number of people in the Traverser Chat Group seems to be about to reach 100 people. I was the 63rd person to join the Traveler Chat Group, and I thought it would be easy to reach 100 people. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 years have passed, and the number of 100 people has not arrived. 86 Traveler Chat Group member Vander, Earth Traveler. Indeed, I thought too. I'm even closer, I'm the 86th to join the Traveler Chat Group, and as long as the next batch of Traveler Chat Group invites people in, the number of people in the chat group can reach 100. I didn't expect that this would be thousands of years. He said. Number 97 Traveler Chat Group member Yefade, Earth Star Traveler. Hehe, look at my number, number 97. Did I say anything? 153 Traveler Chat Group member 153 Age Native, Earth Traveler. There's no way, there are too many people who have joined the Traverser Chat Group. The more stupid people are, the easier it is. Some fools even look like the second and third of the Earth as soon as they cross over to another world. I thought I was the main character. And then, members of a time traveler chat group like this usually don't survive the next day. Even if we remind them not to inflate, it's useless. This has led to the number of the Traversers chat group has reached more than 300, and the real group has only more than 90 people. 174 Traverser chat group member Zhongqiu, Earth Star Traverser. I hope there won't be any surprises for you this time, especially the newcomer Traversers. If you don't have strength, don't wave, Don't swell. As long as you don't waste it, when the next group of chat group members joins and the number reaches 100 people, there is a good chance that the Traverser chat group will be able to upgrade a second time. More new features are coming out. When the time comes, it's everyone in the whole chat group who gets the benefits. Number 345 Traverser chat group member Dragon Cliff, Earth Traverser. Damn, big guys. Can this chat group still be upgraded? Why didn't the group announcement say it? Han Tian, a member of the number 354 Traveler chat group, Blue Star Traveler. I'm sorry, guys. I probably floated and just got a 3-star system. Not yet, it's time to make a difference. As a result, because of a woman, she provoked a big family in another world, and now she is being hunted down. If it weren't for the system that rewarded 3 spatial talismans, maybe there would be none now. Number 63 Traverser chat group member Shenqian, Blue Star Traverser. At 345, we don't know if the Traverser chat group can be upgraded to 100 people. It's just that when the number of people reached 10 before, the Traverser chat group was upgraded once, and things like mall transaction functions and detection functions appeared. That's why we have this guess. The Time Traveler chat group that was not upgraded at the beginning was just a whiteboard, except for chatting, there was only the function of extracting the golden finger. I didn't expect the Traverser chat group to be upgraded. There is no group owner in the Traverser chat group, perhaps because the chat group is not high enough. Just wait for the Traverser chat group to reach a certain level, and then the number of people will also reach a certain number. Maybe there will be a group owner in the chat group. While swiping through the virtual panel, looking at the content of the chat group that I didn't pay attention to when I was cultivating yesterday, the old group members chatted with each other. Squinted his eyes, not knowing what to think. I thought about it. In order to be able to understand what the old group members were talking about when they did not cross over to this chat group, Chuhi gradually flipped through the chat history of the chat group. In the beginning, Chuhi can also turn over the chat record of yesterday and the day before yesterday. After flipping to the news from a week ago, Chuhi wanted to see more distant news. But with Chuhi's hand slipping, what came into front of Chuhi's eyes was not any news, but a blank space. All chats from a week ago. It's all gone. The chat information in the Traverser chat group will not disappear because of time. Unless everyone clicked to withdraw the message. That's what happens. But what is the information, what is the matter, so that these people in the Traverser chat group have consciously chosen to withdraw? Except for us newcomers in the chat group, everyone must know about this matter. This kind of thing that everyone knows, but they have to delete it, and no one even mentions it in the current chat group. It seems that there is something in the chat group that is hiding from us newcomers. If this matter weren't for the huge benefits, the veteran Traversers didn't want these people to know, so they would share the benefits with them. Either this matter is related to our rookie Traverser, and this matter is not good for the newcomer Traverser. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 22. Look at the blank chat in front of you. All kinds of thoughts in Chuhi's heart kept appearing, and he traveled to another world alone. He never tried to figure out others with the greatest malice. Although when they first joined the Traverser chat group, these veteran Traverser group members were relatively friendly to them newcomer Traversers. They will be reminded not to be proud, not to be complacent, not to swell and not to float. But now if you try to figure out their words with malice, then these people in the Traverser chat group are so good to you and tell you not to float, will they have other meanings? And, if you think about it on a human side, a person who has lived in another world for tens of thousands of years, how much affection does he have for the earth? What is your attitude towards these nominal fellow countrymen? They have only lived for a few decades on Earth, and they have lived for thousands of years in other worlds. Which party has more feelings, do you need to say more? In fact, compared to the Earth, the other world is more like their home. They may no longer have a family on Earth, but in the other world, tens of thousands of years, these veteran time travelers may even have established a huge family. If these people really mean bad to me, then what is there in me that can be plotted by someone of their level? Everything is based on profit. There is no such thing as good for no reason, and there is no such thing as bad for no reason. Is it my golden finger, or the world under my feet, or something I don't know? But the group announcement doesn't say that the chat group currently has no time and space shuttle function, and the worlds between group members cannot shuttle with each other. Even if they want to. I can't reach my hand. With their strength, it is impossible to cross the endless world to my side. Unless these people have the means to travel through time and space to my world without relying on the time-traveling chat group. He said. But if there is such a means, they, the members of the veteran Traverser chat group, should have come over a long time ago. There's so little information. Even if you have an explosion in your mind and no matter how rich your imagination is, you just come up with such a reason that is not the reason, and I don't know how much accuracy there is. And this is just a little bit of what others think with the greatest malice, and it is also possible that things are not as complicated as they think. The whole chat group is not as dark as I thought. Touching his forehead, Chuhi forcibly suspended the thoughts in his mind. If you think about it any longer, I don't even know what comes to mind. With these thoughts in the depths of his heart, Chuhi left an eye in his heart and continued to study the Traverser chat group. In the blink of an eye, time gets the next day. At this time, Chuhi had another opportunity to increase by hundreds of millions of times. This time, he was going to use the opportunity for the elixir. The divine elephant suppression strength cultivated on his body, if he wants to continue to open up the ancient giant elephant particles. It's about having enough energy. If there is energy, the Chu River can be opened up all the time, and every time an ancient giant elephant particle is opened, the physical strength of the Chu River is 100,000 kilograms, and the aura of heaven and earth in the body is also a little stronger. Pick up the mixed Yuan pill that emits a black-gray halo in his hand. Ding! Whether to increase the mixed Yuan Dan by hundreds of millions of times. Yes. Not. Yes. Chuhi nodded. Ding! Is in the process of increase, this time the increase is 100,000 times. Amplification completed. With the last electronic sound coming. The elixir in Chuhi's hand. The original black-gray halo disappeared, and a dazzling golden light slowly cracked from the center of the elixir. 9 silver Dan lines, like the rules of heaven and earth, loomed on the surface of the pill. The Dan patterns seemed to merge with each other. The yin and yang chi, one white and one black, were like 2 tiny swimming dragons, constantly wandering around the pill. The rich scent of Dan wafts throughout the courtyard. Just smell it. Chuhi's feeling was extremely comfortable, and the ancient giant elephant particles in his body that had not been opened up were constantly trembling, as if they were frantically telling Chuhi that they wanted to eat and want to eat. If it weren't for the amplification pill. Chuhi thought of the vision that he had produced when he cultivated the divine elephant suppression strength, thought about it for a while, and opened the small blockade formation in the courtyard in advance. I'm afraid that now the entire Tianning immortal city will be filled with the smell of Dangxiang. Item: Yin and Yang Creation Pill. Grade: 1-star Pinnacle. Function: no side effects. The improvement is equivalent to Tianjiao's 1,000-year cultivation, and the Yin and Yang creation chi in the pill will gradually transform the devourer's cultivation talent, and with good luck, it is not impossible to give birth to a high-level physique Yin and Yang creation body. Yin-Yang creation pill directly improves the cultivation equivalent to Tianjiao's cultivation for thousands of years. Although the 100,000-fold increase is a little worse, he said. But looking at the effect of this elixir, it's still pretty good. The previous mixed Yuan pill was able to improve the cultivation of ordinary people for 20 years, but these 20 years may not be as good as Tianjiao's cultivation for half a year, and cultivation for 3 months and 2 months. I don't know how many ancient giant elephant particles I can awaken by swallowing this elixir. There is one thing to admit, though. No matter how much you awaken, after swallowing it, you may be invincible again in Tianning Immortal City. You can blow up everything. Smelling the Dangxiangchu River, I couldn't bear it for a long time. Without the slightest hesitation, he swallowed the yin-yang creation pill directly. P.S. The new book is on the road. Ask for flowers, 1,000 flowers plus 1 change, 100 evaluation votes plus 1 change, 3 months ticket plus 1 change, 10 reviews plus 1 change. Chapter 23. Boom. As soon as he swallowed it, the terrifying energy of the yin and yang creation pill instantly acted on Chu He's whole body. Everywhere you go. Chu He's eyes, after just swallowing it, one eye turned all black and the other eye turned completely white. There were 5 more rays of light flowing on the top of the originally empty head, just like a canopy, covering Chu He's head and body. A small divine image with a terrifying aura stood above the 5-colored canopy. Close your eyes and carefully use your mind to perceive all the changes that are happening in your body. Chu He's body, hair, blood, and internal organs are all changing. Operate your own god elephant to suppress the hell. Chu He began to refine this huge amount of energy. 21 ancient giant elephant particles. 30 ancient giant elephant particles. 40 ancient giant elephant particles. 50 ancient giant elephant particle. In an instant, the ancient giant elephant chestnut, which Chu He itself did not awaken, kept scrambling to be the first, and couldn't wait to awaken one after another. Each awakening comes out of one. The aura on Chu He's body was terrifying, and the 5-colored canopy circulated all over his body, and the light emitted was even brighter. I don't know how long it has been. When Chu He absorbed the energy in his body and slowly opened his eyes, the surprise in his eyes was needless to say. 1,000 ancient giant elephant particles. Ha ha ha. Before, I awakened 20 ancient giant elephant particles, and I was already invincible in the realm of foundation building. Now 1,000 ancient giant elephant particles, with a physical strength of more than 100,000 tons, it is not difficult to lift a large cruise ship. If you add the aura in your body, it's even more awesome class. With this strength, I'm afraid that even if he is a strong man at the peak of the Jindan period, he will have to be punched by me in the face of me, and he will hate him on the spot. A smile appeared on his face. Chu He only felt that he could break the void with a punch he swung casually. Let him have the idea of wanting to find a strong man at the peak of Jindan to try how powerful he is. However, in the next second, Chu He eliminated this idea from his mind. That's a no-brainer. He may be able to break the peak of Jindan, but who can guarantee this Jindan peak? He has no other means. If he has a means to be able to deliver a blow to the gods, or even a means to return to the void, then he won't have it. It's more interesting to hit the lower realm. By the way, when I was refining this energy by myself, it seemed like a day had passed. It's just the right time to amplify the exercises. Saying that, Chu He shifted his attention to the Wanghun heavenly formula next to him. System, this exercise has been increased by hundreds of millions of times. Ding, S command was detected. In the process of increase, this increase is a millionfold increase. Hundreds of millions of times increase completed. Exercises, 10,000 ways return to the origin. Grade, 2-star pinnacle. Function, being able to cultivate all the way to the peak of immortal true immortals. Cultivating this exercise, the true yuan in the body is more than 100 times stronger than ordinary people, and the speed of chi return is deep and endless, and the power will never be exhausted. Not bad. Although the level of attack and the effect are far inferior to the divine elephant's prison strength. He said. But for me at the moment, it's enough. As for the exercises that have been amplified, Chu He thinks that it is not bad, of course, it is just good. Although for the people of the entire Tianxian world, even those true immortals, this exercise can make them do their best, but they can't ask for it. But for Chu-hee, the gap between the 2-star peak and the 6-star is still too big. 4 stars off the level. Do you fuse the exercises? Fusion. Hearing the electronic prompt tone, Chu-hee nodded. Soon, there was more content in his mind about the 10,000 ways of returning to the origin. Mobilize the power in his body, and begin to cultivate according to the circulation method of this exercise. Relying on the huge foundation in the body, there are still some spiritual chi that have not been fully refined. It's just half an hour's work. Chu-hee's cultivation realm has been raised all the way from the early stage of chi refining to the level of the middle stage of jindan. You must know that before Chu-hee, he had never cultivated the cultivation system of the Tianqian world. The strength in his body, as well as his aura, were all obtained from the strength of the gods and elephants. And the immortal cultivation system, it does not belong to the same cultivation system. Now just by cultivating the cultivation system of this world, he has reached the jindan realm that this world cannot be reached in a lifetime, and I don't know how many people can reach it in their lifetime. If other people knew about this, they would probably vomit blood on the spot, which would be too damned. Panel. Master, Chu-hee. Lifespan, 24/3125. Cultivation 4, 4th Order, Saint King Cultivation System, Immortal Cultivation System. Cultivation Exercises, Divine Elephant Suppression of Prison Strength and 10,000 Ways to Return to the Origin. Divine Power, 5 Emperor's Canopy Supernatural Power. Physique, Yin and Yang Creation Body, contains a very weak bloodline of Yan and Huang ancestors, and a large amount of Yin and Yang Creation Qi. Amplification Chance, 0. Once a day. After refining the aura Chu-hee in his body, he opened his attribute panel. Compared to the whiteboard when I first crossed into this world, the current panel has a little bit of a look. Not only has the lifespan reached more than 3,000 years, but it is also a little bit closer to living from Chinese history to modern times, and its strength has also reached the 4th order, which is equivalent to Yu and Yin. There is also a Yin and Yang creation body in the physique column. By the way, there is also an additional 5 Emperor's Huagai divine power, which is a self-divine power that I automatically comprehended by combining my own Yin and Yang creation chi when I first used the cultivation of this world to cultivate to Jindan. Although there is a 4th order great array in Tianning Immortal City, there are no Yu and Yang level cultivators. With his own strength, he is already invincible. P.S. The new book is on the road. Ask for flowers, 1,000 flowers plus 1 change, 100 evaluation votes plus 1 change, 3 months ticket plus 1 change, 10 reviews plus 1 change. Chapter 24. After estimating it in my heart, Chu-hee stood up and prepared to walk out of his courtyard to a place in Tianning Immortal City to sell intelligence. I'm going to go buy some information about some of the immortal cultivators in Tianning Immortal City. Chu-hee has no money now, and he is ready to rob the rich and help the poor again. It also has a clear sky in the entire immortal cultivation world. Chu River. The image ambassador of peace in the world of cultivating immortals. But this time, he didn't plan to go outside the city to be the 6th brother, and kill those loose cultivators. It's a loss of points. As a powerhouse who can match the Yuan infant level, if he still goes to the novice area to torture and kill chi cultivators. Chu-hee himself felt a little embarrassed, and he really felt desperate for those chi cultivators. And it's just how much money some chi cultivators can have. Not much. It is better to rob those forces. With his invincible strength, there will basically be no big problem. Soon, Chu-hee came to a remote place in Tianning Immortal City. Approached an ordinary-looking shop. That's right, don't guess. This place of selling intelligence is also what those lovely cultivators told Chu-hee. Tianqingtang. Again, as long as you have money, there is no intelligence, it is they who have no people. The intelligence network is said to be spread throughout the land of 100 countries. As soon as he walked in, without asking or saying much, a middle-aged man dressed in black took him into the side room next to him after just looking at Chuhi. "May I ask this guest, what information do you need?" The guests were able to find this place, and they must have known the price between the information. "We don't sell information below 1,000 spirit stones. This is 2,000 spirit stones. I need to know the strength of the high-level cultivators of those forces in the entire Tianning Immortal City, which ones are more evil. By the way, there are some big things that have happened in the land of the 100 nations recently." Chuhi said. "Yes. The first intelligence is worth 300 spirit stones, and at present, in Tianning Immortal City, in addition to the sect forces stationed here, there are Jindan peak powerhouses, and the strongest of other forces are also only in the middle stage of Jindan. Below are the foundation building forces, numbering more than hundreds. The second piece of intelligence is worth 200 spirit stones. In Tianning Immortal City, 99% of the forces above the foundation have done some things in their hands, at most, who has done it more absolutely? However, among them, the Jindan Zhao family is the most, and in order to establish his position, he once destroyed more than a dozen Zuji families who disobeyed him. The third piece of intelligence is worth 1,500 spirit stones. A month ago, Nanyo country's neighboring country, Kyokuo, it seemed that a medium cave heaven-blessed land would appear, and at present, there were a large number of Jindan cultivators from more than a dozen surrounding countries, and even Yuanying cultivators rushed over there. Blessed heaven! Hearing these 4 words, Chuhi muttered in his heart. As a well-read cultivator, he naturally knew what the cave heaven-blessed land represented. The cultivators of this world breaking through the Yuan infant realm are to condense their own soul palace, which is equivalent to opening up a space in their own body, and then allowing their soul to enter the soul palace. In the future, the strength will increase step by step, and this soul palace will become larger with the improvement of the realm, and it will gradually become a blessed land in the cave or even a small world. And the method of condensing the soul palace, in addition to one is to condense by oneself, the other is to use the cave heaven and blessed land. Not only does it take a lot of time to condense by yourself, it is very easy to make mistakes, but it is also very narrow and the quality is very ordinary. And the cave heaven blessed land, especially the cave heaven blessed land condensed by heaven and earth, once used to build a soul palace. Then this soul palace is not only huge, but also has a potential far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After all, one is built by yourself, and the other is built by heaven and earth, and everyone knows which is stronger and which is weak. It is precisely because of this that it has attracted the attention of so many people. Of course, this also attracted the attention of Chuhi. Chuhi now has an idea in his heart: if he integrates this cave heaven blessed land into his body, he is using the amplification function of the system to amplify it. Then you may be able to directly own a small world, and you can also grasp the power of a world in disguise. At that time, Chuhi's punch and kick are equivalent to the output of a world, and ask who can stop him. Maybe those immortal true immortals can resist in the face of Chuhi. Because Chuhi mastered a small world at most, and the immortal true immortal was against the truth of 1,000 worlds. Walking out of the Tianqing Hall with this thought, Chuhi returned to his courtyard. Settle your mind. The idea is quite feasible. However, with his current strength, there is still a little bit of risk in competing with so many babies and so many golden pills. And there is basically a force behind these cultivators. Compete with these people, and if the situation is not good, you will definitely beat them to death. But don't come to the time to play a small one, a big one, an old one, an old one, an older one. Thinking about it this way, my current strength is still a bit insufficient. These possible scenarios are in mind. Chuhi suddenly felt that he was only a young man now, and he had nothing to be proud of. There's still some time, and according to the intelligence, the cave blessed land hasn't been opened so soon. I will kill this Zhao family first, and after obtaining a little resource, I should be able to raise my strength to a little higher. Conservative estimates have been raised to the realm of returning to the void. At that time, it would be quite safe to compete for a blessed land. If there are older and older ones jumping out, then all the forces behind them will be beaten to death. Teach them how to be a human being, teach them how to cultivate immortals. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 25. Night. In the east of Tianningsiancheng, the place where the Zhao family is stationed. Since the Zhao family is the Jindan family, they belong to the first echelon of forces in Tianning Immortal City. Even in a place like Tianning Immortal City, where every inch of land is valuable, there are a large number of mansions connected together. A variety of formations spread across every courtyard. There is also a third-order medium Tian Shui defense array, which protects the entire area. Even if a strong man at the peak of Jindan came here, it would take a lot of effort to break this formation. It's a hassle though. Naturally, it is nothing for the current Chu River. Even if it is a fourth-order formation, it is a slap in front of Chu He. If one slap is not enough, another slap will come. 2 slaps at most, and any more, I'm sorry for Chu He's current strong strength. At the gate of the Zhao family, Chu He walked in expressionless and without any cover. But what makes people feel strange? Even if Chu He walked in so openly, there were dozens of cultivators at the peak of Qi refining guarding the door. Still no Chu River was found. Some are even chatting with each other. After Chu He's strength reached the realm of Yuan Ying, his divine thoughts increased tremendously. Invading their own thoughts into the minds of these people, so that they cannot discover themselves. This matter was too simple for Chu He. Even when he was in control just now, Chu He's divine thoughts had already rummaged through the memories of a member of the Zhao family. From his memory, he knew where the patriarch of the Zhao family and those high-ranking people lived. Mobilize the aura in the body. Chu He came to these places where the high-level people lived, and his terrifying thoughts were swept away. Immediately knew where there was a treasure, and the smile on his face thought slightly. It is worthy of being a veteran immortal cultivator family who has lived in this area for hundreds of years, and there are many resources. There may be no less than millions of spirit stones alone, and there are countless pill exercises of all kinds. Of course, these are mine now. If all of these are incremental, I can't imagine how far my strength can be. Leave your eyes on your feet. 100 meters below his feet is where these treasures are hidden. Without any hesitation, the terrifying aura erupted in an instant, enveloping a radius of thousands of kilometers. The entire Zhao family, whether it is a Qi refining foundation cultivator who is cultivating, or a Jindan ancestor who is cultivating in retreat, they all felt an unimaginable coercive force. Zuji was directly crushed to the ground by this coercive force, without the power to resist. Constantly mobilizing the aura in the body, I can't struggle even if I want to. Qi cultivators are even more miserable. Didn't even have a chance to struggle, and was directly pressed into a coma by this pressure, and he might not open his eyes until he died. Inside the cultivation room, the Jindan ancestor of the Zhao family, who was trying to resist this coercive force, was Zhao Wuxian. My heart was full of confusion. What's going on? Could it be that a strong man has descended on my Zhao family? But when did my Zhao family recruit the Yuanying powerhouse, and as soon as it appeared, it launched such a strong coercion? This is to destroy my Zhao family. Feeling this powerful coercion, Zhao Wuxian's eyes were full of despair and bloodshot. As the ancestor of the Zhao family, he has sheltered the entire Zhao family for hundreds of years, and he naturally has deep feelings for the Zhao family. Even now, I think that it is the descendants who provoke this strong man and may lead to his own death. His first thought was to quickly contact those clansmen who were not in the Zhao family's land, so that they could run as far as they could. No matter what, the Zhao family's bloodline could not be broken. But it's a pity. Chu He's main focus has always been to be fast, accurate and ruthless. After a move directly into the ground and a tunnel was opened, Chu-hee's divine thoughts invaded. It didn't take long for dozens of storage rings to slowly fly out of the passage and fall around the Chu River. Each storage ring is filled with a large number of treasures. Although these treasures may only be a treasure trove of the Zhao family, and there are a large number of treasures, which are not in this treasure house, they are enough for Chu-hee. Put these things away. In the next second, the people of Chu-hee had already appeared in the sky above the Zhao family. Looking at the scattered residences below, Chu-hee's eyes were full of cold light. Although it had only been a few days since he had traveled through the other world, as a person who had killed dozens of cultivators, his heart was already as cold as the storage ring on his hand. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. If you cut the grass, you have to get rid of the roots. Even if there are many children in the Zhao family, these children have enjoyed the generous treatment of the Zhao family since childhood, and how these treatment resources come from, needless to say. Naturally, it is to squeeze other people, and behind every spirit stone may be a bloody case. Enjoyed the treatment, even if they didn't do anything evil, then they can only blame them for not having a good baby. A powerful aura appeared on Chu-hee's palm and waved it lightly. In the sky, a huge aura palm with a volume of more than several hundred meters appeared in an instant, and slapped it down hard. Boom! There was not the slightest bit of surprise. Under an attack of Chu-hee's level, not to mention those in the Jindan stage, even if a Yuanying cultivator was taken a beating, he would have to be seriously injured directly. All the dwellings include the cultivators inside, reduced to fly ashes. Only a huge slap mark was left, and countless cracks spread out in all directions. Caused some shops around Zhao's house to collapse directly. On this, Chu-hee could only say sorry. Then it turned into a golden rainbow and disappeared into the night sky. Left behind a large number of cultivators on the streets, looking at the cracks under their feet. Over there, they stared at each other wide-eyed. What's going on? Can anyone tell me what's going on? What's the deal with that huge palm print just now? Someone actually dared to create such a big movement in Tianning Immortal City, such a large-scale attack method. It seems that the Zhao family was destroyed with a slap. Hiss! It's terrifying. The ancestor of the Zhao family is a strong man in the middle of Jindan. The Zhao family, which has been on the loose for hundreds of years, is wiped out like this. The strong man who can kill the ancestor of the Zhao family in the middle stage of Jindan with one slap is at least the power of the Yuan infant stage. Wait, the sect disciples over there in the city lord's mansion, why hasn't there been any movement until now? Didn't Tianning Immortal City have a fourth order formation? They weren't known as the safest immortal city in the first place. Bullshit, what can they say in the face of Yuanying power? This is the demeanor that my generation of monks should have. In the face of the Jindan Zhao family, they don't care about any rules at all, and they are directly wiped out with a slap. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 26. In the sky. The Chu River soars all the way through the sky at a speed of tens of kilometers per second. There were no people who stood in my way along the way. Nonsense, Yuanying is powerful, do you dare to stop it? Originally, Chu-hee thought that after he killed the Zhao family, Tianning Immortal City would have someone from the Head Iron to stop him, but he didn't expect it. Originally, Chu-hee had already done it, and if Tianning Immortal City came to stop him, he planned to shoot him to death together. I didn't expect the other party to be too interesting. I don't know how long I flew, when Chu-hee came to a place that was about 10,000 miles away from Tianning Immortal City. I casually found a mountain peak with a fairly strong aura, and with one move, I made a long cave. Sit down and start taking inventory of what you have on your hands. That's right. With 6,422,000 spirit stones, there are more than 1,000 first-order exercises and spells, more than 60 second-order exercises, and 5 third-order exercises. There are more than 2,000 spirit weapons of various types, and some ores plus other materials for refining elixir refining spirit weapons. It is roughly estimated that they are worth about 30 million spirit stones. A brief estimate. Chuhi could only say one thing. In fact, sometimes it didn't need to be too difficult to obtain spirit stones. It may be enough to clap your palms. Put away these items. Chuhi is ready to wait for tomorrow when there is an opportunity to increase, and he will choose the highest value among them to increase. The screen turns. Just when Chuhi was happy. Regarding Chuhi, an unknown infant powerhouse, it has been used by various forces from all sides. It spread throughout the country of South Vietnam. Tianing Sect. As the sect behind Tianing Immortal City, and one of the 4 major immortal cultivation sects in Nanya Kingdom, there was a problem on his own territory, so he naturally knew it for the first time. Tianing Sect has 108 peaks, and each peak is 3,000 jong tall even if it is the shortest. And by the many atmospheres in the middle and highest Tianing Peak, the atmosphere in the main hall at this time is very depressing. Hundreds of Jindan monks sat below, and several Yuanying monks sat on the main seat. Ye Qingfeng, the third ancestor of the Tianing sect, had a gloomy face, looked down and said, "Have you found out? That Yuanying monk who suddenly appeared was because of the Zhao family's problem, or because of our problem? Is it the Zhao family that provoked that strong man and caused him to be destroyed, or is it because of the warnings of other forces? If it's the Zhao family's problem, then this Yuanying fellow is a little impolite, and he didn't even say hello. Qingfeng ancestor, there are already a little eyebrows. But the information I got was, if I hadn't used the power of the sect to verify it in many ways, I wouldn't have believed that there was such a strong person in the world." The face of a Jindan below was very strange. As he spoke, he sent a few puppets beside him to distribute more than 100 jade slips with stored information one by one. With the many Jindan Yuan babies probing their divine thoughts into the jade slips, his face was revealed, and he didn't know what to say and was speechless. This Yuanying monk, who calls himself Shishan in Pingyang City, is really very strange. Take the Yuan infant cultivation as a hunt and refine qi outside the city. I can already imagine how desperate those cultivators must have been when they met this person. Others pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. At most, when building a foundation, they use the breathing technique to lower to qi training, but this Yuanying monk has crossed the 3 major realms to fight the qi cultivator. Fortunately, when I first cultivated, I didn't encounter such a strong person with a strange personality, otherwise it is estimated that I would not have it now. On the stage, the 3 primordial ancestors were also speechless at this time. It's too embarrassing for a powerhouse in their realm. No matter how disrespectful they are, it is impossible for them to bully those juniors like this. After a while, after everyone digested the news, some people spoke. Qingfeng ancestor, how can this matter be solved? How to solve it? You ask me, I ask who to go. Do you think that I will spend a lot of effort to find a strong person of the same level for the sake of a little Zhao family, and fight with the other party? The affairs of the Zhao family, that's it. Tianing Immortal City continues to operate as usual, as if nothing had happened. All right, nothing else is gone. Yes, Breeze ancestor. Over time, the reputation of Chuhi, the old 6 Yuan infant ancestor, also began to spread. Although what Chuhi did was speechless, in this world, after all, strength is the final word. Whatever a powerful person does, no matter how outrageous he is, no one will say anything. Will even think that the strong should do whatever they want like this. However, it is also because of some practices of the Chu River. As a result, the vicinity of Tianing Immortal City, and even the entire Nanya Kingdom, was silent for a while. Especially near Tianing Immortal City, there are even some catastrophes and repairs that moved overnight and moved to the vicinity of the Immortal City opened by other sects. It seems that the entire South Vietnamese country has suddenly become much less robbed. Everyone is afraid of Chuhi, and they are playing with them to practice their chi. Their small bodies can't withstand such a toss from the old monster. Of course, Chuhi didn't have time to play this with them now, and he had to improve his strength frantically during this time. If you really want to play, then play the advanced one. Transform the gods to fight against the Foundation, or return to the void to fight against the Golden Pill. P.S. The new book is on the road. Ask for flowers, 1,000 flowers plus 1 change, 100 evaluation votes plus 1 change, 3 months ticket plus 1 change, 10 reviews plus 1 change. Chapter 27. In the blink of an eye, about 5 days have passed. Inside the cave, Chuhi opened his eyes and simply exhaled a breath of white air. If someone could see the situation in Chuhi's body at this time, you will find that there is no impurity in Chuhi's body now. It is crystal clear, and the vertebrae behind him are like pillars that lead to heaven. Feeling the turbulent power in his body, the excitement in his heart is indescribable. It's a 6-star system. It can only be said that it has only been about 10 days since he crossed over to another world. I've actually reached this level of strength. I took a look at the Traverser chat group before, the strength of other newcomer Traversers, and now there are some people who have just set foot on cultivation, and there are even some people who don't even know how to cultivate. In these 5 days, Chuhi had a burst of luck through 5 amplification opportunities, 100 million times increase, 2 million times increase and 200,000 times increase. That hundreds of millions of times increase was Chuhi's original feeling that since this system had a golden finger, anything could be amplified, so could he increase his physique? I didn't expect that this trial would be shocked if I tried it, but it could really be increased, and it was the highest hundreds of millions of times. Directly made Chuhi's physique change from a 1-star level physique like a yin and yang creation body to a 6-star physique. The body of the innate human race. Absolutely invincible in the same class. Master, Chuhi. Lifespan, 24/72635. Cultivation 4, 6th Order, Saint King Cultivation System, Immortal Cultivation System. Cultivation Exercises, Divine Elephant Suppression of Prison Strength and 10,000 Ways to Return to the Origin. Divine Powers, the 5 Emperors Canopy Supernatural Powers, the Hands of the Heavens. Secret Method, Boundary Sublimation. Physique, the body of the innate human race, the physique of the human race born from the innate nature of the top world. Once you have such a physique, even if you achieved a Lujin township, there is a slight possibility. Amplification chance, 0. Once a day. Except for physique. The other 2 million-fold increases have increased the number of pills that enhance cultivation, bringing the number of ancient giant elephant particles in my body to 50,000. Another time, I even obtained a secret technique of bombing the sky. Boundary sublimation was originally just a secret method that could temporarily increase the strength of 3%, but after being amplified by me, it can make all my attributes stronger more than 100 times without side effects when I fight. With my current strength, the 6th Order return to the void should be able to match the power of the 7th Order combination, and if you add boundary sublimation, even if you face the powerhouse of the 8th Order cave void level, you can face it calmly. I really don't believe it. In this land of 100 countries, a place where the highest talent in a country is infant, there is also an 8th Order cave void power. In other words, I'm invincible again. Open your own panel. Watching the top gradually change from a tabula rasa to a luxury, Chuhi estimated his strength. My heart suddenly shook. Now, with his strength, he can finally be fearless in the land of 100 countries. It just so happens that the cave heaven-blessed land should be about to open. If you have the strength to compete for a medium cave heaven-blessed land, no one should dare to stop it. If you dare to stop it, you will kill him all. I just happened to be short of some high-end items. There was a gleam in his eyes. Standing up, Chuhi had disappeared into the cave in the next second. when the strength reaches the 5th order god level. In fact, it is already possible to break the space of the Tianxian world and carry out short-distance space shuttle. However, the distance traveled by the transformation god space was at most hundreds of miles at a time, and it was not as fast as them flying above the 9 heavens gang feng. It's not for the sake of compulsion, ordinary god transforming cultivators are mainly flying. But Chuhi, as a great monk who returned to the void, was able to shuttle thousands of miles through space at a time. It will take you a few minutes at most to reach your destination. For the land of 100 countries that a Qi cultivation foundation cultivator can't finish in his lifetime, for the Chu River, it's just like that, and he can swim through it in dozens of minutes at most. Wandering between heaven and earth, breaking free from all shackles, but that's what is the purpose of slowly cultivating sentient beings to become stronger? In order to be free, redeem some regrets, and live forever. Kyokuo, Water Cloud City. Since this broke out, there has been news that the medium cave heaven blessed land will be opened. All of a sudden, the whole city, which numbered for 1 million people, was suddenly emptied. The foundation building forces and Qi refining forces inside all withdrew and ran to other places. They didn't dare to stay in that kind of place where Jindan was everywhere and even Yuan Ying would appear. If his family provokes a Jindan powerhouse, or a Jindan or even a Yuan Ying, they will be killed if their family is not pleasing to the eye. They can't even tell if they have suffering. Now above the periphery of the entire water cloud city, dozens of palace spiritual weapons that exude the aura of a Jindan powerhouse are suspended above. The powerful aura swept across a radius of hundreds of miles. Of course, this is only the outermost part, the middle of the entire water cloud city, and it is also the closest place to the opening of the cave heaven blessed land. There are even a few, more powerful than the breath of dozens of Jindan powerhouses combined, and the aura is located here. For example, in one of the huge palaces, the front was pulled by a 9-headed Jindan-level dragon. Huge chains surrounded their necks, constantly roaring to the heavens and the earth and everything around them, and the ferocity was evident. The car that can be pulled by the 9-headed golden pill dragon can imagine how powerful the owner of this palace should be. Zhijiao Zhenjun, whose reputation resounded throughout the land of the 100 kingdoms, was powerful at the level of the late Yuan infant period. More than 1,000 years of fame. P.S. The new book is on the road. Ask for flowers, 1,000 flowers plus 1 change, 100 evaluation votes plus 1 change, 3 months ticket plus 1 change, 10 reviews plus 1 change. Chapter 28. Open your eyes. Inside the palace, Zhijiao Zhenjun, who was wearing a green robe and his face was full of gloom, suddenly looked at the most central position outside the palace. Over there, terrifying auras frantically gathered in that location. A small spatial crack is slowly appearing at a slow pace. Seeing this, Zhijiao Zhenjun spoke in a very calm tone, and his voice spread all over the surrounding Dao. Colleagues! The cave heaven blessed land is about to open. There is only one blessed land. Do we clean up those Jindan peak cultivators outside first, or do we do it first? I don't care, whatever. Zhijiao Zhenjun, your cultivation has reached the late stage of the Yuan infant, and you are not honestly promoted to the peak of the Yuan infant now, in order to further achieve the transformation God venerable. Why wade into these troubled waters? As soon as the words fell, a Buddhist monk who was sitting on the 9-colored lotus platform not far from the Zhijiao palace, with wrinkles on his face like the skin of an old tree, responded. Hehe, do you want to talk to you more about what Benjun is doing? It seems that Zhijiao true monarch, you are bound to obtain this cave heaven blessed land. It just so happens that there is a genius in my sect who also needs it. In that case, I'm sorry. Among the 4 Yuan infant powerhouses in the center, another female Yuan infant opened her mouth to respond. Then let's do it. But before that, I cleaned it up, and the people out there who were trying to pick up the leaks shook his head. Zhijiao Zhenjun's face was full of sneers, and as he said this, a large number of black clouds suddenly appeared in the originally somewhat oppressive environment within a radius of thousands of miles. A terrifying purple thunder crackled in the sky above the black clouds. The powerful momentum of the UN infant level enveloped the entire water cloud city. Those little Jindan cubs outside. For the sake of the forces behind you, do you leave on your own, or will I send you away? The voice of Jijiao True Monarch appeared in the ears of every cultivator on the periphery of Shuiyun City. Their faces suddenly turned ugly. Say what you want to say. But thinking of the prestige of this Jiao True Monarch, they still stopped talking from the bottom of their hearts. This one has always been domineering. But he never cares about the background behind them. If he and others really stay here, the other party will definitely be able to do what they say. It's better to stay away from here. Wait until these UN infant powerhouses are finished fighting and then see if there is a chance. Come to think of this. The dozens of huge palaces outside Shuiyun City gradually flew into the distance, turned into dozens of red rays of light and disappeared into the sky. All right, you're gone. Let's do it. Take back your thoughts. Jijiao Zhenjun stood up, and there was a huge Fang Tian painting halberd in his hand that was taller than him. Countless purple-black thunderbolts, around Fang Tian's halberd, there was also the tip of the halberd, rushed out of his palace in an instant. At the same time, the other three Yuanying Zhenjun, who were still smiling. All of a sudden, his face became calm. Even if it was the harmless face of humans and animals just now, it seemed that it made people feel peaceful in their hearts. Now people are calm and scary. Boom! Lei Jiao changed. In an instant, a large amount of thunder and lightning filled the entire Shuiyun city. All the buildings turned to coke after only a few seconds. Originally, it was a city capable of stationing 1 million people. Has become a flat land. In the sky, hundreds of huge purple thunder and lightning dragons bombarded the 3 Yuanying True Monarchs under the command of the 9 Jiao True Monarchs. Seeing this, Buddhism Yuanying took the lead in fighting back. Behind him, a huge golden Buddha with a body of more than 100 zhang gradually appeared. Every detail can be seen clearly on the Buddha. When he first appeared, the eyes of the 2 Yuan babies around him were confused, as if they were about to be touched by the Buddha's light of this Buddha. After coming back to their senses in the next moment, the two glanced at each other, and their hearts showed fear. No more hesitation. A sky-rushing sword light rushed out from one person, and the void that was originally full of dark clouds was directly opened up into a huge crack. Another female Yuan infant took out a miniature city spirit treasure that had been conceived for hundreds of years from her soul palace. It can be picked up with one hand and looks like a toy. But in an instant, this miniature city emitted a multicolored light, turning into a city even bigger than Shuiyun City, held up in the void by the female Yuan Ying. It's good to come. Countless dragons and the huge palms of the golden Buddha collided together. The aftermath of the collision between the two instantly turned a radius of dozens of miles into flat ground. The Gang Feng above the 9 heavens has changed a little. Boom! As soon as the 2 Yuan babies finished their moves, the other 2 joined in. The coercion of the 4 primordial babies combined is simply amazing. Those Jindan-level cultivators who were thousands of miles away couldn't help but have their tongues in their mouths. I can't help but fantasize about whether I will one day become a great power of this level. Yuanying Zhenjun is so powerful, how powerful should the god venerable above him be, and even the power of returning to the void? Don't dare to think, don't dare to think. Venerable Avatar, even in our land of 100 kingdoms, only those powerful kingdoms have it. As for the powerhouse who returns to the void, it is only the top super sex in the green waters that can have it. Sitting on tens of thousands of years of life, I have seen the life and death prosperity of countless forces. A powerhouse of this level. I'm afraid that if you look at our sect at will, everyone in our sect will die. But such a strong person usually doesn't come to our land of 100 countries at all. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 29. And just while these Jindan cultivators were talking, Chu-He no longer knew when, without them noticing, came to the nine heavens gangwind above them. Quietly watching the battle of the four primordial baby ants below, after a brief look, a little boredom flashed in his eyes. I thought to myself, is this the Yuan baby? Although the way of fighting is quite bluffing, it is a thunder and lightning dragon at every turn, a golden Buddha at every turn, and an ancient city. However, it is a slap in the face at best. I hope these people will be a little more interesting. Simply looked at it again. Seeing that these people are still fighting, and there is no tendency to stop, Chu-He didn't bother to watch them continue to fight. What's the point of fighting back and forth? The last thing, isn't it still your own? Disappeared from the nine heavens Gang Feng, and appeared in the center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. A terrifying aura gushed out from Chu-He's body. Covering a radius of thousands of miles, the four closest Yuanying monks included dozens of Jindan monks thousands of miles away, as well as other Jindan monks hidden in the void. There were no surprises. On the spot, he was overwhelmed by this sudden aura and fell to the ground. Even if it's 10,000 meters in the air, also fell from the sky in the next second. For all this, everyone was directly confused. I didn't know what was going on, so I raised my head with all my strength and suddenly found that the people around me were the same as me. Of course, there is one person who is not like them. That is the source of this aura of power, the figure that stands above the void. What's going on? What's going on with this unbelievable aura coercion? Originally, I thought that my Jindan level strength was already very good, but now I feel that the aura in my body and the aura emitted by this person are not of the same grade at all. I seem to feel like a flat boat on the sea, and the aura of the other party is a sea, and I am a simple canoe inside. Hiss! Isn't that the Yuanying true monarch who was still fighting just now? They are actually crushed to the floor now, just like us. A Jindan cultivator who specialized in cultivating a spiritual eye seemed to have seen something that shocked him, and he couldn't help but gasp and speak. How could it be? Could it be that this strong man is the transformation god venerable above the Yuan infant? Hearing this, the others couldn't help but show shock. The avatar venerable, but a powerful existence that they could hardly imagine in their lifetime. No, when I went to the Yan kingdom before, I saw the Yan dragon venerable, the transformation god venerable of the Yan country, from a distance. But the information that the other party emitted at the beginning can never be compared with this breath. What? Do you say that this strong man is a powerful monk in the realm of returning to the void? Quite possibly. If it's really the power of the void realm, then why did the other party come to our side? Even if you have something to do in the land of the 100 kingdoms, you should go to those places where you have the venerable god of transformation. You ask me, how do I know? Wait, that's wrong, this big guy who returns to the void realm, how do I feel a little similar to a person? It's a bit like a primal old monster. When you say this, I feel a little similar, as if it is very similar to the Yuanying old monster in Nanyo Kingdom who used the Yuan infant realm to plunder and kill the Qi cultivation period. If it's really the other party, I can already imagine how desperate those Qi refining cultivators were at the beginning. Where is this Yuanying battle Qi training? This is obviously a return to the void to reconcile Qi refining, and there is a difference of 5 major realms. Some of the Jindan cultivators, who had updated their information relatively quickly, looked at the figure standing above the void and looked very similar to the Yuanying cultivator on a jade slip image they had seen before. I don't know what to say anymore. Can only say that he is worthy of being a big man, and the fun is different. Above the void. After seeing that everything in front of him was suppressed on the spot, he couldn't help but smile on his face. He just likes this kind of crushing game. Like the protagonists of other novels, he feels that it is not suitable for him in the face of the situation of the strong and fighting against him. How precious his life is, as long as there is no accident, he can definitely become a strong man, why should he fight back against others in adversity? The counter kill won, there is nothing to say. But if you lose, you're dead. No matter how good the crushing game is, not only can nothing happen, but the benefits can also be obtained. Simply opened his mouth, and a voice sounded in a radius of thousands of miles. Everyone! This cave is blessed, and this seat needs it. Who is for and who is against? If anyone objects, then just say it, although I will shoot you to death if you say it, and I will not accept your objection, but don't be afraid. In the face of a strong enemy, our monks should forge ahead bravely and not be afraid of anything. In this way, in the end, we can see our true heart and attain the great way. On the ground. The Yuanying monk who was pressed to the ground by the power of the aura, Brother Jindan heard this. Hear the words of this returnee. The emotions in my heart can no longer be described in 2 words, speechless. We're being crushed like this by you now. You're saying that. How do you think we're going to respond? Do we dare to oppose it? Why should we oppose it? Is it useful to oppose it? The 4 Yuan infant cultivators closest to the Chu River, the 9 Jiao True Monarch, the 9 Lotus True Monarch, the Heavenly Sword True Monarch, and the Kalian Fairy are now regretting how much they want to regret in their hearts. I knew that there was such a person who would come with them to snatch the blessed land. They won't come. Now it's all right. If you don't get something, you can't even move, and you can't move because of the power of returning to the void realm, and you can't live or die. To be able to cultivate to the realm of returning to the void, they are basically immortals who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Who knows how strange the personality of a powerhouse of this level will be if he has lived for so long. If you see that they are unhappy and slap them to death, they will not be able to say that they are suffering. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 30. Senior, this cave is blessed, if you need it. The younger generation is raising their hands and feet in favor. Yes, yes, this cave heaven blessed land can be obtained by the predecessors, it is simply the blessing of the cave heaven blessed land. If the cave heaven blessed earth has spiritual wisdom, he will definitely be willing to follow the predecessors. With a smile that defied his will, Zhijiao Zhenjun and the others opened their mouths to respond. The cave heaven blessed land is important at this time. Where is their life important? Now I am still earning a hole with a great power in the realm of returning to the void, so don't you light the lamp in the toilet to find death? Very well, it seems that there are still the majority of intelligent people in the world. Since you all have no opinion, then I'll take this cave-blessed land, and after I take it, if you still want to continue fighting, then you will continue to fight. Seeing that no one was bothering him, Chu He felt a little regretful in his heart. Maybe he Chu Hishan has the face of an ordinary person, and he doesn't have the face of the protagonist who is ridiculed and looked down upon everywhere he goes. When he lived in another world, no one bothered him. It's really a once life is missing. Shook his head. Don't pay attention to those Jindan Yuanying level cultivators underground. Turning his head to look behind him, the spatial crack that could already allow a person to pass through was the cave heaven blessed land. There was no hesitation. A powerful aura appeared in Chu He's hand, and the divine power heavenly hand was instantly activated. Reach out and make the motion you want to shoot. The aura within a radius of tens of thousands of miles instantly gathered like a storm in the middle of the location where the Chu River was. A second or a moment. A giant cloud and mist with a volume of hundreds of miles combined into a heavenly palm. Like the hand of God. Emerging from a height of 10,000 meters, plunging a radius of hundreds of miles into darkness. See this scene. The cultivators of the Jindan stage Yuan infant stage who were present fluctuated along the aura and raised their heads to look up. There was silence. Kid, do you have a lot of question marks? Shocking, unprecedented shock. The huge cloud palm with a volume of hundreds of miles, what the hell is this? This volume, this aura fluctuation? Is it serious? Is this the means of returning to the power of the void realm? No wonder those ancient books say that the top bosses in the immortal cultivation world are fighting each other, and they are all fighting at every turn, destroying tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles, or even millions of miles. Before, they thought it was an exaggeration. But now, they feel that the statement in the ancient books is likely to be smaller. It's a bit subtle. The return to the void is so strong, and the combined void and even the Mahayana above it should be so awesome. Boom! In the stunned eyes of many cultivators, the hand of the heavens slapped down with a bang, and it slapped at the entrance of the cave-blessed land. Countless spatial cracks appeared. When the hand of heaven came into contact with the earth, there was a slight tremor in the whole earth. If it weren't for Chu-Hi's aura to protect the surrounding area, maybe the moment it was taken, an unimaginable slap print would appear in this place. The movement of the hand was slightly mentioned. Along these spatial cracks, the cave in the spatial crack is comparable to the size of a medium city. Was lifted up by Chu-Hi with aura. Mentioned in the void. Looking at the cave heaven-blessed land in front of him, he could see the aura circulating inside, and there were a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures in it. Chu-Hi's smile gradually brightened. I hope that idea works. When I sit in a small world, there are probably not many people in this world who can pose a threat to me. Mobilize your mind. When the huge divine thoughts were injected into the cave heaven-blessed land, Chu-Hi found the core of the most central part of the cave heaven-blessed land, and carved his own mark on it without any obstacles. After that, the owner of this cave-blessed land is Chu-Hi. Shrink. 2 words were uttered casually. The originally huge cave heaven-blessed land in front of him suddenly slowly shrank under Chu-Hi's mind. As a cave-blessed land that can stand in the void, it is originally a treasure in terms of space, and it can be reduced. Makes sense. Even if it is reduced to the size of a palm, it is very reasonable and logical. Put away the blessed land, the purpose of Chu-Hi's trip has been completed by half. Looking at the people who were still in shock under their feet. The ferry road is long, the avenue is in sight, and you have the fate to meet again. Chu-Hi pretended to be an old immortal, and after casually saying something very pretended, he mobilized the power of space in a dashing manner and turned to leave. It can be said that it came and went in a hurry. Of course, if you didn't quietly take away the storage rings of the hundreds of Jindan cultivators and a few Yuanying cultivators present when you left. That couldn't be better. After feeling the aura power disappearing within a radius of thousands of miles, everyone only felt relieved in their hearts. There is a feeling of the aftermath of the catastrophe. As the saying goes, life and death are often the best teachers of people. These people have just experienced a test of life and death, and their hearts have risen to a higher level, and it may not be long before some people who are trapped by the bottleneck can break through. The path of cultivating immortals can also go further. This senior is finally gone. The scene just now is like a god, and I don't know if I can become such a strong person in this life. Even if you can't have 1%, you have no regrets in this life. It's just you, forget it. I only need to reach 1,000th of the cultivation strength of my predecessors, and I am already satisfied. Wait, which of you saw my storage ring? What storage ring? Wait, my storage room seems to be gone. Mine is gone, what's the matter? I still have millions of spirit stones and all kinds of cultivation materials in my storage ring, all of which I saved up by risking my life to kill other fellow deists. Which one took it? Life is sometimes so full of ups and downs. After discovering that his storage room was gone, someone couldn't help but fall to his knees and look up at the sky with clear tears. In that case, maybe only the seniors. This brother, please be cautious. With that senior's funny personality, quirky fetishes, who knows if he has left? Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. There is no one, and there is a squeak. Chapter 31. Mobilize the aura in your body. Many Jindan Yuan infant cultivators didn't dare to stay in this place any longer. They turned into rainbow lights and disappeared into the sky. The news of the Chu River, the power of returning to the void, descended on the land of 100 countries, and competed with them for the news of the blessed land. Spread it back to the forces where you are. Suddenly, more than a dozen surrounding countries were boiling. In the beginning. The forces behind them still don't believe it. I don't believe that there is a great power to return to the void in the territory of the country, and I don't believe that there is a character with the power to return to the void like this. But in the images recorded by some Jindan cultivators with jade slips, there are also other forces seeking verification. They had to believe that there was really the power of the void realm to appear in the land of the 100 kingdoms. Heavenly Buddha Gate. As soon as the 9 Lotus True Monarch returned, he immediately told the other 2 Yuanying Buddhist monks the news. All of a sudden, it has attracted a high degree of attention. 9 Lotus, if that person is really a great power to return to the void, fortunately you didn't do anything, otherwise it would be a great disaster for our heavenly Buddha sect. On the top of the mountain, the 2 Buddhist monks looked suspicious. I don't know what this returning void realm powerhouse is doing in our land of 100 countries. Maybe it's just a matter of relaxing. 9 Lotus Zhenjun thought about it and said. Maybe it's because he's lived too long, but he seems to like to bully the small. When I was in Nanyo Kingdom, I used the cultivation of the void realm to torture and kill the cultivators of the Qi refining period. Possibly. However, a strong person of this level should have an accurate purpose in doing things. In this case, let's let the Buddhists from more than a dozen countries come back first. Don't recruit such a strong person. It's been an eventful time. Shaking his head, a Yuanying Buddhist sect monk with skin like broken stones all over his body, full of life, sighed and said. Imperial family. I heard that there was a powerful monk in my own country. All the high-ranking personnel of the DPRK were terrified for a moment. Can you not be afraid? The appearance of a man who could destroy their dynasty at any time was like a humanoid hydrogen bomb walking on their land. Whoever gets the other party may give you a big shuffle directly. Because of this news, even the ancestors of the dynasty who were in the retreat in the hope of breaking through to the avatar venerable to extend their lifespan jumped out in fright. Directly opened a big court meeting. Looking at the many ministers below the court, as well as the members of the royal family, the ancestor of the dynasty exuded a terrifying aura on his body, and said in a very cold and murderous tone. You have restrained the forces behind you one by one, and have been a little more honest with me recently. Don't go out of the royal family, and don't go out with the forces behind you. Whoever provokes that strong man will implicate our royal family. Then when we are in great trouble, I will definitely destroy you first. Yes, ancestor. He said. Nodding. Feeling the killing intent around him, cold sweat continued to break out on the heads of the people below. Even if this old ancestor of the dynasty doesn't say it, they will actually restrain the people below. There are even some people who have decided to return to the family, so they will first check a group of children who like to go outside to find things, and lock them in the family prison. When you're sure you're okay, you can slowly release it. Looks like you all get it. The royal family of Nanyo Kingdom. In their country, there was once a great power who returned to the realm of the void. All the higher UPS were a little cold in their hands and feet. The line of life and death is hovering, After knowing that the other party was a Yuanying cultivator, these people didn't feel anything, but now they know that the other party is a cultivator of the returning void realm. This has to make them feel cold at the back of their heads. The old ancestor of Nanyo Kingdom looked at the people below, and couldn't help but sigh on his lips. Fortunately, without knowing the identity of the other party, I didn't provoke the other party. Otherwise, the Nanyo Kingdom may no longer exist now, and it has become a history. Yes, ancestor. Before I knew it, I didn't even know how many times I was torn between life and death. Nodding, everyone below agreed. By the way, have you read all this information? After reading the old ancestor. Very well, since I have finished reading it, then I will tell you two things. The first thing is to clean up all the catastrophes in the country, and return the Nanyo kingdom to the immortal realm. This returning immortal cultivator was killed and robbed at the beginning, and the Zhao family was killed, and from these two things, it can be seen that this immortal cultivator hates some dirty things. The second thing is to use the power of the whole country to find the survivors of the Zhao family and wipe them all out. This senior may not care about these Zhao family monks, but we can't care less. If this senior suddenly remembers the Zhao family cultivator in the future, and finds that it is gone, he should be able to have a slightly better impression of us. Tianning sect. It's still that mountain, it's still that hall, and those Jindan monks and Yuanying monks are still here. However, the atmosphere is even more tense. Qingfeng ancestor, who was sitting at the top, directly threw the information jade slip in his hand on the floor below. He said in a cold and relaxed tone. It was almost a catastrophe. Who would have thought that a Lord Huixia would actually live for a few days in the immortal city we opened? Those people in the immortal city think about it carefully. Have they offended this power? All of them who have offended will be killed. No, all of them will be used to dig spirit stone mines. This is too cheap for them. No, I've already probed the memories of these people just now, and there is no memory of the adult. Agent Dan below responded with a look on his face for the rest of his life. Okay, it's better if you don't have it. By the way, I remember you seemed to have asked me, how should this matter be resolved? Looking at this Jin Dan's face, he seemed to remember the last time he discussed this big guy here. His face suddenly became expressionless. Fortunately, I was cautious at the beginning and didn't go to this great power for the sake of a little Zhao family. Otherwise, it's really a lack of skills. Since you asked me how to solve it, can you deduct your 10 years of sect welfare and solve it like this? Let the ancestor dispose of it. Okay, since you don't disagree, that's it. By the way, the matter of the Zhao family, since it appeared in our immortal city, then we are responsible for this matter. Mobilize the strength of the whole sect to hunt down and kill the remnants of the Zhao family, and also cultivate a bright and clear world in the immortal world. Yes, ancestor. The remnants of the Zhao family's cultivators, family, who understands? I first offended a cultivator with great power to return to the void, and now I am being hunted down and killed by the two great forces of Nanyo Kingdom and Tianning sect. How does that feel? Is there a family member who can give a solution? Waiting online, it's in a hurry. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 32. The Other Side. After getting the Cave Heaven Blessed Land, Chuhi had already come to the Moon Country hundreds of thousands of miles away. Prepare to refine the Cave Heaven Blessed Land here. In the void, Chuhi took out the small Cave Heaven Blessed Land that he had placed in his hand, and his heart moved. Enlarge the blessed world to the maximum. The Cave Heaven Blessed Land in front of you, because it is a medium Cave Heaven Blessed Land, the overall area is about equivalent to a big city with about 1 million people. The concentration of aura inside has reached about the 4th order, and it contains a large number of 3rd order and 4th order heavenly and earthly treasures. It's precious. Mobilizing the power of space, Chuhi instantly appeared in the center of the Cave Heaven Blessed Land. This is the core of the Cave Heaven and Earth. A space of its own. Looking at the golden pentagonal crystals suspended in front of him in the space. The golden pentagonal crystals emit an inexplicable halo. It is 100 times more beautiful than the gem that Chuhi had seen in pictures on the internet in his previous life, the most beautiful kind of gem, and it was 100 times and 1,000 times more beautiful. But now this golden pentagonal crystal. It has taken on the shape of the Chu River. The next thing to do is to refine this golden pentagonal crystal and refine this thing into your body. Chuhi was able to condense his soul palace in an instant and become a great cultivator in the immortal cultivation system. At present, although Chuhi's realm has reached the 6th order realm, this strength is based on the divine elephant's prison strength. The orthodox immortal cultivation system of this world, Chu-He has only cultivated to the peak of Jindan. Luck had the 10,000 ways to return to the Yuan-Ju in his body, and a terrifying aura permeated the surroundings of the Chu River, wrapping the golden pentagonal crystal in front of him. Constantly absorbing the golden pentagonal crystals, it belongs to the origin of the entire cave heaven blessed land. Let these sources into your body. In his own danshan, he opened up a soul palace. When it was opened up again, the material in the entire cave heaven blessed land, including the aura inside, was also slowly absorbed into the Chu River. If someone can see the situation in Chu-He's body now, they will find that there was originally only terrifying aura stored in Chu-He's danshan. But now, in the very center of the present there is a black dot. There is a tiny purple-black thunderbolt in the black dot, which is constantly swimming in this dot. Lots of Reiki madness poured into this black dot. Let this black dot slowly begin to grow, and this increased speed after the golden origin of the cave heaven blessed land entered. It's getting bigger and faster. In just a few moments, the black dot became a space the size of one cube. But even if there was a cubic space in the danshan, there was no change on the surface of the Chu River. That's right, don't guess. This point is the beginning of the opening of the Soul Palace. If it is properly opened up in the next step, if nothing goes wrong, this Soul Palace can be turned into a space comparable to the size of the cave world in the body of Chu-He. As everyone knows, the emergence of the universe was more than 10 billion years ago, when a large amount of matter and nothingness slowly merged. Generate a singularity. A large amount of matter is constantly colliding with each other and merging with each other in this small singularity. In the end, because the pressure is just too much, the singularity couldn't stand it, and finally exploded with a bang, which is the so-called Big Bang. The dust from countless explosions has evolved over billions of years and gradually turned into planets. Became the universe. Now this black dot in the body of the Chu River. It's like the singularity. It's just that the matter inside is completely incomparable to the singularity. It's basically the castrated version of the castrated version of the castrated version of the castrated version of the castrated version. And with the aura in the entire cave heaven blessed land, as well as Chu-He's own aura, plus the origin of the cave heaven blessed land, it merged into this point. The Soul Palace of the Chu River gradually transformed. 10 meters in circumference, 100 meters in circumference, 1 kilometer in circumference, 10 kilometers in circumference. In an instant, a day and a night passed. Under the powerful divine thoughts of Chu-He, as well as strength, coupled with the effect of the origin of the cave heaven blessed land, there were no thrills and no other difficulties. A huge soul palace with a volume of hundreds of kilometers has been successfully opened up in the Chu River. It just so happened that at this time, Chu-He had another opportunity to increase by hundreds of millions of times. Open your eyes. I felt that the ancient giant elephant particles in my body had reached 53,000 from 50,000. He also sensed the huge soul palace in his body, which was about 100 kilometers away. There was a flash of anticipation in his eyes. I don't know what will become of my soul palace after a billion-fold increase. System, increase my soul palace by hundreds of millions of times. Ding, S command was detected. Billion-fold amplification system, which is in the process of amplifying the soul palace. This increase is 1,000,000 times. Kicker in progress. Boom. A loud roar appeared in Chu-He's body. A force that did not belong to the Chu River acted on the soul palace that he had just opened up from the golden point of light in his grasp. The soul palace, which originally reached a radius of hundreds of miles, had grown to the limit after absorbing the nutrients of the cave heaven blessed land and the aura of the Chu River. But under this force, the soul palace began to grow at a rapid pace again, expanding, expanding, and expanding again at an unbelievable speed. 300 miles, 500 miles, 1,000 miles, 5,000 miles, and miles. It's as if there are no limits. In an instant, the volume exceeded the volume of the large cave heaven blessed land, and the volume possessed by the super-large cave heaven blessed land. Gradually move closer to the volume of the small world. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 33. When the soul palace in the body became larger, Chu-hee's strength was also growing rapidly. The divine elephant prison suppression energy in the body unconsciously began to operate, absorbing the replenishment power brought by the expansion of the soul palace. In the immortal cultivation system, after reaching the Yuanying realm, cultivators no longer need to rely on meditation to absorb spiritual energy to improve their strength. The way they improved their strength was mainly by building a soul palace. Build your own soul palace to make your soul palace stronger, and the soul palace will feed back a force to you. Bring yourself to become stronger. This is how the Yuan infant cultivator can improve his cultivation. 54,000 ancient giant elephant particles. 55,000 ancient giant elephant particles. 60,000 ancient giant elephant particles. 65,000 ancient giant elephant particles. 100,000 ancient giant elephant particle. 100 billion ancient giant elephant particles. Has awakened from more than 50,000 ancient giant elephant particles to 100 million ancient giant elephant particles. The feedback on Chu-hee's body slowly stopped, and the terrifying aura spread across Chu-hee's body. If it weren't for his control, I'm afraid that this breath will spread across a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, or even millions of miles, in an instant. Let all cultivators and mortals within a radius of millions know what it means to be like a heavenly might. Know what it means to be truly like a god. Ding, millionfold increase completed. Item, small world. Grade, quasi 2-star level. Potential, 4 stars. Function, the volume of its own world is more than 1,000,000 miles. As long as it makes its own world stronger, it can feed back to the master of the world, so that this master will also become stronger. Powerful, more powerful than ever. With my current strength, in the face of myself who has not increased, I can blast up I don't know how many of myself with one punch. Even if I have not increased my strength, I have used all my means, using the boundary sublimation all attributes to become 100 times stronger. I can't resist the look I have now. Chu-hee, who stood above the void, opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement that he had never seen before, an excitement. The strength has become so much all of a sudden. Just ask you if you are excited, and ask you if you are excited. Chu-hee feels now, no, not a feeling, but a fact. He now carries a small world with every punch and kick, and a single punch can plunge a region within a radius of 100,000 miles into silence. If he were to return to Earth now, he would be able to blow a small wrecking ball with one punch. Panel. Master, Chu-hee. Lifespan, 24/. The world is immortal, and it is immortal itself. Cultivation 4, 9th Order, Saint King Cultivation System, Immortal Cultivation System. Self-world level, small world. Cultivation exercises, divine elephant suppression of prison strength and 10,000 ways to return to the origin. Divine powers, the 5 emperors' canopy supernatural powers, the hands of the heavens. Secret method, boundary sublimation. Physique, the body of the innate human race, a top world, the physique that only the first batch of born human races have, inherently invincible, and has a slight chance of achieving Deluojin Xian. Open your own panel. At first glance, Chu-hee was luxurious. I don't know how many times better than the kind of whiteboard I crossed by myself. The first is longevity. Directly from tens of thousands of years to infinity, directly realized the ultimate dream of mankind. Eternal life. As long as the world does not perish, he will not perish. Isn't this eternal life? From ancient times to the present, how many dignitaries and nobles, and how many emperors have spent a lot of manpower and material resources for immortality? But who has ever succeeded? Ahem, someone may have succeeded. After all, the water of the earth is a little deep, but according to the history books, no one has succeeded, and now the Chu River has succeeded. There is also the strength that has directly changed from the previous 6th order to the 9th order, which is equivalent to the Mahayana in the immortal cultivation system. Of course, Chu he was sure that the Mahayana cultivators would definitely not be able to do it on their own. After all, now I am equivalent to a small world. If you add that the boundary sublimation is increased by 100-fold, even in the face of the immortal true immortal, Chu he will dare to deal with him. Now with my own strength. Finally, in this world, there is a little bit of self-preservation. If your strength is increased a little more, you will go and blast those immortal true immortals. Occupy this world. Make the world your own backyard. I thought of this. The corners of Chu He's mouth gradually hooked up a wonderful loneliness. If you are in the other world, you will soon become the world master of 1,000 worlds. May I ask if this achievement has brought shame to the army of traversers? At the same time, just when Chu He was surprised and amazed by the change in his strength. Traverser Chat Group. Number 245 Traverser Chat Group member Wang Ling, the wizarding world where he is located. This is one of the top middle 1,000 worlds. In this world, there are 13 huge wizard towers that are more than 1,000 stories high. The owner of each tower is the top powerhouse of the wizarding world. 7th level True Spirit level Great Wizard. A strong person of this level is outside the wizarding world. That is also the existence that can compete with other top powerhouses in the astral plane. To be able to become a pillar of a race in the world and lead your race to glory. And this tower is called the True Spirit Wizard Tower. Only True Spirit level wizards above level 7 can build. One of the True Spirit Wizard Towers is on the highest level. The aura inside jumped abnormally, jumping even more than the aura in the outside world, and it was more than 100 times more active. Countless research equipment with extremely sophisticated and extraordinary characteristics are placed in its rightful place. Wang Ling, a member of the Traveler Chat Group, the owner of this wizard tower, was conducting an experiment. He is experimenting with an enemy in the wizarding world, a true god-level being in the divine mansion world. P.S. The new book is on the road. Ask for flowers, 1,000 flowers plus a change, 100 evaluation votes plus a change, 3 months ticket plus a change, 10 reviews plus a change. Chapter 35. In the items they sell. In addition to the value of the item itself, there are also the coordinates of their world. Even if you are in the Traverser Chat Group Mall, selling a stone in your world. Even a speck of dust. The old members of the Traverser Chat Group have the means to extract the coordinates of the world you are in from that grain of dust and stone. What will be the consequences of exposing your coordinates? Needless to say. Although in the Time Traveler Chat Group, the space-time shuttle function is not turned on. However, there is a member of the Traverser Chat Group, and the system he awakens is the Time and Space Travel System. A 6-star system. So far, the Traverser Chat Group is the highest level system both openly and secretly. A member of the Traverser Chat Group who originally owned this system. As long as you don't die, you can basically surpass all of them step by step. But the IQ of the members of this Traverser Chat Group is not very good, so he died. After obtaining the system, in order to experiment with the functions of this system, he shuttled to the world where Li Dong, a member of the number 56 Chat Group, was located. But the world in which Li Dong, a member of the number 56 Traverser Chat Group, is located has been controlled by him, completely controlled. Whenever there is the slightest situation in his world, he will immediately find out. This member of the time-traveling chat group with a time travel system was caught as soon as the shuttle was successful. You can't run away. And at the last moment when he was caught, this chat group member directly told the rest of the entire Traverser chat group about the system he owned, as well as the situation here. Let all the members in the entire chat group know about the time and space shuttle system, and the owner of this system has been caught by Li Dong, a member of the number 56 chat group. In order not to reveal the coordinates of their own world, the items in the chat group mall that everyone immediately removed from the shelves. Let number 56 Li Dong, who obtained the space-time travel system from that group member, not know what to do for a while. Items without a chat group cannot extract world coordinates, and the time travel system cannot be used. Moreover, these group members already know about the existence of the time travel system, and if new members join in the future, these people will tell those new members. Naturally, these new members will not continue to sell items in the mall. In the end, there is only one result, and that is that the time travel system is useless. In this regard, number 56 Li Dong, who has no choice, can only let the space-time shuttle system condense dozens of subsystems. Distribute to other group members. Only 60% of these group members agree to time travel. Can this system be used? With the same benefits. Everyone gradually began to join forces and harvest the leaks of the new members of the chat group together. Harvest the world they live in, harvest their system cheats. That's why those chats disappear in the Traverser chat group. How can this kind of thing be seen by new members? I saw it, and how to reap it. Wang Ling was still a new member at the beginning, because he always kept vigilant in his heart, and did not put items on the shelves. And after other people gradually die after putting items on the shelves, Wang Ling will not put them on the shelves. So, in the end, he survived. And in order to keep him from revealing his secrets after other new members join in the future, he naturally also obtained the subsystem and joined this alliance that harvests leaks. Become a beneficiary. Opened the avatar column of the Traverser chat group, Wang Ling casually clicked on a newcomer Traverser and turned on the private chat function. Prepare for a private chat with these leaks. What is the private chat? Of course, it's a private chat to get these leaks on the shelves. What is the identity of Wang Ling? During the 10 days that these new members joined, Wang Linghui revealed his identity as a wizard from time to time. Is a wizard who needs knowledge of strange species from various worlds, as well as other materials for research. As a wizard, let these newcomers upload items from their worlds and let yourself research them. Reasonable and unreasonable. If a wizard wants to study items from other worlds, no one will suspect them. And this can not only earn chat group points, can also make friends with him, a newcomer in the strong chat group, who would not agree to upload. The other side. In a fantasy world. Ye Peng, a member of Group 347, who had already relied on the power of his 3-star system to become the lord of a city, was originally cultivating hard in his own city lord's mansion. Strive to beat those holy places in the fantasy world within a year, and become the most powerful cub in this world within 10 years. But then he heard a sudden tinkling electronic prompt sound in his head. Indicates that someone is chatting privately with him. A little doubt flashed in his eyes, and Ye Peng thought in his heart. I don't seem to know anyone in the Traverser chat group. Who's going to talk to me privately all of a sudden? With this doubt, Ye Peng found that the person who chatted with him privately was actually an old member of the chat group, which made him even more puzzled. Private chat. Ye Peng, member of Group 347, Earth Traverser. Big guy, do you have anything to do with me? Group 245 member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. I heard you say that the world you traveled through is a fantasy world, and there was a bit of a bottleneck when I was researching it recently. I'm going to look into something else first, he said. It just so happens that I'm a little interested in the world you're in, and I don't know if I can upload the items from your world to the chat group mall. I bought it and looked into it. Rest assured, you are absolutely satisfied in terms of price. Need an item from my world to research. Seeing the content of the other party's private chat, Ye Peng's heart flashed a little surprise. Good thing. For the hundreds of millions of items in the Traverser's chat group, he has actually been greedy for a long time. But because of the shyness in his pocket, he really can't afford it, and he can only look at the pain of not being able to buy it. Who can understand? It's not that he hasn't thought about uploading items from his own world to the chat group mall, but with his current strength, he can post any good things on it. Which person in the chat group is not the master of a world, and does he lack these things of himself? The upload is also white. But now someone needs items from his own world and can pay points to his satisfaction. What's not that a good thing about? Upload. Must be uploaded. And if there are any readers, there are too few comments. Chapter 36. Yepeng, member of Group 347, Earth Traverser. No problem, big guy. Isn't it just uploading some items? I'll upload it now. Group 245 member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. Okay. Wizarding World. Looking at the private chat content on the virtual panel? A little ridicule flashed on Wang Ling's face. With this IQ, even if he was given the golden finger of the system, how long can he live in another world, and he still wants to become a strong man? Little children know not to eat candy from strangers. Living so big, actually believing in himself so much as such a stranger, who will die if he doesn't die? Solved 1. There are dozens of others who are slowly chatting privately. Shook his head. Clicked on the chat group mall in front of him, and soon saw the items uploaded by Yepeng. Without hesitation, I directly spent a few hundred points to buy them all. How many points to pay now? In the future, it will be returned 100-fold, 1,000-fold, and 1,000-fold. Soon, Wang Ling set his target on another newcomer, Li Tian, a member of Group 351. Same tricks. It only took 10 minutes in total. Li Tian uploaded the items in his own world to the Traverser chat group mall. I sold the rest of my life very casually. There is no way. Most of the people invited to the Time Traveler chat group are sheep who have not really seen the darkness of society. In the real society, there are legal constraints, and even if there is darkness, it is hidden deeply. This flock of sheep, facing the hungry wolves that have survived cruelly in the other world for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years, facing their careful calculations. It's too hard for them to break free from these calculations. In an instant. A few hours passed. At this time, most of the newcomer traversers in the Traverser chat group have all fallen in, and all the royal orders have come out. Upload items from your own world to the marketplace. Looking at the dozens of world items that he had always exchanged just now, Wang Ling couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for the fear that the rest of the others would notice something, he would want to immediately activate the space-time travel system with the rest of the old group and start harvesting his leaks. Last time, after an equal distribution, I killed a newcomer traverser alone, and not only obtained the origin of 1,000 worlds, but also obtained a 3-star system. This time, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a system. By studying the 3-star system, I didn't come up with anything. But I have a hunch that if I have a lot of systems to study, I might be able to figure out the core principles of the system. What is that strange energy in the system? Keep the thoughts in your heart to yourself. Wang Ling was ready to start harvesting the next little leak. Yang Hui, a member of the number 328 Traverser chat group. Galactic Empire World. As for Wang Ling's behavior, group member Yang Hui did not know, and he was now working hard to build his own spaceship. Where do you have time to check out the Traverser chat group? After 10 days of building, a lot of resources were spent, and all the minerals in the area where I was located were hollowed out. In addition, I study a lot in the virtual library every day. Yang Hui, a member of the group, finally created a rough framework for his ship. There's a lot more to add to it. If you want to build it completely, it will take at least a few months. This is still a conservative estimate. For all this, as long as he can absorb a large amount of knowledge all the time, Yang Hui, a member of the group, can stay on this small planet for the rest of his life. But look at the other newcomers in the chat group, and the group members who joined at the same time as yourself. One by one, they're all starting to take off now. As long as he is still staying in this little broken planet, he will be psychologically unbalanced for anyone. Group member Wang Ling asked for a private chat with you. Do you agree? Wang Ling. Is that the wizard who, like me, likes to study and likes knowledge? Listening to the electronic prompt sound in his head, group member Yang Hui came back to his senses from the virtual library. Is there anything he wants me to do? Click on the private chat. Soon Wang Ling's skillful words came again. Group 245 member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. Yang Hui members, I don't know what world you have crossed over. If there's anything you need help with, just say it. Group 328 member Yang Hui, Earth Traverser. Traveled to a world of technological universe. It's good to live here, though, and I don't need much help. Frowned. Yang Hui, a member of the group, looked at the virtual panel in front of him, and for some reason, suddenly became vigilant. Nothing to be courteous, either a traitor or a thief. Group 245 member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. The world of science and technology. Members of Yang Hui, there should be a lot of aliens and alien races in a technological universe like this. Group 328 member Yang Hui, Earth Traverser. It's a little bit. Group 245 member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. That's just right. Recently I'm going to study the genetic synthesis of species, but there are a lot of other species that are missing. I don't know if you can get some alien species to trade on the chat group mall, or chat with me privately, and I can transfer you points. Group 328 member Yang Hui, Earth Traverser. I'm sorry, but I can't get these alien species right now. Wait a while. Group 245 member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. Yes. In the laboratory, a little surprise flashed in Wang Ling's eyes. This is the first time that he has been rejected in a private chat with dozens of group members. Although he really wants to continue chatting with the other party for a while, luring the other party to upload items in the chat group. But he also knows the truth of overreach. If you continue to lure yourself, it may have the opposite effect. Let the other person be vigilant. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 37. Forget it, let's talk to the next person privately. Shook his head. Wang Ling clicked on the next person's avatar, and this person's avatar was very coincidental, but it was very reasonable that it was Chuhi. Most of the people in the chat group who had no way to chat had already finished chatting privately, leaving Chuhi and a few people left. In the void. After improving your strength, Chuhi was about to see what treasures he had been able to increase in the storage rings of those Yuan infant cultivators and Jindan cultivators. And this time, he saw one of the old members of the chat group chatting privately with him. What is this looking for himself? Open the virtual panel. Chuhi casually sent a message up. Group 324, member Chu River, Earth Traverser. At 245, is there anything going on? Group 245 member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. I'm talking to you privately, just to ask what kind of world you are traversing. Is there anything special about it? Or some exotic species? I can buy it for you with points, and I'm going to look into it. You also know that the system I cultivate is a wizard. It only takes enough knowledge to be able to level up quickly. Talk to me privately. I want to buy items from my world, as well as exotic species. Look at the content on the virtual panel. Chuhi's face wrinkled, and he didn't understand why all the information in the Traverser chat group would disappear a week ago. The reason why they don't let these newcomers Traversers see. Chuhi will not rashly make too deep contact with the people in the Traverser chat group. That's why he's only sent a few messages in total 10 days after joining the chat group. But now, this veteran time traveler chats privately with himself and wants to buy items from his own world for research, In this regard, Chu-hee thought about it and responded. Group 324, Member Chu River, Earth Traverser. I'm so sorry. The world I'm in now is a modern urban world, with no special object species. Group 245 Member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. Is that so? That's fine. But if you spot some strange species, remember to let me know. Not a problem in terms of price. The second one. Stop the private chat with Chu-hee. Wang Ling didn't want to talk about it in his heart. The front is fine. The group members are all silly and cute, and they are very good at routines. How to get to now? The more you go to the back, the more difficult it becomes. Just one was like this, and now it's like this again. Did these two men find something? Possibly. Although stupid people make up the majority of the world, there is no shortage of smart people. But it's useless to find out now. The world coordinates behind most of the people in the chat group are completely under my control. I found out, at most, it was a leak to a harvester. Put away the thoughts in your heart. Wang Ling began to routine, and the remaining members of the Traverser chat group. Tianxian Immortal World. After Chu-hee turned off the private chat function, he thought of what had just happened. I don't know why, the more I think about it, the more wrong it becomes. If it's a normal person, it's sure you don't think much about it. After all, a wizard buys items from him in his own world to study new knowledge. Reasonable. But I found something wrong with the chat group, and I put these things on the wrong place. It's a little bit unreasonable. After thinking about it, Chu-hee sent a private chat to Zhang Hao, a member of the number 333 group of the Traverser chat group. Although Chu-hee didn't say anything in the chat group. However, after 10 days of communication in a group, it is impossible not to have a single friend. No, Chu-hee still chatted with a few group members through private chat. Group 333 member Zhang Hao, Blue Star Traverser. Chu-hee, do you have anything to do with me? Group 324 member Chu River, Earth Traverser. I want to ask. Did Wang Ling, an old member of the group, look for you just now? Group 333 member Zhang Hao, Blue Star Traverser. Yes, he asked me to buy some items from my world. I have to say that the old group members are the old group members and they are generous. I swept away all the items I just uploaded, and my originally mediocre wallet suddenly gained hundreds of points. Group 324 member Chu River, Earth Traverser. Alright, it's okay. Zhang Hao has chatted privately. Is it possible that he has chatted with everyone privately? With this doubt, Chu-hee opened the Traverser chat group mall to search for these dozens of new group members, and sure enough, the original store of these group members was empty. But now there are a lot of items. And these items, although not very valuable, have a copy written under them that they have been sold. What is the purpose of this royal order to buy this thing? Is it really for research? No, if it's for research, shouldn't the value of the item be better so that the value of research is greater? It's only been about 10 days, and according to the development speed of the chat group, I'm afraid they are all weak now, and they can get some precious items for him to study. There must be something in this that I didn't figure out. There's still too little information. Forget it, let's watch it first. It's best if you think too much, but if these people really have any bad ideas, they must have implemented it a long time ago. It's not being implemented now, it's definitely because you want to implement this idea that you need some kind of medium, you need some kind of conditions. It can only be implemented if the conditions are met. I didn't say anything, didn't ask anything, just watched quietly through a screen. I really don't believe it, I can have an accident this way. Settle your mind. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Chu-hee turned his head to check the hundreds of storage rings on his hands. No matter what the intrigue is, strength is the most important thing. No matter how big your conspiracy is, as long as I am strong enough, then it's all paper tigers. It's all rubbish. They all have to kneel on the ground and sing just like this, conquered by you. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 38. Under the Skin of Divine Thoughts. Chuhi soon knew what was inside the storage ring. There are thousands of items in the third class, and there are also hundreds of items in the fourth class, such as the elixir of the pill exercise. Not bad. First of all, Chuhi excluded items below the fourth order. Items below the fourth order have no value for amplification, and even items of the fourth, fifth, and sixth orders have no value to Chuhi. Items that are valuable to Chuhi at the moment, items that allow him to amplify. It is to make the function of this item, to be special. For example, space items, such as fate items, such as luck items. These items, when multiplied by hundreds of millions of times, often have an unbelievable effect. After several screenings, Chuhi selected an item. A tortoise shell inscribed with gossip graphics. Fourth order spirit weapon of the calculus class. A cultivator can use his lifespan, through his own strength, or through his own luck or something, as a medium. Perform the calculus. Calculate the whereabouts of a person and the direction of a thing. However, due to the limitation of the level of the spiritual weapon, this treasure can only be purchased for use by people of the same level at most. System, amplify this item. Chuhi said. Master, amplification is in progress. This increase is a millionfold increase. Kicker completed. Item, algorithm rules. Level, 2-star level. Function, you can integrate the algorithm into your world, then you can not only calculate your own destiny slightly, but also calculate the future direction of your world. Algorithms. I didn't expect a law of direct amplification to come out. He said. It can only be said that it is worthy of the system. Seeing the milky white bead that suddenly appeared in his hand, Chuhi saw the endless way of evolution from the bead. I saw another illusory version of myself. From the eyes of the other self, it seems that I really see the future. Didn't hesitate to do more. The power of the small world in the body is operated, and the endless aura wraps the beads in the hand. In an instant, the beads are held into the world inside the body. Beginning of refining work. As soon as he started refining, Chuhi only felt a burst of emptiness in his brain, and countless golden threads appeared in his mind. This is his fate line. Destiny, one of the 10 supreme avenues of the heavens and all worlds. Everyone has their own destiny, and each destiny line represents a different destiny. Every choice you make may be a choice of fate. Among these countless fate lines, there are some fate lines that end in nothingness. And there are some fate lines where there is no end. In some fate lines, Chuhi turned into an unimaginably strong demon god, and in some fate lines, Chuhi did not join the Traverser chat group and was still an ordinary earthling. Don't ask why Chuhi, just refining and deducing the rules, you can see your fate line in your mind. Ask that. The deduction rule is a subordinate rule to the fate rule. Deduction is actually to deduce one's own destiny and one's own future. Every time you deduce, you actually let you see the fate line once, so as to choose the best ending from the countless fate lines. Follow the path of your chosen destiny line. That's deduction. Since there are so many lines of fate, it's not simply a 10-100-100. It's 100 million, 10 billion, 1 trillion. Because you can make a lot of choices every second, and each choice can give birth to a fate line. After just looking at it for a while, Chuhi retracted his mind and shifted his attention to refining. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chuhi opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found his own eyes on things, on everything, on the whole world. There has been a shift. In the past, he looked at everything on the surface. But now he saw that everything, every inch of space in the entire heaven and earth, was filled with all kinds of golden silk threads, fate threads. This time it's a big gain. The corners of Chu-hee's mouth were slightly hooked. With this deduction rule, I'm afraid I won't encounter any difficulties. I won't fall into some pits anymore. If you find something that you can't figure out, just deduce it. Of course, this deduction rule is only a 2-star level, although in the future, as your own small world upgrades, the deduction rules will become stronger, but it is still too weak at present. At most, it can only deduce those secret things in the entire Tianxian immortal cultivation world. If you want to use this to deduce what the Traverser chat groups are plotting about, it's a bit unlikely and unrealistic. After all, the strength of these people, even the weakest has already reached the 2-star level, and the most powerful may have soared to more than 4 stars. What's more, there is still an endless world between the two sides, which makes it even more impossible to deduce. When he said this, what was surprising was that Chu-hee did not feel depressed and disappointed. But then again, I can't deduce their calculations, but I can deduce my future. As long as I see nothing in the future, nothing will happen to me. Just follow the future. I deduced my future just now, and my future is flat and there is no danger. Relax your mind. Chu-hee stood up. Now in the entire land of 100 countries, there is nothing that can make Chu-hee nostalgic. With his current strength that is basically invincible, it's time to quickly change the dungeon. However, there was no point in challenging those low-level dungeons with Chu-hee's current strength. If you want to change, you can go straight to the top one. Anyway, in the top-level dungeon, Chu-hee is still crushing, and there will be no change. There are 5 top-level dungeons in this world: the Endless Sea in the east, the Southern Barbarian Land in the north, the Ancient Heaven and Earth in the west, the Extremely Cold Land in the south, and the Middle Domain. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 39. With a burst of spatial fluctuations, Chu-hee instantly disappeared into the void. In an instant. It spanned a distance of thousands of miles. In the first disappearance, the reappearance is tens of millions of miles away. When the strength reached the realm of Chu River, in fact, it took a little time to visit the entire Tianxian immortal world. Along the way, in the Chu River Divine Mind scan, I saw a lot of interesting things. However, Chu-hee didn't pay much attention to it. It didn't take long for the Chu River to reach the border of the Qing waters. The Tianxian immortal cultivation world is not a whole. In the entire Tianxian immortal cultivation world, tens of millions of Dao domains were distributed large and small. Like the stars in the sky. The distance between each Dao domain is very far, and only with a high-level teleportation array can it be shuttled. But with the strength of the Chu River, naturally, he didn't need any high-level teleportation arrays, because he was the best teleportation array himself. There wasn't much fluctuation in his eyes. Raise the fist in your hand and face the boundary of the Qing waters, the barrier that protects the entire Qing water from being eroded by the free void wind outside the Dao domain. It's just a punch over. Boom! A fist made up of a huge aura appeared. When the fist first left the Chu River, it was still very small, but by the time it reached the barrier, it had already turned into a huge fist with a body size of more than hundreds of miles. No surprises. When the fist river barriers collide together, countless things that looked like cracks permeated the entire barrier in all directions. A huge hollow was beaten out by Chu-hee with his fist. Not bad. I didn't expect to be able to do so much damage with just a few thousandths of my own strength. If I use all my strength, and then use the boundary to sublimate, I'm afraid that if I punch down, the entire green water area will be directly missing. Wait until the strength is a little stronger. If you can explode the green waters with a volume of more than 100 million kilometers with one move, you should be able to kill those immortal true immortals. For yourself this casual blow. Chu-hee said he was very satisfied. His own strength and normal strength have far exceeded the level of the 9th order. Even if there are 100 and 1,000 Mahayana cultivators, they can deal with the Chu River in a normal state. There is only one possibility of drinking and hating on the spot. If you have all the attributes, it will be enhanced by 100 times. I don't know how powerful it is. Chu he really didn't believe that there was such a big gap between the immortal true immortal and the Mahayana cultivators. It can be 10,000 times more powerful than ordinary Mahayana cultivators in all aspects. The other side at this time. The middle region, in the space far from the center of the world. 5 bronze seats above. An immortal true immortal who had not spoken before suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a trace of doubt and shock flashed. It seems to be sensitive. Sensing the mood of this immortal true immortal, the other 4 immortal true immortals also opened their eyes and glanced at him. After glancing at each other, the forgotten worry true immortal opened his mouth and said to him, "Life true immortal, what's wrong with you? Is something wrong? What's wrong? Would you believe me if I said that my time and my future had just disappeared?" Slowed down for a moment. Putting away the shock in his eyes, the lifespan true immortal turned his head and said with a somewhat ugly face, "Life is the subordinate law of time. At the beginning, the lifespan true immortal once used his great mana to steal a minute of lifespan from everyone in the entire world. With a little reversal of the principle of life, he has achieved the position of a true immortal today. As a true immortal realm, he can see his own long river of time with his understanding of lifespan. Because of this, he knows best that if time disappears, his future disappears. What does this mean? This means that he will die in the future. When his future self dies, he naturally has no future of his own. And the period of time when the river of time disappeared was very close to the time I was in now. Less than half a month. Do you dare to believe that there is less than half a month left, and he, the immortal true immortal, will die directly? Obviously, when he checked the long river of time a year ago, he was still able to live forever and live forever. How did it become like this now? How is this possible? Your long river of time and future are gone, and it can't be until you die in the future. But we are the top powerhouses in this world, who can kill you? Hearing this, the eyes of the other 4 people were full of incredulity. There are a total of 5 of them immortal true immortals in the world, and among them, the lifespan true immortals have become enlightened with their lifespan. Except for the other one, none of the other 3 forget worries true immortals, Dharma transmission true immortals, and everything true immortals could fight against the lifespan true immortals alone. There may be some unknown change, nothing is impossible. I was trying my best to see through the man who killed me. But I didn't see it. Instead, I only saw the 4 of you in the river of time besides me. There is no way that anyone in this world can kill us, and there is no way that the will of the world is impossible. Then there's only one possibility. Speaking of this, the lifespan true immortal ignored the eyes of others and looked out of the space. I looked out of the world to the void. Over there. It is an infinite nothingness, no concept of space, no concept of time. It seems that nothing exists. In the long years after achieving immortality and true immortality, the 5 of them didn't explore the void. But in the end, nothing was detected. Because when probing, not only must it resist the erosion of the ubiquitous void chi in that void space. It's time to probe. You can't be too far away from the world you are in. Once you are far away from the world you are in, then everything will be fine. Because in the void space, you will find everything around you, except for nothingness, there is no sense of direction, and you can't find the way back. At that point, you won't have a second path to choose from except to be eroded by the void. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 40. You mean the void? Following the gaze of the lifespan true immortal, the others instantly came to their senses. That's right. We've had speculations about other worlds for a long time. In our guess, there is not only one world in the world, but there may be a variety of other worlds. Some of these worlds are strong, some are weak. There may be some of them, powerful beings who can cross the void. Have you noticed that these void places are like the void space between the Deo domains of our world? If the Deo domain is compared to a world, then it is easy to understand whether this is the case. The lifespan true immortal nodded. If it is really an existence that can cross the void, in the face of this presence, then I am afraid that there are only two choices that await us. One is to become a slave of this being. The other is death. When the forgetful true immortal said this, he couldn't help but show a trace of despair. The first choice is probably not one for you. After all, the people who can cultivate to our immortal true immortal realm, which one is not the leader of an era, and which one is not a person with their own pride and strong will? No wonder the lifespan true immortal will see the five of us die in the future. Pake. What is there to be afraid of? What is there to panic about? Isn't there half a month left? Since there is a possibility that an enemy will come to the void, we as hosts should respond to him in the warmest way we can. As the most powerful existence of the five, the most powerful immortal true immortal, the destiny true immortal who achieves the position of immortality with the principle of fate, snorted coldly, looked around and said, "Originally, we wanted to hover around the bottom line of the world's will step by step, and obtain enough world origin to advance to the next level. Now, it's come to this point. Then we can only be sorry for the will of the world. Half a month, we need to obtain enough origin within half a month. Then let the lifespan true immortal open the time flow rate of a small piece of space, and refine the origin of the world in that space to break through the next realm." How to break through the next realm? After the five of us spent hundreds of thousands of years of deduction, we already have a general idea. Only by breaking through the next realm may there be a glimmer of life. The words of the true immortal of fate. The remaining four immortal true immortals agreed. No way. If you don't agree, you can't do anything, and if you don't agree, you can only wait and die. Who wants to wait to die? With their strength, they can live forever and live forever. Why should they die? Since I don't want to let myself die. Then make yourself stronger and let others die. Fate is right. However, the power of the will of the world is too strong, and relying on us can only obtain a small amount of origin at most. It's not enough to break through, and that's why we plan to spend time slowly gaining the origin of the world. Even if it is the will of the world, it will take most of the power to maintain the entire world from the erosion of the void chi outside. He said. The rest of the forces are not something we can resist. In the next half month, we must consume the power of the will of the entire world as quickly as possible, so that we can have a chance. There are many ways to consume the will of the world, there are many ways that we were unwilling to use before, and there is nothing to say now. 1. Destroy all the living beings in the Tianxian immortal cultivation world, whether they have spiritual wisdom or not. Most of the power of the worlds will comes from living beings. 2. Absorb the entire world's cave heaven blessed land that is free in the void, enter our own soul palace, and reduce the volume of the entire heavenly Xian immortal world. 3. With the longevity of the true immortal, after saying the method of consuming the will power of the world, the five people present, including the gaze in the eyes of the true immortal of destiny, slowly changed. It turned into apathy, extreme indifference and bloodthirstiness. People are selfish. In the face of life and death, people are even more selfish to the extreme. In order to be able to keep yourself alive, in order to be able to deal with the enemy beyond the void, then you can only ask the living beings of the entire Tianxian immortal cultivation world to die first. If they died, the beings of the heavenly Xian immortal cultivation world would not be able to leave anything behind in the face of the enemies outside the void land. In that case, then why not die early and achieve their own? Sometimes, though, fate plays a joke. In fact, that enemy is not an enemy outside the void, but an enemy within their world. If they weren't so extreme. I don't want to kill everyone in the Tianxian immortal world. Maybe they won't die. Medium domain. It took some time for Chuhi to come to the top-level copy of the entire Tianxian immortal cultivation world. Use the power of the law of deduction within yourself. Chuhi closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he already knew where the fate was in the central domain. Where there is an opportunity to help yourself. Walking all the way to the east, he saw the first demon gate with a combined cultivator, and destroyed the other party. You will be able to obtain a large number of treasures that will help you. It's that simple. Let's not talk about anything else. After I have the deduction rules, I will look for resources that will help me, and I don't need to go around like a headless fly in the future. You can tell where the treasure is at will. He said with a smile on his face. Chuhi took a simple breath, and the aura in the middle domain was extremely rich. It can only be said. The mid-domain deserves to be a top-of-the-line copy. The concentration of aura possessed, even in the most remote places, had already reached the level of the third order. You must know that in those remote places in the Qing waters, they can only satisfy the cultivation of cultivators in the early stage of Qi cultivation. The concentration of the aura may only be around the beginning of the first order. Think about how strong the cultivators in the middle domain are when cultivating in an environment where third order aura is everywhere. Basically, Jin Dan walks all over the ground, the Yuan baby is not as good as a dog, and the god has to be a man with his tail between his legs. Only by returning to the void can I barely shake it. All the big forces in the clear waters, when they come here, they may not even have their bones and slag eaten. Ask for flowers. Ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 42. Relaxed. It's so easy. To solve a sect with dozens of combined realm powerhouses, Chuhi hasn't even used a single move. It's just a little bit of the breath on his body. It wears out all the enemies. Of course, according to the treasure area that he deduced, Chuhi was not stupid enough to use his breath to crush that side. It didn't take long for Chuhi to come to the place where the treasure existed, and took the treasure out of it. A blood-red Lingzi-like spirit plant, the grade had already reached the 8th order cave void level. On top of the small reishi mushroom, it seemed to be able to see that a small 5-clawed true dragon of qi and blood kept roaring towards the Chu River. It is easy to detect the past by the detection function of the system. Item: Blood Dragon Ganodermalus item. Grade: 1-star high-end. Function: greatly increase the power of qi and blood on the body refining cultivator, and have a certain chance to allow the devourer to obtain the special physique of the blood dragon spirit body. This thing should be prepared for himself by the ancestor of the 10,000 corpses gate. After all, this hairy man has trained himself into a zombie. What do zombies need? It's nothing more than corpse qi, moonlight, and blood. The power of qi and blood covered by this blood dragon Lingzi has turned into the shape of a 5-clawed true dragon. It's simple, it's a big tonic for zombies. It's mine now, though. See the effect of the item. Chuhi had a smile on his face, and he didn't hesitate to make use of today's increase opportunity. Soon, this time it was a millionfold increase, and there were no critical hits that were tens of millions or billions of times. In the increase of the system, the blood dragon Lingzi in Chuhi's hand suddenly emitted a crimson light. It's changed a huge look again. The original huge blood dragon Lingzi shrunk to only the size of an arm, but the phantom on the Lingzi. It's no longer a 5-clawed blood true dragon. It's a virtual shadow of the world. The tiny world formed by qi and blood, from this illusory world, Chu River, as if you can see countless qi and blood true dragons, swimming towards the sky and roaring in the illusory world. Pure to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he was about to spread around, but fortunately, Chuhi made a timely move to cover it with aura. Just by simply taking a breath of the qi and blood around the Lingzi, the divine elephant suppression power in Chu-Hee's body unconsciously functioned, and dozens of ancient giant elephant particles were awakened at once. I casually checked the level. The level of the blood dragon Lingzi has also changed from the previous 1-star high level to the 2-star peak level. The name also changed to Wanlong Blood Ji. Not bad. It's worthy of the opportunity that I deduced. I don't know how much stronger my strength will become after swallowing this 10,000 dragon's blood Ji, and how many ancient giant elephant particles will awaken. The eyes lit up. Chu-Hee carefully looked at the 10,000 dragon blood Ji in his hand, and he couldn't help but want to swallow it. Follow your heart. Mobilizing his spiritual power directly pressed the Wanlong blood Ji into a ball of blood energy. With such a large ganodermalous item, it is naturally impossible for Chu-Hee to swallow it one bite at a time. It's better to squeeze it into energy. Anyway, the effect of the medicine will not be lost in the slightest. Swallow in one bite. Unsurprisingly, the terrifying energy was rampaging through Chu-Hee's body. But in the next second, he was controlled on the spot by the powerful spiritual power and the world power in his body. Honestly, it was refined step by the Chu River. 110 million ancient giant elephant particles. 210 million ancient giant elephant particles. The screen turns. Just when Chu-Hee was working hard to refine the 10,000 dragon's blood Ji and improve his strength. The 5 immortal true immortals on the other side first received all the families and sects that were close to them into the super-large cave heaven blessed land in their bodies. Their operation also began. Destroy all living beings in the entire Tianxing immortal cultivation world, and weaken the power of the world's will. If you do this. If Chu-Hee knew about it, it was estimated that his strength would not improve now, and he would come over directly to kill these immortal true immortals. In the heart of Chu-Hee. In fact, he had already regarded the Tianxian immortal cultivation world as his backyard. A back garden for yourself with special treasures. It is also an experienced baby who cultivates Xianhuang Mother's Qi technique by himself. Where can he let these fools destroy? Red Flame Dao Domain. One side is much more powerful than the Qing Shui area where Chu Tong was before. The strongest one inside has reached the realm of merger. And more than one. As usual, most of the cultivators in the Red Flame Dao domain were cultivating in retreat. Strive to raise the strength to a higher position. But they didn't know that today might be their last day. No, it should be their last moment. Of course, even if you know. They could only show a desperate expression and angrily scolded these immortal true immortals. What else can I do? Immortal true immortal, a powerhouse in the realm of true immortals. There are 3 realms higher than the most powerful beings in their place. In the world of cultivating immortals, the gap of a small realm is very difficult to cross. Not to mention crossing the 3 realms. And among them, it is necessary to cross the great realm of mortals to the level of true immortals. Those who can simply cross the 3 great realms to face the enemy, let alone in the Tianxian cultivation immortal realm. Even in the great heavens and 10,000 realms, it can be regarded as good, and it is not at all that the Tianxian immortal cultivation world can be born. As the saying goes, shallow water can't raise a real dragon. No matter how talented you are in your world, even if you can casually cross the realm and create your own fa at will. You're just a genius of a small world. When you meet people in other more powerful worlds, you're just trash. Unless you have a special adventure. Otherwise, you'll never be able to step out of your world. Because your world does not allow for a more powerful existence than his. Your world has never been so awesome. How could it be possible to give birth to a genius who could cultivate to an even better point than him? It's easy to understand. It's like an all-knowing God's mansion, and it looks awesome. But if you ask him to create a person who is a little stronger than himself, will he create it? Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 43. The First. Above the void of the red flame domain, one of the 5 great immortal true immortals, the forget-worry true immortal, suddenly appeared. With an indifferent face, he looked down without any expression, and the huge Deo domain with a volume of more than billions of miles. A person who can reach the realm of immortal true immortal, who person does not step on the bones of hundreds of millions of people. No one has the kindness of a woman. Boom. Mobilize the huge power of rules in his body, a huge palm composed of rules and the energy that transforms into immortal chi in his body. Instantly enveloped any corner of the entire red flame domain. The sky suddenly darkened. The sky in the entire red flame domain darkened. It seems that there is a sense in the heart, and for a while, whether it is a cultivator in the chi refining period or a great power in the merging realm. All looked up at the first time. What's going on? Why did the sky darken all of a sudden? Could it be that there was some powerful cultivator cultivating some peerless supernatural power? Looking at the sky, a chi cultivator showed a confused expression. Possibly. However, to be able to cultivate such a large range of supernatural powers, this strong man's strength is definitely above the Yuan infant. It's even likely to be the avatar venerable. Nodding. The other chi cultivators who were with him next to him echoed. With their gaze, they could only see the dark scene within a radius of dozens of miles, and could not see any farther. I couldn't even imagine that the entire red flame domain was this kind of scene. Avatar venerable. Even in the entire red flame domain, this is a first-class big man. I don't know how powerful this kind of magical power will be once it is released. Red flame domain. The major Deo systems have the power of the merge realm and the void realm. Now all the top brass have panicked. Unlike the narrow vision of those chi cultivators, they were the power of the red flame domain. I have seen the real world. This is not anyone cultivating great divine powers at all, whose great divine powers can have such billions of miles. What kind of god and demon method is this? It's incredible. Guys, run away. The red flame domain is completely hopeless. One of the 5 major sects of the red flame domain, the alliance leader of the heavenly fire sect, showed a trace of despair on his face, and opened his mouth to the people below. Alliance leader, is there really no way? The eyes of the people below were full of unwillingness. They have been operating in the red flame domain for so long, everyone has a good life, they want money, status, and if they give up like this, no one will be willing. What's the solution, you tell me? Even if the power of our sect's supreme ancestor merge realm can sink thousands of miles in one move. What can you do in the face of a powerhouse who can unleash an attack that envelopes the entire red flame domain? Hearing the words below, the main door of the heavenly fire gate said, I've traveled to the top realms and met real Mahayana monks. But what do you think of the Mahayana practitioners? How do you compare to this one? There is no comparison at all, and it is vulnerable. With one blow at most, Mahayana cultivators can destroy a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles and destroy an ancient star. This is definitely a realm above the Mahayana cultivators. The real Great Terror. When it comes to the Great Terror, the master of the heavenly fire gate had already stood up, ready to leave first. Everyone, if you are not going to be buried with the red flame domain, then take the high-level teleportation array with me first and run to other realms. As long as there is strength, it won't take long to rebuild a glorious Tianhuo gate. Red Tooth Sect. Hundreds of cultivators had already gathered in the sect master's hall. Every strength has reached the transformation god venerable, and the soul palace in his body is full of people. Sect master, everything has been packed up. It's time to activate the teleportation array. Okay, activate the teleportation array. Standing in the middle, the sect master in the red tooth took out 100 top-grade spirit stones from the cave heaven blessed land in his body. With a special wave of volatility emerged. The people in the main hall of the Xiang sect disappeared in an instant, but what made people feel horrified? The next second, the crowd that just disappeared. Suddenly, it came back in a kind of space-time fluctuation. What's going on? Shouldn't we be in other Deo domains now? Why did you come back again? Could it be that the high-level teleportation array has lost its effect? Don't panic, start it again and try it. Look at everything familiar around you. Everyone in the Red Fang sect panicked all of a sudden, originally thinking that they would be able to run away smoothly this time. I didn't expect it to come back again. Didn't hesitate much, and there is no time to hesitate for them now. The face of the Red Tooth sect is somewhat ugly. He took out another 100 top-grade spirit stones and placed them in the center of the teleportation array. But unfortunately, the result is still the same as before. Although it did activate the teleportation array and disappeared, it will reappear the next second. Panicked? Completely panicked. Who can not panic in the face of life and death? Even if you are not afraid of death, in the face of life and death, when you know that you will die, there will be a little fluctuation in the heart. What's more, which of them has the spirit of not being afraid of death? Before, they didn't feel that they needed to be buried with the red flame domain, but in the blink of an eye, they found that this was all their fantasy. Same scene. It also happened in other sects that had high-end teleportation formations. There was a look of despair on everyone's faces. They don't want to think about it either. Whoever is able to unleash this kind of attack, will he not be able to block time and space? Forgetting the worries of the true immortal is the intention to destroy the living beings of the entire Tianxian immortal world. Would he not have known that there was such a thing as teleportation? Will you not know about the blockade of space-time? Tens of seconds later, it fell in front of the huge palm that enveloped the entire red flame domain. Slammed on the barrier of the red flame domain, and in an instant, the barrier was like a thin piece of paper. Under an unbelievable power. It didn't even last 0.1 seconds, and it was completely crushed. The powerful power of rules acts throughout the red flame domain. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 44. At the last second. The original desperate eyes were full of stunned cultivators, whether it was the chi refining period or the merger period. All of a sudden, the desperate expression and stunned look disappeared all at once. It turned into a confused expression. And then, before they could come to their senses, the huge slab had already been covered. All of a sudden, the red flame domain was smashed into countless pieces. All the creatures and all the buildings inside the shards were reduced to ashes. Don't ask why the people of the red flame domain showed that expression at the end. To ask is to forget. Worries. This is the truth of heaven and earth that the true immortal comprehends, to let others forget their sorrows. Even if it hurts you deeply. But he can also make you easily forget, and the deepest part of your heart will gradually disappear. Even in the face of death, everyone in the red flame domain forgot all about it at the last second. The mind swept away. After making sure that there are no living creatures in any of the fragments, the forget-worry true immortal didn't hesitate much, mobilized the power in his body, and went to other places. Go to other domains. Time waits for no one, and all this must be solved within half a month as quickly as possible. And when the true immortal made a move, other fate true immortals, life true immortals, forgetful true immortals, and true immortals who pass on the law. It's also starting to get started. Days of waters. Above, the true immortal who forgot things appeared here. A cold gaze flashed in his eyes, and he mobilized the power in his body and punched at the huge heavenly water in front of him. Quick as a wink. A huge fist made of rules, slamming into the center of the heavenly waters. An incomparably huge rift filled every corner of the entire heavenly waters. The last sight of the scene that all the people of the heavenly waters saw was: the heavens fell, and the earth cracked. Boom! Day waters, extinguished. Yan Tianyu. In the sky, the lifespan true immortal appeared quietly and silently. But now, the lifespan true immortal didn't know what to stimulate, and the tension in his eyes disappeared, turning into scarlet eyes. There was despair in the eye mask. The desperation of this point made him lose the desire to destroy even when he looked at the Dao domain below. How could it be? How so? It's not supposed to be like this. Why is it that when I and a few other true immortals began to destroy the Dao domain, my time to die began to shorten instead? From half a month to 10 days. That means I have 10 days left, and everyone else is going to die there. Life is really immortal, I feel like I'm really going crazy. He seemed to sense something just now, and checked his own time again, and checked his future. It turned out that only 10 days into the future were visible, and the rest were gone. And the rate of disappearance is accelerating. After just a few moments, he had only 9.5 days left. Other words. In 9.5 days, there will be enemies in that void. In half a month, they made their 5 immortal true immortals feel their scalps tingle. Now it's a little bit shorter. After a while, the lifespan true immortal took a deep breath and looked at Yan Tianyu under his feet. He didn't know if he wanted to make a move. If you make a move, then I'm afraid that the rest of the time will be short, and let yourself die early. But if you don't make a move, then you won't get enough world origin to break through to the next realm, and the result will still be a death. If you can't make a move, you may be a death. Fight. It doesn't matter if he dies or not. The enemy hasn't even appeared, and even one side hasn't been revealed, and I'm already panicking like this. Wait only to die, fight, maybe you can still live. Figure this out. The despair in the eyes of the life true immortal turned into a cold gaze again. Directly mobilizing the life rules towards Yan Tianyu below, a burst of green light flickered in his hand. Special fluctuations. It covered the Yan Tianyu of Nuda at once. If you want to say that the 5 true immortal level powerhouses, who is the fastest at destroying the creatures in the Dao domain, you also have to count the lifespan true immortals. Because, as long as the lifespan true immortal mobilizes his own strength, he can easily clear the lifespan of all living beings in a Dao domain. If you don't have a lifespan, you will naturally die. Medium domain. With the passage of time, the power of qi and blood in Chu He's body has been completely absorbed by him. At this time, a terrifying phantom appeared in the void above Chu He's head. It was an illusory world. Roar. In that world, countless ancient giants of great size spread their fangs. Tell the heavens and the earth about their unwillingness, tell them of their anger. 840 million ancient giant elephant particles. That's right. You read that right. Before absorbing all the power of the 10,000 dragons' blood Ji, Chu He had originally only awakened 100 million ancient giant elephant particles. But now, he has awakened every cell and particle in his body. Next, you can start to make the ancient giant elephant transform. By juvenile ancient giant elephants. Become a young dragon elephant. From 840 million ancient giant elephant particles, to 840 million dragon elephant particles. The power of a dragon elephant reaches 1 billion kilograms, far exceeding the power that ancient giant elephant particles can bring. Open your eyes. Chu He only felt unprecedented satisfaction now, feeling his powerful power. I can't wait to look up to the sky and howl. He is invincible again and again, and this time he is invincible in the Tianqian immortal world. 840 million ancient giant elephant particles, each particle can bring 100,000 kilograms of strength to the Chu River. Remember, this 100,000 kilograms is not the kind in a certain sewer fantasy world, and even an excavator can't do it. This 100,000 kilograms refers to qi, which can exert a force that is more than 10 times or even dozens of times more powerful than this number. In addition, due to the change in his own strength, the small world in his body has become much larger. There is also the sublimation of their own boundaries, and their strength has increased 100-fold again. He couldn't imagine it anymore. In the entire Tianxian immortal cultivation world, who else can be his opponent? Who else? Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 45. Panel. Master, Chu He. Lifespan, 24/. The world is immortal, and it is immortal itself. Cultivation, early stage of the 2-star, Saint King cultivation system, immortal cultivation system. Self-world level, large world. Cultivation exercises, divine elephant suppression of prison strength and 10,000 ways to return to the origin. Divine powers, the 5 emperors' canopy supernatural powers, the hands of the heavens. Secret method, boundary sublimation. Physique, the body of the innate human race, a top world, the physique that only the first batch of born human races have, inherently invincible, and has a slight chance of achieving Deluo Jin Xian. Open your own panel. Looking at the above content, as expected, Chu He's strength had reached the level of an immortal true immortal. This is just the Chu River in a normal state. Now that the strength has reached this level, in the world of cultivating immortals, it is time for the people of the Tianxian immortal cultivation world to know. Who will call the shots in the Tianxian immortal cultivation world in the future? Let's go find those 5 immortal true immortals first, if they are interested. If they don't know how to do it, let them be buried in the ground. Turning off the panel, a smile appeared on Chu He's face. After coming to the top-level dungeon of the middle domain, Chu He had already deduced the rules and deduced the location of the immortal true immortal. This is also one of the purposes for him to come to the middle domain. With a thought in his mind and mobilizing the deduction rules he mastered, Chu He was ready to deduce again, to see if he would encounter any danger if he went to do those immortal true immortals this time. No matter how you say it, it is also facing a strong person at the same level. There should still be caution. Before, Chu He felt safe in his heart when he did it with a high realm and a state of being higher than others' 3 realms. Now for the first time facing a strong person of the same level, even if you can crush it, you should be careful. However, it's okay if it's not deduced. As soon as Chu He's eyes were deduced, his anger suddenly rose. The powerful aura began to send from his body to the surroundings unconsciously. In an instant, the cultivators of the middle domain within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles felt what it meant to be truly powerful. I felt what it was called, a vast aura fluctuation comparable to heaven and earth. Underneath this breath, everyone's minds fell silent unconsciously, and they couldn't help but look at the sky. It's still that white sky. However, it was as if everyone had seen an unimaginably large primeval elephant. With his white fangs and long trunk, he roared to the sky to declare his wrath. In this giant elephant, they saw the ultimate sense of power. And with the anger of the other party, everyone's mood was unconsciously angry in the declaration. When they realized it later, they only felt a chill in their hearts. Ha ha ha! Am I being burglarized? Joke, big joke. Those immortal true immortals actually dare to do this, how dare they? It's just looking for death. According to the content of the deduction, when Chu He was improving his strength, the 5 immortal true immortals didn't know what to do. Unexpectedly, they mobilized their strength to destroy the Dao domain of the entire Tianxian immortal cultivation world. It's just a moment's work. The number of Dao domains destroyed in their hands had already exceeded thousands, and it was like a 5-digit number. To know. In these Dao domains, there are I don't know how many creatures, all of them are the treasures of his future cultivation of the Xianhuang Mother Qi technique. By doing this, these 5 immortal true immortals were simply cutting the flesh of the Chu River. It's too arrogant. If you want to die so much, then I'll give you a ride in advance. Scatter your ashes. After saying this last sentence, As soon as the Chu River was stepped on, the land within a radius of tens of thousands of miles collapsed in an instant. Powerful anti-shock force. Let Chu He break through the barrier of the middle domain at once and come to the outside of the void. Estimating the place where one of the immortal true immortals was. With a powerful killing intent. Use the power of the surrounding space to cross a distance of trillions of miles every second. The other side. For Chu He, this evil star rushed to his place. Due to the distance, it was not something he could detect in addition to the Chu River. The true immortal who destroyed another Dao domain didn't know it. If you knew. It is estimated that he has already run away now, looking for other immortal true immortals. Where will he continue to stay here? Looking at the Yuan Tian Dao domain, which turned into fireworks again. The true immortal narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a little unbearable in his eyes. For the creatures in the destruction Dao domain, he actually didn't want to agree. I don't want to do it either. It's not that he still has any compassion, it's that his way has to do with these creatures. The Xian Huang Wen Qi technique spread throughout the entire Tianxian immortal cultivation world. There are many cultivators in each Dao domain who have cultivated the Xian Huang Wen Qi technique, and basically there are at least 99% of them. Everyone who cultivates the Xian Huang Wen Qi technique can bring him 1,000th of his cultivation. To destroy every realm now is to destroy his foundation. But there is no way. Among the two choices of foundation and life, the true immortal of the Dharma transmission still chose life very smoothly. The life is gone, no matter how awesome the foundation is, what is the use of dicks? It's time to go to the next place. I sighed in my heart. The Dharma true immortal mobilized the power in his body and prepared to go to the next target location. But at this moment, there was a sudden wave of space-time fluctuations in front of him, and a strong killing intent locked onto him. Let the footsteps of the true immortals stop. Stopping, the Dharma true immortal looked at the place where there were fluctuations in time and space, and a touch of vigilance rose in his heart. What's going on? If you can lock me with killing intent, you should be a strong person at the same level as me. But the Tianxian immortal cultivation world seems to only have fate, lifespan, forgetfulness, and worry about those few who are at the same level as me. The aura on this person's body is definitely not the few, it is full of a sense of rage. Who's that? Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 46. There was confusion in his eyes. However, before she could solve this doubt, Chu He slowly walked out of the fluctuations of time and space. Quietly looked at him. The unbelievably large amount of qi and blood gushed out, causing huge waves in the surrounding void. Chu He's main thing is that one person doesn't talk much. These 5 immortal true immortals are already ruining his baby bumps, where will he continue to reason? Anyway, in the end, the Tianxian immortal cultivation world is all their own, and these true immortals violate their own bottom line, so they will all be destroyed. Brush, Chu He suddenly disappeared in front of the eyes of the true immortal of the Fa transmission, when he appeared in shape. He had already appeared in front of the true immortal of the Fa transmission. Let the Dharma true immortal's eyes show an incredible look, because he couldn't see Chu He's movements at all. The two hands together turned into a fist, and it was a violent buckle against the head of the true immortal who passed on the law. Boom! Without the slightest surprise, the Fa transmission true immortal was facing Chu He's overwhelming strength. There can be no resistance. With the violent buckle buckled, the whole person turned into a brilliant brilliance and fell into the Yuan Tian Dao domain that exploded just now. Yuan Tian Dao domain destroyed in the ruins. The Dharma true immortal now felt like he was about to be abolished, and in the face of that absolute power, his physical body was basically crushed. The bones are all broken, the meridians are broken, and there is only blood foam left in the internal organs. If it weren't for the fact that his entire life level had reached the true immortal level, even if his physical body had all turned into ashes. nor will it die. I'm afraid he's been blown up by a punch by now. Opening his mouth slightly, the mind of the Fa true immortal was full of questions, and 3 big question marks lingered in his mind. He wanted to say it now. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The person in front of you who suddenly appeared in front of him and almost blew himself up with 1 punch, has he ever provoked the other party? I don't even know who the other party is or what it's called. Haven't seen it before? Forget it, now is not the time to think about that. Repair your body first, and then pass on the news of this strong man to several other people. He said. Let them come and help. Otherwise, if you face this strong man who suddenly appeared alone, you can't be an opponent at all. Suppressing all these thoughts in his mind, the Fa transmission true immortal hurriedly mobilized the power of the rules in his body. Quickly repair your body. At the same time, through special means, the news of the strong man of Chu He was spread. He hurriedly used the huge immortal chi in his body to prepare to deal with this unknown enemy. But by the time he was just getting up, Chu He didn't know when, he had already quietly come to him. His face was full of sneers. Raise your fist. Towards the head of the true immortal who passed on the law, he slammed it over. Poof! The true immortal who was still repairing his body just now suddenly disappeared from his head. No, it's not gone. Instead, the other party's head was bent 180 degrees and collapsed into his chest. And seeing that the true immortal of the Dharma transmission has been beaten like this by himself, Chu He still didn't stop. The hand swung a punch at the Dharma true immortal again. Of course, this was only a punch on the surface. But when this fist hit the Dharma transmission true immortal, the body of the Dharma true immortal seemed to have been hit by countless punches and turned into blood mist on the spot. Disappeared into the ruins of the Yuan Tiandao domain. Seeing this, Chu He smiled slightly, but in the next second, he seemed to sense something. The smile was retracted again. I didn't expect that this Dharma true immortal would be so difficult to kill. I was beaten into a blood mist, and my soul was silenced, and I wasn't dead yet. But why don't you just die? Pian is going to be resurrected. Look, I'm going to be guilty of old sin again. Looking at the true immortal in front of him who had originally turned into a blood mist, and the body that had recondensed in the blood mist, Chu He said in a cold tone. What the hell are you? See the Chu River. The Dharma true immortal's eyes were red and full of resentment, and he had just spoken, but he hadn't said a few words yet. Boom! The power that made him invincible. It slammed into his body again, causing him to turn back into a mist of blood. And this time more thoroughly. What was he trying to say? Hearing half of it, looking at the true immortal who was beaten into a blood mist by himself, Chu He frowned slightly. He hated the mystery man the most in his life. Just say hurry. You see, this is the lesson of speaking slowly, and you can't even speak completely. Alas, all men are dead. I can't bring him back to life, listen to what he says. Sighed. Chu He packed up his mood and glanced at the little change that had just appeared in heaven and earth. He should have spread his news to the other 4 street-fighting immortals just now. But it's too much. As a person who has achieved true immortality against heaven and earth, as long as he dies, the whole world will change a little. When the time comes, a few other people will naturally know. It just so happens that after those few people know about it, they should get together, and I won't have to look for it everywhere. Just blow it up together. With the emergence of space-time fluctuations, the Chu River disappeared into this void. By killing the true immortal just now, Chu He had full confidence in his strength. At the same time, he also had no expectations for those true immortal cultivators in the Tianxian immortal cultivation world. Expressed disappointment. He originally thought that these people could achieve true immortals, and they should have their own unique means. Plus it's the same level again. Able to put a little bit of pressure on yourself. It's a pity that even if he only uses 1/10 of his strength, he doesn't even use the sublimation of the boundary, and he can still beat the true immortal of the Fa in a few clicks. The whole process is crushed. It can only be said that even if these immortal true immortals can go against the supreme principle of heaven and earth, the strength looks very strong. But after all, it is only a true immortal in the small world, and there is still an essential gap with Chuhi. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 47. Let's just talk about their cultivation exercises. Don't say anything else. Their cultivation level is only a 2-star level, and they may not even be able to reach the 2-star level. And what is the level of Chuhi's cultivation? The exercises cultivated by Chuhi are at the peak level of 6 stars, and there are 4 major levels of difference between them. What a concept! The difference is greater than heaven and earth. Compared with Chuhi, who cultivated the divine elephant suppression prison strength technique, even if it made these immortal true immortals 10 times stronger. And how about dozens of times? Still can't do the Chu River. One turn of the screen, the other side. Just when the Chu River rushed to the place where those immortal true immortals were by dragging the law of deduction. The remaining 4 immortal true immortals also noticed the vision between heaven and earth. Nebula domain, above. Originally, he wanted to destroy the fate true immortal of the Deo domain in front of him with one move, and looked at the vision in the sky. His pupils shrank suddenly, and a little incredulity flashed in his heart. Passing on the true immortals, returning the Tao to the heavens. How could it be? Who can kill him, forget things, forget worries, or live long? Shouldn't they be unanimous to the outside world at this time? No, it shouldn't be them. Their strength is not yet to the extent that they can kill the Fa transmission true immortal, let alone be able to kill the Dharma transmission true immortal so quickly, and let me know the news after they die. Could it be that the enemy from the void has appeared? My mind kept thinking, after thinking of this possibility. The true immortal heart of fate was raised. It seems like that's the only possibility. Only this possibility can explain the death of the true immortal who passed on the Fa. But the lifespan is really immortal, doesn't it mean that there is still half a month? It's not even the first day. Could it be that the lifespan true immortal has already surrendered to the enemy first? At the same time, the true immortal who forgets things, and the true immortal who forgets worries, also thought of this possibility. I don't want to. But unconsciously, I was a little wary of the lifespan true immortal. The two of them are now very insecure. A true immortal who was a little stronger than them had died quietly, and even now he didn't even know who the enemy was. How can there be a sense of security? Celestial range, above. It's over, it's all over. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the enemy outside the void land to arrive so soon. Looking at everything around him, a desperate smile appeared on the face of the lifespan true immortal. Of course, this smile is also laughing at himself. Laughing at himself, there are a few others who are overpowered. I still want to calculate the enemy from the void land, and I still want to be one step ahead of the other party and achieve a higher realm to deal with the other party. However, in the face of the other party's absolute power, they didn't even have time to display these ideas. The people came directly to the Tianxian immortal cultivation world. I don't know what the relationship between these Deo domains and that enemy from the void land is. Why is it that every time I and a few other immortal true immortals destroy a Deo domain, the time of death is one step closer? Now there is only half a day left for death. It's been half a day from half a month. I don't understand. Can't figure it out at all. After a while, the lifespan true immortal put away his desperate smile. Now that things can see the result of one's own death is already doomed. This time, the lifespan true immortal returned and calmed down and suppressed his emotions. As a leader of the times, he relied on his own talent to go against the rules of life, and achieved true immortals with his lifespan. He was afraid of death. But when there is no way, you can also face death calmly. Mobilize the power in your body. Through the breath between the other true immortals, the lifespan true immortal went to the place where the destiny true immortal was. If you go, you will surely die. But the life true immortals want to see who the enemy who killed them is. What does it look like? Die, and die a clear. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes flew by. 9 Lotus Domain. A body with a size of more than 10 billion kilometers, the most powerful existence reached the Deo domain of the Void Realm. Through the powerful power of spatial rules, the remaining 4 immortal true immortals have gathered here. They looked at each other. They all saw the doubt in each other's eyes, and that bit of despair. Looking at the arrival of the lifespan true immortal, the destiny true immortal spoke for the first time. Lifespan, didn't you say that there is still half a month left? I don't know. Maybe this one is too strong, so my calculations are inaccurate. Or maybe it's something else. The lifespan true immortal shook his head. To tell you the truth, he really didn't know. Hearing this answer, the true immortal of destiny didn't say anything, but just stared at the true immortal queen of life. Only to withdraw his eyes. Guys, what now? If the other party can solve the FA transmission so quickly, they will naturally be able to solve us as well. Right now, we haven't gained enough origin to break through to the next level. It's impossible to fight against each other. Forget the worries of the true immortal at this time to speak. Hey! I'm out of hope now. Now I just want to see, whose hands will I die? There was a hint of regret and despair on his face. The true immortal who forgot things said the most desperate thing in the calmest words. The despair of forgetting the true immortal is the despair that he is about to die. His regret is that he did not see the world without 7 emotions and 6 desires before he died. I have not seen how wonderful a world is without pride, jealousy, anger, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. Just between the moments of a few people talking, a spatial fluctuation appeared, and the words that made several of them stop in an instant, looked at the void with various expressions. At the same time, a voice rang out in the void. Yes, the people are quite uniform, and a group of people should die neatly. I don't have to kill them one by one. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 48. Take a closer look. I saw a young man standing in the void looking at them with a smile, and his body was filled with an aura of terror. Needless to say, this person is Chu-He. Who the hell is your excellency? We people shouldn't have provoked your excellency. Looking at Chu-He, the true immortal of destiny spoke. He sensed the other party's cultivation a little just now, and found that the person in front of him was in the same realm as them. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. He had already determined that the other party was from the Void Land, that is, the person who killed the true immortal of the Dharma transmission. Before, he thought that the other party was an enemy with a higher realm than them. I didn't expect it to be the same realm. The same realm is easy to do, there are 4 of them of the same level here, and which one is not a powerful existence that was invincible in the Tianqian immortal cultivation world for an era. In a realm, even if the person in front of them is very good, they still think that they will not be defeated too badly. I just don't know how the other party crossed the void and came to the world they are in. If you can win this battle, you must arrest the other party and ask them properly. Who am I? And when did you provoke me? Oh, when you destroy these realms, you should be prepared to die. Shaking his head, Chu-He was no longer ready to talk nonsense. They're all dying people anyway. The incomparably powerful chi and blood around him surged, and in an instant, the 840 million ancient giant elephant particles in Chu-He's body, as well as the combined power of the small world, gushed out. Fellow deist, although you are very strong. But everyone is in the same realm, one faces the 4 of us, you have to think about it. Seeing that Chu-He was about to make a move, the true immortal said with a cold face. There was no previous despair in his eyes. Among the present, except for the lifespan true immortal. Just now, the other true immortals who also sensed Chu He's cultivation and forgot their worries, and true immortals suddenly swept away their despair, and a little confidence rose again in their hearts. In the face of people in a more powerful realm, they can't do it. But in the face of people in the same realm, they think that they are worthy. What is it that gives you this confidence? What is it that makes you dare to threaten me with words until now? Is it your weak strength? If that's the case, then you will die. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Chu He slammed into the forgotten worries true immortal who had just spoken. Fast, fast to the extreme. Everyone present, including the most powerful true immortal of destiny, didn't see how Chu He made a move. You can't see it, let alone block it. The sense of crisis in my heart exploded, and my complexion changed. The forgotten worry true immortal wanted to leave in the face of this volume, but it was too fast. Not yet, waiting for him to make a move. Chu He's fist was a collision with his head. Poof! The head of the forgotten true immortal turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot and dissipated into the void. Hands on. See this scene. While the remaining 3 people present were shocked, they didn't dare to hesitate at all. After the true immortal of destiny shouted, hurriedly used all his means to deal a devastating blow to the Chu River. The true immortal of destiny mobilized himself and mastered a little bit of the rules of fate. In an instant, countless golden silk threads appeared in the void, like a swimming dragon, wrapped like the location of the Chu River. Wants to erase the fate line of the Chu River. Humph! With a cold snort, the figure disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he had already come behind the true immortal of destiny. Punching the opponent's body is a punch. Boom! Even if it is as strong as the destiny true immortal, its strength is several levels stronger than other immortal true immortals. In the face of Chu He's punch, there was no chance to resist, and he couldn't even struggle. Under an incomparable force, it was exploded on the spot, and the whole person turned into a blood mist. What is called breaking 10,000 laws with one force? This is called breaking 10,000 laws with one force. No matter how magical your means are, how many means you have, if you can't stop it in the face of the power of Chu He, you can't stop it. If you can block it, then you will survive. If you can't stop it, then you'll die. But ask yourself, who in the same level can stop the power of Chu He? 840 billion ancient giant elephant seeds, plus a large world in the body. A punch and a kick are unmatchable power. How could it be? The true immortal of fate is so vulnerable. Isn't this person in front of you on the same level as us? How can he be so terrifying? It's not like a level. I think at the beginning, when we were weak, it seemed that we faced other strong people of the same level. I often don't make a second move in the face of other people at the same level. I thought it was my patent, but I didn't expect that I would become that kind of person now. Chilling, really chilling. A true immortal of destiny, who was more powerful than the others present, was blown up in front of them. There was no fighting back. This not only made the remaining forgetful true immortals and lifespan true immortals, even the forgotten true immortals who had just passed the rules and resurrected again, felt unimaginable fear. Mobilize your own strength, forget the true immortal of life, forget the true immortal of worry, and it is difficult for the true immortal to control the fear in his heart. Be prepared to run first. Although I know that I can't run away, I can't solve things. But they couldn't overcome the fear in their hearts. Don't run. Don't be resurrected. Isn't it okay to be slapped to death by me just like that? See the fastest runner and forget the true fairy. Chu He's eyes were full of sneers, and in an instant, he came to the other party. Reach out and slap it directly. There was another blood mist in the field, and it was even more thorough. These immortal true immortals, because of the reason of going against the rules of a world, are very difficult to kill. Often, you can't get it all at once. You have to kill them 2 or 3 times, and you can beat them directly until they break down and the rules are broken down before they are really killed. Chuhi didn't understand. What is the purpose of these resurrections, and what is the significance? Don't they know that they will be resurrected and have to face themselves, the man who blew them up? Could it be that they all have some special fetish, resurrected, and want to be killed by themselves again? Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 49. After solving the forgotten true immortal, Chuhi turned his head and looked at the life true immortal behind him, the true immortal who forgot his worries, and the true immortal of destiny who had just been resurrected. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Of course, Chuhi thought that this smile was very bright. But it should be in line with this scenario. But it made the life true immortal and others see the cruel feeling. Touch, touch, touch. The ensuing scene was too bloody. Needless to say, I know everything. With the fall of the last slap, the true immortal of destiny died again. This is the 3rd time he has died at the hands of Chuhi, and this time he is really dead. It will never be resurrected again. Nonsense. The true immortal of destiny has been resurrected so many times. Not only was he beaten by Chuhi to the point that his body was disintegrated, but even the rules collapsed. If you do that, you can be resurrected. Then Chuhi will continue to shoot it to death to see if he can be resurrected again. If you can be resurrected, you will be shooting to death. Chuhi didn't believe it, and he couldn't shoot the other party. Hey! I've finally solved these few hits. Looking at the quiet void around him, Chuhi exhaled simply, and a bright smile appeared on his face. In order to prevent these street hits from continuing to destroy his baby bumps, he hurried and hurried, constantly beating space shuttles along the way. Now it's finally resolved. Since then, the Tianqian immortal world has been his backyard alone. You can rest assured that you can do it boldly and boldly. Let's go back to the midfield first. After subduing all the forces over there, let the people in the central domain spread the Xianhuang Mother Qi recipe to other Dao domains. At the same time, let them collect special treasures that can be used to kick them up. Go both ways. I believe that after a period of time, my strength will be able to improve several levels. I thought about it for a moment. The power of the rules of time and space around Chu River disappeared into this void in an instant. No one knows. In this void, 4 immortal level powerhouses had died just now. Medium domain. For the death of the 5 immortal true immortals. Ordinary people naturally don't know that the level is not enough, but it is a great force that has stood in the middle domain for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. The relatively powerful Dao system is naturally known. They had long known about the existence of the 5 great immortal beings, and they had also known about the changes in the rules of heaven and earth. What it represents? 10,000 Law Sect. More than a dozen Mahayana cultivators gathered in a special space, their faces extremely solemn. One of them, who was obviously the most prestigious, said, "Guys, those 5 are dead. We've got it, Ancestor." The crowd nodded. I don't know if anything else happened, or if someone has such a great supernatural power that can kill 5 immortal true immortals in a row in one day. It's been an eventful time. I originally thought that the immortal true immortal was already the apex of this world, but I didn't expect that there would be even more powerful. I didn't expect the immortal true immortal to actually die. I thought too. Well, now is not the time to talk about anything else, but about how to deal with this powerful being. He waved his hand to stop the crowd from talking. The old ancestor of the Wanfa sect said again. This is since he destroyed those 5 immortal true immortals. Baobuki will come to our midfield. Now think about it, when this person comes to the middle domain, what attitude should we use to face it? Ancestor, I think we. Heavenly interpretation Taoism. Deo Master, although I don't know what happened. I don't know how these 5 immortal true immortals died, whether they died under some special circumstances, or whether they died at the hands of a strong man. But let's take it as if we died at the hands of the strong. Then we have to get ready to welcome this strong man. Although we don't know if this powerhouse will come to the central domain, the central domain is the strongest region in the Tianxian immortal cultivation world, and the other party has a high chance of coming. There's nothing wrong with being careful. That makes sense. Inform the cultivators above the whole Dao unified body realm to follow me to the void outside the middle realm and wait. Tianxian Immortal Gate. Sitting in the main hall and looking at the people below, the old ancestor of the Tianxian immortal sects spoke. Let's go now. After leaving a few Mahayana cultivators to look after their homes, go to the void. Yes, ancestor. 10 minutes later. As the Chu River continued to travel through time and space, it soon returned to the void where the middle domain was located. With Chu He's strength, he could naturally see the hundreds of Mahayana cultivators who stayed outside the central domain, as well as tens of thousands of cultivators who returned to the void and merged. These Mahayana practitioners stayed in the same place where they were, and no one cared about anyone except those who knew each other. Seeing this scene, Chu He did not have any accidents. Don't forget that Chu He has deduction rules, and this scene has already been deduced by him. He also knows the psychology of these people. Well, I'm going to call them. Now tell me about the Xianhuang Mother's Qi recipe, and let them do it. Brush disappear into the void. In the next second, he appeared in the middle of these hundreds of Mahayana cultivators. A terrifying aura permeated the surroundings of the Chu River, shaking the surrounding void. Didn't say anything, strength will speak for itself. Looking at the Chu River that suddenly appeared, they sensed the aura of the other party that was far beyond their imagination. I don't know how many times stronger than them. Everyone knew that this one should be the powerful existence that killed those 5 immortal true immortals. Don't hesitate. Hurriedly bowed and saluted. Congratulations to our seniors. Okay, I don't have time to play with you guys, and I don't have time to play any tricks with you. I'm here for 2 things to tell you. You've done these 2 things for me, and then the rest is easy to say. Chu He waved his hand and said. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 50. Yes, Senpai. The crowd nodded. In the face of a powerful being that could kill 5 immortal true immortals, all they could do was nod. No one dared to refuse. Because you can't afford the price of rejection. First of all, I'll spread a book of exercises in a minute, and use your strength to carry out this book with all my might. Promoted to all the Dao domains of the entire Tianxian immortal cultivation world, at least more than 90% of the people must cultivate. Second, give me all the special types of treasures in your forces, such as fate types, time types, and space types. Chu He opened his mouth and said simply. In the face of Chu He's 2 requests, the surrounding Mahayana immortal cultivators collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Although these 2 requirements are not simple either. But compared to their expectations, it has been greatly reduced. Alright, if it's okay, leave here and finish what I said. Hopefully, within a month, I will be able to see initial results. After seeing that everyone listened to his words, Chu He nodded in satisfaction. When there was nothing else to explain, let the crowd disperse. And he went to the special space opened up by the 5 immortal true immortals. I'm going to go and see what's in store over there. Through the power of space, he returned to the power of the family where his sect was located. All Mahayana and above forces immediately regard Chu He's request as the top priority of their forces at present. No matter how important other things are, they will be pushed back and forth. Wait until that's done. Let's talk about the rest. 10,000 Law Sect. It's still in that special space, and it's still those dozen or so Mahayana cultivators. Unlike before, everyone was relieved to be nervous. However, looking at the jade slip in his hand, he didn't know what he was thinking. I've read all this exercises. Tell me what you think. The old ancestor of the 10,000 Methods sect pointed to the exercises in his hand and said, I just read this exercise of the ancestor, and it is exquisite, it is indeed very subtle. However, this exercise can actually allow everyone, even those with weak talents, to sweep away the mortal dust and become immortal cultivators. Once this exercise spreads, I am afraid that there will be hundreds of times more cultivators in heaven and earth, and once so many cultivators grow up, it will have a huge impact on our sect. What you're saying is really the key. However, this is what the strong man wants us to do, no matter how great the consequences of launching this exercise are, and how great the resistance is, we must launch it. Let all the core disciples in the sect, as well as the elders and deacons, all go to other Deo realms through the high-level teleportation array to promote this exercise. By the way, go and count all the special types of treasures in the sect and put them in a storage ring. Don't try to hide it. The old ancestor of the 10,000 laws commanded. Hearing this order, everyone present nodded. 10,000 Heavenly Gate. An order from all the supreme elders, all the sect ancestors, and all the people unanimously agreed spread out. The order goes down. Order that all mortals under the subordinate forces must have more than 90% of them practice this exercise. All cultivators above the void realm traveled to other Deo domains through the teleportation array to spread the exercises. During the transmission, if the Deo domain is unwilling to let this exercise spread, the first warning will be given to those who do not listen, and they will be exterminated. In addition, there is a position of supervisor, which checks all affiliated forces every 6 months, as well as the situation in the control realm, and confirms that more than 90% of the people practice this exercise. Qinglian Taoism. There was also an absolute command. Divide 50,000 Deo domains, and every void returning cultivator will go to one Deo domain. For a period of 6 months. Within half a year, if more than 90% of the ordinary people in this Deo domain are cultivating this exercise, the sect will spend a lot of resources to help this void-returning cultivator become a powerhouse in the merge realm. But if it doesn't reach it within half a year, deduct 200 years of money. All of a sudden, there was a storm in the whole middle region. The top forces of the Fang forces in the central domain, the 10,000 Law Gate, the Qinglian Deo system, the Earth Spirit Gate, and the Tianxing sect, constantly issuing commands. All of them are promoting the Xianhuang Mother Qi formula. The teleportation arrays within the major forces continued to light up one after another, and countless top-grade spirit stones were sent into it as if they didn't want money. A large number of returning to the void realm, cultivators merging with realm cultivators, and even Mahayana cultivators went outside the middle realm. This action let the uninformed forces see it, and they thought that something was happening, so they were frightened and hurriedly inquired through various channels. For the case inside the midfield, he had already reached the Chu River in the space opened up by the 5 immortal true immortals, and he knew it. Because he's watching it right now. Reaching the realm of the Chu River, his divine thoughts could already envelop a radius of hundreds of billions or even trillions of kilometers. Enough to envelop the entire midfield. Chu he can know anything here for the first time. Because of this, Chu he cannot say that he is satisfied with the practices of these big forces, but can only say that he is very satisfied. But the big forces are so obedient to Chu he because Chu he's strength is stronger than them. In this world of the jungle, strength is heaven, and you don't even need to do anything you want to do. Just like Chu River is now. As long as he says a word and doesn't do anything else, countless people and countless forces will break his legs for him. Spend countless resources, spend countless energy to help him do it. I don't know that when this exercise spreads throughout the world, everyone in the whole world will cultivate for themselves. After 1/10 of the cultivation of everyone in the Tianxian immortal cultivation world is attributed to me, how much will my strength increase? Chu He had a smile on his face, turned his head and began to tidy up the harvest in his hands. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 51. As the top 5 powerful beings in the heavenly Xian immortal cultivation world, the items they possessed were naturally the best effects in the heavenly Xian immortal cultivation world, and the highest level. There were some treasures among them, and even Chu He was amazed when he saw them. The heart has unconsciously begun looking forward to it. After these treasures are amplified, they will have such an anti-heaven effect, and how much it will help themselves. Item, Rule Essence. Level, 2-star level. Function, as long as you have a large amount of Rule Essence, you can integrate into the user's body and cast your own rule body. Body of Rules. If the 2-star immortal true immortal is achieved by the laws of the world against one side, then the realm of the 3-star earth immortal and heavenly immortal must control the rules of the heaven and earth. Casting the body of rules and the soul of rules is the step to control the rules of heaven and earth, and when the two are combined into one, you can achieve the realm of 3-star earth immortals. System, the essence of the rules is increased by hundreds of millions of times. Look at the crystals of different colors and the size of dust emitting from your hands. See the effect of the essence of this rule again. Chu He had no reason not to increase, and said directly. Command detected by the host. Kicker in progress. This increases 1,000,000 times. Kicker completed. Item, Rule Origin Crystal. Level, 4-star level. Function, one of the top treasures of the 1,000 worlds in one side. It can not only help cultivators condense the origin body of rules. If a cultivator has his own world, he can also take the opportunity to comprehend the 3,000 rules while refining. Let your own world make up for all the rules and have the foundation to achieve the small world or even the middle world. With the sound of an electronic prompt sound, the essence of the rules in Chu He's hand, which was like a star, suddenly emitted an even more dazzling light. Under another powerful force, changed the nature of the item and began to transform into a higher level item. After a while, the dusty essence in Chu He's hand disappeared and turned into a gem-like spar. It emits a beautiful halo. Pure and immaculate, even with Chu He's current strength, with his eyesight, he couldn't see the impurities in this rule origin crystal. There is not the slightest impurity, as if this is the most perfect creation in the world. The power of the 3,000 rules in the spar is constantly reversed in it, time and space, fate, cause and effect, reincarnation and creation, and so on and so forth. Chu He's physical body and soul unconsciously exuded a strong desire at this moment. Eager to swallow this hedroid. This desire was different from the original increase Wanlong blood Ji. The original desire was just a desire that the body couldn't help but sense that rich qi and blood, and the desire was generated. And this longing is the longing that arises from the deepest part of the soul in the soul. There was not the slightest hesitation. Sitting on the bronze seats created by those immortal true immortals before, Chu He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the crystal of rule origin. Boom! In an instant, with the swallowing of the crystal of the origin of rules, the incomparably powerful power of rules burst out, and under the wrapping of Chu He's power, it began to transform Chu He's body and transform Chu He's soul. Every cell, every bone, every drop of blood in the body is under the power of rules. There has been an unprecedented metamorphosis. The divine elephant prison suppression couldn't help but operate, absorbing the power of the rules. An ancient giant elephant particle metamorphosed into an ancient dragon elephant. With the appearance of the first one, the second, 5th, 10th, 100th, 1000th, 10,000, the beginning followed the birth. The birth of each desolate dragon elephant can bring 1 billion kilograms of strength to the Chu River. In the world of its own in the body of the Chu River. As a large number of rules enter the world itself also begins to transform. Previously, Chu He obtained a deduction rule, which brought great changes to Chu River. And now it's equivalent to 3,000 rules to enter. Just think about it, you can know how much of an effect it will have, and how much of a difference it will make. By the way, the mention of 3,000 here does not refer to these rules, only 3,000. Rather, it refers to imaginary numbers. The 3,000 avenues are not only the 3,000 avenues. The rules of space have made the barriers outside their own world stronger than ever, and they have also made the time and space of the whole world more layered. The rules of time make the concept of time officially appear in its own world, and it can control the time of the entire world at will. The rules of fate, the rules of creation, the rules of power, the rules of reincarnation, the rules of the 5 elements, the rules of destruction, the rules of killing, the rules of blood, the rules of dreams. Countless rules have increased the foundation of his own world, and the original level of Chu He's self-contained world has reached the level of the big world as his strength has increased. And now that there are 4-star items to increase the foundation, their own world has begun to move towards the small world under the guidance of Chu He. What is a small world? The world that has complete world rules and can give birth to an extraordinary cultivation system is the Xiaoqian world. With the blessing of the 4-star item, Chu He's own world broke through the small world, and he would not encounter any difficulties at all. What level is the 4-star level item? If it is described in the realm of immortals. 1 star is a cultivator below the immortal level, 2 stars are equivalent to a true immortal, a 3-star earth immortal heavenly immortal, and a 4-star Xian immortal Tai Xian immortal. The 5-star is equivalent to the golden immortal Tai golden immortal, and the 6-star is the Deluo golden immortal and the mixed Yuan golden immortal, Quasi Saint. Over time, Chu He's own world has finally stepped into the ranks of the small world. The size of the whole world has also begun to grow and grow at an unprecedented rate. All of a sudden, the volume exceeded hundreds of billions, or even trillions of kilometers. It didn't stop until it reached a galaxy the size of a few light years before the Chu River crossed it. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 52. I don't know how long it will be. When Chu He opened his eyes and sensed the change in his own strength, he had only one thought. Powerful, too powerful. Tens of millions of ancient dragon elephant particles, plus a world of its own that is comparable to the size of a galaxy. How powerful, Chu He no longer dared to imagine. He felt that he didn't even need to move his hands now, just releasing his breath, he could directly crush the entire central domain. A single look can seriously hurt the previous self. Even if the previous self is sublimated with boundaries, in the face of the current self under normal conditions, he is not an opponent. Panel. Master, Chu He. Lifespan, 24/. The world is immortal, and it is immortal itself. Cultivation is, 2-star peak, Saint King cultivation system, immortal cultivation system. Self-world level, small world. Cultivation exercises, divine elephant suppression of prison strength and 10,000 ways to return to the origin. Divine powers, the 5 emperors canopy supernatural powers, the hands of the heavens. Secret method, boundary sublimation. Physique, the body of the innate human race, a top world, the physique that only the first batch of born human races have, inherently invincible, and has a slight chance of achieving Deluo Jin Xian. Open your own panel. Yes, the strength has been raised to the 2-star peak level, which is equivalent to the peak of the true immortal. I have condensed the body of rules and the soul of rules, and the next step is to combine these two into one to achieve the unity of spirit and flesh, and I will be able to break through to the realm of 3-star Earth immortals. Looking at the content on the panel, his strength had reached the 2-star peak level, and Chu He's face was full of smiles. His normal strength has reached the peak level of 2 stars. If you use all your strength, your combat power should be equivalent to the 3-star Earth immortal level. If you use the upper boundary sublimation again, you may not be able to do the 3-star heavenly immortal realm. But it was more than enough to face a few hundred Earth immortals. I can only say that I was really European at the beginning, and I drew a 6-star level gold finger. When the other members of the Time Traveler chat group are still there, and the world in which they live is carefully developing, I'm invincible to another world. I'm afraid it won't be long before the old group members in the chat group are not much different. At that time, even those old members of the chat group, they won't be able to calculate anything on me. Rather, they should be afraid that I will calculate them. After a while, Chu He retracted his mind from the change in his strength and turned his gaze to other things. I looked at the sea of consciousness beyond the space. The 2-star peak is not the limit of his strength, it is just the beginning of him. He only traveled to the other world for more than 10 days to have his current strength. After a year after traveling to another world, 10 years later, and 100 years later, how much will his strength change? Among the many fate lines seen in the Chu River, he saw himself as weak as dust, he saw himself dead at the hands of others, and he saw himself as powerful as the Chaos Demon God waving his hand to destroy the endless world. Now he has tentatively broken free of his fate. But in the heavens and worlds that are so huge that they don't know the boundary, Chu He is still an ant. Or an ant that can be killed by others at any time, and even be shocked to death in the aftermath of the battle between the two strong people. Now that he has the system and joined the Traverser chat group, Chu He naturally doesn't want to be an ant anymore. He could have gotten stronger. Better than everybody. And in that space, sat the world will of the heavenly Xian immortal world. From these seas of consciousness, Chu He saw a large number of middle thousand world origins. As a person with his own world, he naturally knew what the effect of the world origin was. It's like a panacea. It can help you comprehend the rules, it can improve your cultivation, improve your life level, and so on. The heavenly Xian immortal cultivation world is 1,000 worlds, and the lowest level of the world origin is also a 3-star level. Once you get the boost, you might be able to create a 5-star or even 6-star item. When the time comes, his strength will continue to grow. However, with Chu He's current strength, even he was far more powerful than those 5 immortal true immortals. It can't do the world will of the Tianxian immortal cultivation world. After all, this is a world at the pinnacle of the middle thousand, a combination of all wills. The strength is at least above the heavenly immortals. Even, there is a high chance that it will be at the level of a 4-star Xian immortal. With the strength of the peak of the true immortal, go and spy on the will of the heavenly Xian immortal world of the 4-star Xian immortal. It's hard to succeed, no, it's impossible to succeed. It's basically looking for death. The reason why those 5 immortal true immortals dared to calculate the will of the world was because they were the natives of this world, and they were the living beings born of the will of the world. In addition, they go against the rules of the world, which is equivalent to being the spokesperson of this rule. The will of the world, even if it knew that they calculated themselves, would not do anything to them. Because the will of the world is emotionless. In the eyes of the will of the world, these are all their own people, they are all their own children, and their own people calculate their own people, so can they be forced to calculate. Even if you do something that harms the whole world, you will be a rebel at best. But Chu He is not from this world at all, he is a dark outsider. And his achievement of the true immortal realm is not against the truth of the Tianxian immortal world, he has achieved it with his own world. Once he dares to calculate the will of the world, the will of the world will really kill him, just like a computer that finds out that it has been infected with a virus, and will forcibly start an antivirus program to destroy the virus. When my strength is improved again, these difficulties will naturally not be difficulties anymore. Now my strength is not enough to plan the will of the world, so what about when my strength is promoted to the earth immortal and the heavenly immortal? Chu-He said with a slight hook on his mouth. Ding! Just when Chu-He was fighting the Tianxian immortal world, the will of the world and the original idea. In the Traverser chat group. Suddenly, another electronic tone sounded, alerting him that someone was chatting with him privately. Hearing this electronic prompt sound, Chu-He retracted his mind and a little doubt flashed in his eyes. Especially after seeing this person who chatted with himself privately, it was actually Wang Ling again. The confusion in his eyes deepened. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 53. Didn't you talk privately about yourself before with this royal order? Why are you talking to me privately again? In the first private chat, I was able to explain that I wanted to study the items in my world. But if it's the same rhetoric in both private conversations, then I'm afraid my original guess was correct. Squinting his eyes, Chu-He opened the private chat panel. Group 324, Member Chu River, Earth Traverser. Big guy, I don't know if you're chatting privately, but what's the matter? I'm sorry if I'm looking to buy something. After more than half a month of my exploration, my world seems to be really an ordinary world. I'm a little bit of a mess right now. Group 245 Member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. At 324, I'm not here to trade items with you. Since we are all fellow villagers, I am mainly discussing with you this time something that will be beneficial to you and me. Group 324, Member Chu River, Earth Traverser. What's the matter? Space, Chu-He looked at the virtual panel in front of him, and couldn't help frowning and thinking. This royal decree will not be successful because the previous method was not successful, so he is ready to fool himself in another method. Group 245 Member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. The origin of the world. The most precious item in the world, you can go to the chat group mall and search for the role of this item. Even if the world you cross into is an ordinary world, it is not strong to awaken to Goldfinger. But as long as you have enough world origin, you can still become a strong party, at least go to the extraordinary, and immortality is still possible. If you're willing to cooperate with me, I'll send you a treasure later, which doesn't need you to activate it to absorb the origin of a world on its own. When the time comes, we will divide the origin of the acquisition 50-50. How? By the way, as long as the loss of the world origin of one world does not exceed 30%, there will be no problems in that world, and you don't have to worry about this. Inside the wizarding world. After Wang Ling sent this message, there was no expression on his face. After not fooling this Chu River for the first time, Wang Ling was already suspicious. This time it was his temptation. Tempting Chu-He, did you find anything wrong with the Traverser chat group, and discovered the truth of the Traverser chat group? Since this Chu-He said that the world he is in is an ordinary world, the golden finger he has is not strong. Then facing the origin of the world, it can help him to be extraordinary, and it can help him live forever. The other party will definitely not refuse. After all, this opportunity may only be one time for the other party. If you don't refuse, the result will be good. He himself was able to locate the coordinates of the other world's location through the origin of the world. If the other party refuses, this had to make Wang Ling think more deeply. According to Chu-He, since the world he crossed is garbage, and the golden finger is also garbage, it is difficult to live forever. So in the face of the opportunity of immortality, why should the other party refuse? Did he endure this temptation? If it were you, would you be able to endure this temptation? Who can endure the temptation of immortality and the temptation of transcendence throughout the ages? Those ordinary people can't help it, the powerful can't help it, and the emperor can't help it. If the other party refuses, there is only one possibility, that is, what Chu-hee said is false. The world he lives in is not an ordinary world. So, again, facing him, a veteran Traverser chat group member, why should this Chu-hee deceive himself? There's no reason to. The world he is in is obviously an extraordinary world, why should he tell himself that it is an ordinary world, and also say that there is nothing in his world that can be traded with him? Because the other party has discovered that something is wrong with the Traversers chat group, he has become vigilant in his heart. Faced with this temptation of Wang Ling, no matter how Chu-hee answered, Wang Ling would be able to know the result he wanted. And just as Wang Ling thought, Chu-hee looked at the content sent by the other party on the virtual panel, and he didn't know what expression to show on his face. After a few seconds, he said helplessly, "Sure enough, everyone who can live in another world for so long is not a fool," he said. However, since the other party has been like this again and again, it shows that there is a problem with this Traverser chat group. Shaking his head, Chu-hee typed a paragraph on the panel. Now that the other party has tested himself, Chu-hee is also not prepared. What kind of calculations are he playing with the other party? Anyway, his main focus is, 1 doesn't ask, 2 doesn't care, and 3 doesn't look. Ignore anything. It doesn't matter what calculations you have, no matter what conspiracies you have in the chat group. As long as I can't live in the world I'm in, then it has nothing to do with me. Group 324, Member Chu River, Earth Traverser. Big guy, if you cooperate, let's do it next time. Group 245, Member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. You don't think about it anymore. It's just that you in the ordinary world, if you miss this opportunity, you may miss it forever. Group 324, Member Chu River, Earth Traverser. Don't think about it. Group 245, Member Wang Ling, Blue Star Traverser. Okay, I see. It seems that I was right in my suspicions. This group member called Chu-hee really found out that something was wrong with the Traversers chat group, and he became vigilant. In the laboratory, he stretched out his hand to cross out Chu-hee's avatar. Wang Ling's originally expressionless face slowly outlined a smile. Maybe it won't be long. There will be a like-minded person to join the leek harvesting family. Of course, there could also be 2 of them, such as Yang Hui, another member of Group 328. However, as the number of people in the large family of harvesting leeks increases, I am afraid that those few people should have a headache. After all, the total cake is so big, and as the number of people increases, everyone gets less of the cake. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation votes.